Just got to come up. Can't get another checker sent back. I guess you can duplicate the ace. 13-10. Reasonable.
Oh, we're live now. We are live on the stream. Thanks everyone for watching. Sorry we had technical difficulties. We're watching the first round of the USA versus Germany of the 28 Field World Team Championships. Jerry Tansey playing for the USA and Dirk Schiemann for Germany, two of the finest players in the world. I'd like to thank Backgammon.com for sponsoring this stream and for sponsoring many of the streams in the World Team Championship and the upcoming World Individual Championship. We have this match is currently 3 away, 2 away, which would have made Jerry Tansey a 60-40 favorite when the game started. But there's some development here. It looks like he's a little bit bigger favorite than that now. Pretty close game, though. Jerry has the advantage of the stronger board.
I think Jerry's going to go for the attack and try to win an undoubled gammon here.
Well, probably the right play regardless. But Dirk fires a wonderful 2-5. I think he just comes out.
It's either this or you hit on the ace, and that's the choice. Just counting the shots, probably. There's more shots this way than just if you hit on the ace, I think.
Absolutely.
And this wins more gammons. Seems like the right play. Oh my God, his worst. So he's going to get the cube here.
Oh, geez, Louise.
And with 12 in the zone, I think it's a pass, especially at this score. I don't think it's too good. Is it too good? It might be too good. I don't think so. And I think this is a big pass. He took it. Okay, Joe, help me out. He's a great player. Is that a take?
I don't know. My lean was to take, but I wasn't sure. I would have certainly spent a lot more time on it than he did.
Boy,
I would have wanted to go through the numbers and see, you know, where I was roughly after each roll, and I definitely wouldn't have just snapped that up.
I think I would have passed that one. Wow. I'd love to know what the answer is on that. Jerry almost always gets it right, so now I've got me questioning myself here, but I think I would have passed that with 12 in the zone at this score.
But it was a 1-point board versus a 3-point board.
Yeah, I'm sure that was his calculus. Beauty. Does a lot of good things. You know, although the 9-point is not really that helpful here, I don't think he's going to I don't think he's going to make the 4-point and let him escape with tempo.
This looks like the 9-point.
The 9-point actually is pretty tough play. It's tempting just to make yeah, he didn't see any value in the 9, which I can't say I blame him. And it's working out really well for him.
I would bet the 9-point was right.
Now he's forced to hit loose. This is a gigantic shake in the match, and Dirk hits. Well, he's going to keep firing away here. If he can hit off the bar, he will. Awkward 6-4. Very helpful for Jerry there. If he leapt into the outfield, that would have been big trouble.
You need to entree here.
Yes, now Jerry can control the outfield. He doesn't necessarily have to hit loose.
Advance.
Another awkward shake.
I think he
If
just
Dirk
plays.
moves
I think he just
closer,
plays to the 7.
yeah, the 4-3 is duplicated. The 5-3 is duplicated. And it's too hard to clear from
And just
that
got a
far away.
black box over the board. How about you?
Yep, same here. So we can't see what's going on right now.
We just got a black box over the board and can't see what's going on. Okay, there we go.
Okay, it looks like he's still, what is he still thinking about what to play here? I lost the feed. How about you? No, now I got it back. Looks like
We got the
Dirk is
feedback.
considering his play still. Another fan. Well, Jerry, if you want to win this match, I suggest you come in at some point. And that's a nice one. Okay, so it's scramble home from here. A perfect shake. Only leaves about half the numbers. And that's one of them, and a good one. Now, I like going 13-8 here to get another builder into play.
I agree.
Keeping your back checker spread out. I know XG loves the 24 point in a scramble game. I mean the 13, the midpoint for some reason. I don't know why, but maybe to prevent the boxes.
Yeah, XG doesn't like when the guy comes out and you roll a blank and you're leaving blots there.
Right.
But I agree with you.
Okay, he has to hit loose. Now the question is do you leave the double shot off the bar by going 13-10? A lot of times, okay, Jerry's looking at the 10 point. A lot of times you just don't give the super joker. See, he didn't, because that's how you lose. And you have enough covers already. So why risk the double shot?
Right.
Now Jerry's in really good shape here. Oh, which point? Do you make the bar and leave the 4 point slotted? I think I'm doing that. I think I'm making the bar here. This is a very difficult play, though.
Making the bar, you're an inch away from locking it up.
You're right. And if you don't make the bar, yeah, he did. You giving the double fives one shake to win to win the game. And here you can lock up the match with a deuce or a 9. There it is. Spread them out and bring it home.
There it is.
Very good news for the United States there. And you're playing one of the, if not the best player in the world.
Right. Certainly one of the top 3.
And by the way, Jerry's one of the best players in the world too.
Yeah.
So we didn't mention it. Very difficult draw for United States playing Germany in round 1. Tremendous team Germany has. And what could go wrong from here, Joe? This is this is the start of it. An awkward shake like this.
What do you roll? Double
You
4?
want to make sure your double 4s and 5s play reasonably well. And the trouble you run into is when you roll 2 bad, awkward ones in a row, which what's the odds of that happening? So you don't want a 4 here.
Great shot.
Great shot. You don't want double 4s next time. You just want to spread them out, slot the ace, and bring it home. Meanwhile, Dirk has a speed board. That's awkward. So now like
I would
double
have just cleared
5s.
the 7 point.
Oh no, not me. I'm not giving him that. There's a few awkward ones here. That's not one of them. That's a good shake. He wants to get hit here, but he didn't. And now he wants to avoid like a 5-4 kind of thing. That's good. That's
Yeah,
beautiful.
I think you're right. It was not right to clear the 7 point on that. Thinking about it, can't give
Yeah,
him
you
that 6 there. Yeah.
no. And that's a beautiful shake. Gets another checker off. And that's the best shake you can get. And Jerry, congratulations, barring some ridiculous scenario here. He's going to win round 1. Sorry for the technical difficulty, folks. But at least you got to see.
They're probably going to go to another match when this one's over.
Yeah, let's.
Congratulations to the USA, Jerry Tansey. Fantastic match between Jerry Tansey and Dirk Sheeman, 2 of the top 5 players in the world, probably both of them.
And I'd love to know if that was a take or not. I mean, you have to give Jerry a lot of credit for taking that cube. I would have passed that. He had the 6-5-3 and said, you know what, I'm good enough to survive this thing. And that was pretty gutsy. Very gutsy take, actually. I'm not on the YouTube chat. I wish I knew the answer to that one. So, Joe, thinking back, I don't know if you remember the position.
Roughly.
So he had 6s and 5s to cover on the ace. So you got to figure he's going to make the ace, but not much more on the next shake. Then Jerry's got 2 on the bar.
Yeah. Yeah.
He's got,
he double hit and he danced with double 6.
okay. So if Dirk makes the ace and Jerry only comes in with 1, it's a huge pass, isn't it? From that point. And even if he comes in with 2, he's going to get blitzed. He seemed pretty confident about that take, though.
Well, first of all, even though he's got all those numbers to cover the ace, he doesn't always cover the ace. He doesn't cover the ace with 4s or less, right? So I guess those numbers make the 5 point. They don't cover the ace, though.
Yeah, the right. Oh, double 2s, you don't cover the ace. Oh well, I make my board and crush you. I mean, I just give him, if that's a correct take, I mean, I give him all the credit in the world. I just think that's a really tough decision there. And you just have to logically deduce it out and just go with the conviction. And like, that's the kind of player Jerry is. Like, no fear. If he thinks he's making the right decision, there's just no fear in his game. So congratulations to him. Meanwhile, if we're waiting for
I
potential,
put up some position that's somewhat similar.
yeah, you read my mind. I was gonna do the same thing.
So let me just see.
So Jerry had 2 in the air, and he had the 6, 5, 3 with a spare on his 6-point, I think.
Yeah,
And what else did he have?
it's no double.
You're kidding me.
If I've got this, let me see if I can share my screen with you. I don't know if I can or not. Hold on one second. I would have to replace them. I can't do it. So here's the position I set up. You can visualize it anyway. I set up Dirk having a man on the 23, 2 on the 13, 2 on the 9, 2 on the 8, 2 on the 7, 5 on the 6, and 1 on the 1. Now he might not have had 5 on the 6. That he might, because those last 2 5 he hit off 6. I don't think he had 6 men there. So that man on the 6 may be somewhere. The 5th man on the 6 may be somewhere else.
Might be on the 7.
All right, we'll try the 7. I don't think it was on the 7, but we'll try that.
And then
It's still no double.
Jerry has 2 in the bar.
Jerry has 2 on the bar, 2 on the 3, 2 on the 5, 3 on the 6, 2 on the 8, and 4 on the mid is what I set up.
Okay.
That's actually no double by 0.112.
Wow. 2 away, 4 away.
No, it was 2 away, 3 away.
Oh, 2 away, 3 away. Right.
2 away, 4 away. I'm sure it would have been much stronger.
Well, I would have blundered that one because that looked.
Even 2 away, 4 away, it wouldn't have been a double.
So I'm completely
I'm
misunderstanding.
sorry. I got the scores reversed. 1 second.
I'm misunderstanding.
I got the score. I got to
position.
add the scores reversed on both scores. So let me go back again. All right.
Okay, I've got double pass.
2 away, 2 away, 4 away would be a massive pass. And
2 away, 3 away, still a pass.
2 away, 3 away is 112 pass. If we put the man on the 6-point instead of the 7-point, it becomes a small pass. And we put the man on the midpoint instead of the 6-point.
Now he had 12 in the zone, so
It becomes a take.
Yeah, I remember saying there were 12 in the zone.
There were 12 in the zone. So it's just
I think it was on the 6 because I think he threw a double 6 and brought 3 down, but I could be wrong. And so it's a 0.09 pass in my setup here. You said 0.12.
I've got, if I put the man on the 7-point, it's a 0.1, it's a 121 pass. If I put the spare on the last man on the 6-point, it's a 28 pass.
Yeah,
looks like your instincts were right. Looks like it was a pass.
Yeah. I could understand if it were a take, but when you're saying it's no double, I'm like,
Yeah,
I guess I got to go back to backgammon school
yeah,
because,
yeah. I put the score on backwards.
all right,
That
you
didn't make
scared
sense
me
to
for
me
a
either
minute.
because I didn't know if it was a take or not. What I couldn't understand is why Jerry didn't like take more time on it.
Well, I think he might have been thinking about it a lot before the cube came out. Because wasn't, well, I guess the play
I don't think
before,
so because he rolled Dirk doubled pretty quickly after Jerry danced, and he certainly wasn't. I mean, Dirk was thinking a long time about how to play the 2-5, whether to come out or hit on the ace. Jerry certainly wasn't thinking about, well, if I dance, what am I going to do?
so let me just say this. Um, it was a point, okay, on my computer it's 0.09, on yours it's 0.12. In either case, that's a that's a tiny mistake. I know it says blunder, but we merely moved the spare from the 7 to the 6, and it's a coin flip. Uh, so that's a really hard decision. If it was technically a blunder, I'm sorry, that's a very small mistake in my opinion.
Is there any chance that Jerry had 3 men on the 8 instead of 2?
Good point. Maybe. I doubt it because
I don't think so either. I think I remember that point being
because I don't know
split.
how he makes his 5 and 3 point and keeps a spare there, but maybe. But if he did, it's a double pass 0.01. The
I've got a
point
double pass.
is,
I've got a double pass 0.04 there.
okay, the point is this: it was regardless of what the hell the actual position was, it was a tough call.
Yeah.
And I give him, even if he got it slightly wrong, I give him tons of credit for having the temerity to take that one.
Yeah. My only criticism would be, and maybe it's just too hard to do, but my only criticism would be in that spot, I would want to go over, like say, okay, where am I at after 2-1? Where am I at, where I'm double 1, 2-1, 3-1, 4-1, kind of like visualize each of these positions and maybe I'll get a better overall picture. That's pretty tough to do, especially in close decisions. And
Yeah, he certainly had tons of clock time to do that. Now, I'm in your camp. Like I'm a sort of a deducer, analytical. Okay, let's go over the scenarios. This is the whole match on the line. Let's see what plays out. But I don't know, his brain is so good. He probably has all that figured out ahead of time anyway. He in I sense that he had like a reference position there and he said, this is a take from my reference. I was doing simple stuff like 12 in the zone, 2 away, 3 away. I'm passing. He's doing the same thing, but he's saying, I got my 5 and the 3, so I know it's a take here. But yeah, I think I would have spent more time on that.
what's going on in these other matches? With I closed those windows, but I'm going to open it back up and see if I can find it. Yeah, I thought they were going to switch us to another match. But
He said he was going to try to. Probably everything's over
looks
by
like
now.
you'll be good for round 2 anyway.
Are you doing a round 2 match?
No, I'm doing round 5 tomorrow, I think.
Yeah, round 2's in we're 2 hours in. All the matches must be over by now.
Well, I'm looking the Urso match.
Is it still going on? Yeah, it's still going on. It is, what's going on? I just lost the feed.
I can't see the score exactly. It looks like it's Cool has 8, and I don't see what Urso has. Oh, and is it a 4 cube? That looks
I
like
don't
a
know.
4 cube down there.
Looks
doesn't
like
it?
Joe's in Fat City though.
Well, hopefully
Wow.
he
If
hopefully
if he beats Mario and Jerry's already beaten Dirk, holy cow. I wouldn't have bet on that parlay.
What do you think Joe's score is? Can you see it?
I can't see it, but
I'm guessing he has.
it must have been an auto double, redouble or something, right?
He must have 6, right?
I guess Frank is saying the doubles a gammon would have mattered.
Yeah, so he has to have 6 or less.
Oh no. Are you watching this? He had a full prime. Oh no. Oh no. This is scary. Oh, it's a very bad shake.
It's not
I
so
got a
bad.
feeling he's going to lose this one.
Nah, he's not going to lose.
Yeah, I think he is. Yeah, he's definitely going to lose.
He's not going to lose.
Oh my God. Disaster. It's over. He just needs one double. Wow. That was scary. All right, he's up 10-8.
You're way ahead of me. Before I was ahead of you, now you're ahead of me.
Oh, you didn't see when you were saying he's going to win? You didn't see he was definitely the underdog at one point in the bear off. Have you seen him throw the double fives yet?
Yeah, yeah. They're setting up the board now.
Okay.
Are Frank and Martha in London also?
I don't know.
They must be because it looks like they're sitting together, right?
Yeah. There's a lot of people here, Joe.
I was looking forward to this tournament more than any this year, but I had a medical issue.
This is looking like a pretty big
This
turnout.
tournament's going to be in the U.S. in 2 years.
Oh, great. Whereabouts,
I'm
do you know?
probably the cherry blossom, weekend. My guess is we'll get 300 or 400 players for that tournament.
Well, they have more than that here, I think. But Europe, you're going to get more people. It's just so easy to travel here.
Yeah, but when you're having the individual world championship in the U.S., don't you think we'll get at least over 200 U.S. players?
I don't know. This has a fair to midland chance of going to DMP, I'm afraid. How many backgammons are there from here?
Probably 5 or 6% or something. What do you think?
Less. I don't know. I mean, unless he's not conscious of it. I would be acutely aware of it right now.
Just to have something. Kind of way it was last game.
See, this is how you get backgammoned. You hit the fly shot here, and then he brings 3 more checkers. He didn't even give the fly shot. I would have. I don't think I would have went to the deuce point there. I'm coming out with a 6 here. Yep, this is why I wouldn't have went to the deuce. I just didn't like that. 6 to win the match. Can you? Whiff. Another 6 is a shot here, though.
Yeah, like sub 6-1.
He did. Did he? No. It was double 4s? What is it?
5-4. Oh, double 4. You're right, double 4.
I don't know what you do here. I guess I'm clearing from the back. He's only got 50 seconds left on his clock. Two and a half minutes versus 54 seconds. Slot. Get that in there. He's okay. I guess he's very worried about the bet BGs. I think I would have stayed. Wow. When do you come off the back, Joe? Wow. I'm coming. Was that double 2s? What was that? Yeah, he wants to get off the backgammon. I don't blame him.
That original position we looked at was 5% backgammons.
Uh-huh. Okay, if I'm not hitting a shot here, I'm taking off. Okay. Just don't throw double ace. Okay. DMP. No way I'm staying.
With those handful of tiny rolls that.
Well, too big, double 2 shot for 1 shot. Big doubles with the ace shot gets back up.
Now, you know, there was. And the commentators really thought it really was double 4, but Phil stayed back and it was totally different. 3 checker position. It turned out Phil was right. Different things.
Staying back is right. He ran, right?
Yeah, staying back was right.
Yeah.
Okay, so if he leaves, if he's got 3 on his deuce point, and you roll like a 4-2 and can just escape, do you escape or do you stay for the shot?
Just
Forget about it.
just stay for the shot.
Okay, that's why it's right to stay then on the one before. It's got to be close though. You can do the math on it. You know, he gets off
It's actually,
5 out of
it's a massive blunder to run.
really.
Yeah.
Well, I guess the math is pretty easy, but he had 2 minutes left. I don't.
I've got the score backwards again. Sorry about that.
Okay.
Okay, so let me look
I
again.
think you're supposed to take off.
Yeah, you take off on the in the second positions, which means you probably take off in the first position. Yeah, you take off in both positions.
Double match point. EMP.
Yeah,
All right,
it's a big blunder to not take off.
Here, I think you dupe fours. No, don't hit. Just come out and slide and dupe fours.
Taking a totally different
Love
approach.
that play.
Okay, so versus four, he's already got so many checkers back. 4-3.
Wow, did you see that? And he's only got. That was an interesting play, and he's only got 40 seconds on his clock, and this is going to be a long game. Just make your point. Make the bar point. Forget everything else. Nah, I don't like this. Put it back. It's a nice structure. That's what you want. He's not going to go 6-5, is he? No. Got no ace. Backgammon's a funny game.
I'm making the
Yeah,
4
does he
point,
just-
breaking the 8 point.
I think I just leap. He doesn't want to hit off the 23. No, I don't like that. I just come out. That's my play. I just come to the 15. Is there any advantage in doing that? So every play Mario plays is going to be a tough play, and he's got 40 seconds and it's running right now. This is advantage Joe. Wow.
Great shot.
Good on Joe to leave him his
Right.
checker
the-
6
the
away.
connection. Right.
Yeah, nice. I didn't think of that. That might have been correct. Boxes plays itself. No, I don't think so. I'm not leaving any checkers. I'm not burying any checkers. I'm putting that back and going to the 4 point. And I'm not doing this. I don't want to get hit here. He didn't even look at it. That looked like a big mistake. can slot the 3 or play safe. What is it? Oh, it's double 4s. Oh. No, I'm slotting the 4, I think. He got hit. He got hit from the wrong checker. Wow, when you throw it like that, though. Monster.
But don't want, hopefully, find a little fan and go and put it on the point.
I'm scooping them all up, are you?
Yep.
His timing is good anyway. Just let him play his 2-5 Minnesota back game and take your chances.
So we through the points. Yeah, yeah, okay. So we go for 4-1 festival. But we got one guy. Okay,
And I'm hitting.
9-3.
I want him on the roof when I'm taking my outfield checkers in. What's your winning chances of the 2-5 back game with good timing, Joe?
Double shots.
I don't know. I'm guessing he probably wins like 20 to 25%.
That's it?
You think
Well,
he
you're
wins
like,
more than that?
yeah, you're like 15 off the deuce point. So the 5 point adds another 10%.
I
Yeah,
mean,
maybe.
in this position with the 2 on the bar and all that.
No, well, no, that's, yeah, no, I didn't mean that.
Double twos.
Wow, he's only got 24 seconds himself now. Don't screw around.
Those gotta be good.
You sure he wasn't 2 minutes?
No, no, watch. 20 seconds, 22,
You're right.
21, 20. Hurry.
Now that's the double shot, Jennifer.
4-2-2.
Did he get hit? No.
2-6.
3 something.
All right.
5. I'm going 6 to 3.
I
That's
go
my play.
6-3. Yeah.
Yeah. I want one on the 3. So my deuces later are good.
Yeah.
Go this time. You can do it, right?
I would have made the bar there.
You get a shot here.
3-2. See how awkward it gets, the deuces?
6-1 quickly and pick up the dice. Here's the key roll right here.
Yep.
He clears the 6 point, should be all she wrote. Oops.
Yeah, you're not supposed to roll that there.
Oops.
Got to be the world's most frustrating game there is.
Needed more wood. Now. Okay.
That's a good roll.
2-1.
All right.
Think big, kid. 5 6s, something big. Oh,
Big number. Oh. 16's almost good enough. Bunch of numbers at this. So,
how much clock does he have?
here's some.
It's hard to play these scramble games with no time. 34 seconds. Okay,
All
that's
right.
another good shake.
Came in with a 3 again.
Another 2-1. This is like making errors in baseball. If you give them too many extra outs, eventually they're going to hit the home run, right?
Yep.
Is he thinking about?
Happened in the Red Sox game yesterday.
Yep. Double 3s.
Yuck. Play it fast. Don't waste your time.
Yeah, what are you screwing around for? You got 19 seconds. 6-1, nothing hits. I think you got to come out. Now you can switch. I think you cover the double 6s. I don't know. Yeah, that's my play.
All right. Let's go.
Double 5s? Oh no, 5-4. 10 to 9, 11 to 10. Yeah. The Does anything miss? Double fives, even double fives misses. Double fours hits. Do you make the 3? I do. I'm making the 3. They're 2-1. There's some bad shakes off the bar, but you gotta come in. I'm slotting. No, I don't know if I'm slotting. Yeah, there's no reason to slot.
Okay. So if it comes in the eight, got left to check.
I'm coming up. I'm not letting him make the bar.
Same
With the
here.
ace-
I would
with the
have come in
ace.
on the 23.
We would have
We
got
would
punished.
have been pointed on.
Yeah, but I don't care. I still would have done it. All right, he's in business.
He hits him.
He could fan here. 3-point board.
2-5.
I just feel like he's going to throw it. I feel it.
That didn't feel like the right play to me on 2-5. I would definitely not have done that. I would hit with the 2-5. How about you?
Yeah, because the hits off the bar leave another shot probably. But you know what? He's got 20. He's got, what does he have? Like a couple seconds left? Can you blame the guy?
Yes. Yes,
Okay. Oh, he made it.
I'll-
Here we
I'll-
go. 5.
I'll five there. I want a guy here.
Ah,
Okay, you got away with not getting in there, man.
That 5 is deadly.
That's not good.
it's a frustrating game we play. I'll tell you.
Yeah.
It's
Mine was good to go.
Each favorite now.
Now it's go. Really hard to do. Go, you know, one guy left. Yeah, one guy. All the rest of them is one. Worst is you have 2 guys that point. Had one like 3% of the time. But
he could throw boxes. No, it doesn't matter. How much do you fish here? I think I'm fishing still from here. Although that leaves a bad double 6.
Does Joe have one man off?
I don't think he has any off.
Yeah, I think there's one. If you look up
1. Okay, yeah,
above
with
the
a
2
5.
point, there's a checker.
This is awkward, actually, this play.
not good. Or like.
That's not what he wanted. He didn't want a 5 there. He's got, I don't know. Now a boxes can win it.
That one out. Last 6s. Really bad.
Party's over.
Double 6s really bad.
Rich get richer. All right, I got to flip over to round 2. Good effort by Joe. Just fell short.
Yeah, I think he got to be like probably 77% or something like that.
All right, I got to go.
Okay. Talk to you later.
3 o'clock. Hmm.
Affordable payment plans to make care accessible. Most patients break it into monthly payments that fit their budget. And the consultation itself? You will leave knowing exactly what care would cost with
I believe you're live. Well, I explained how the tournament works. I learned and what's not with it. Oh, you know, you guys. Okay, good. So, apparently the top, there's a round robin today and tomorrow where the top team in each bracket gets into the playoffs with a bye. And then second, third place team gets bracket get into the playoffs, but have to play one round before they join the four that got the bye. You know, advancing in your division, you know, first best win-loss record in terms of, you know, we won 3, lost 3, or we won 5, lost 1. For the people who tie, and then maybe some 4, 2, 5, but a whole bunch of 3, 3, we end up with everybody being 3 and 3. Then they look at, well, in order to get to 3-3, you win all your 3-2, or you win all your 4-1, if that doesn't resolve the tie, then they go, okay, we're tied, but how did we win?
Mm-hmm.
And that's good for the, I haven't bothered to think about it when it's thinking along. Maybe that will, that will. These are Denmark versus South Africa. Not on. I am on.
Is standing for more than 10 minutes for starting in 1875. Right for the gym treatment, no flight, no hotel, no traveling to another country. Flight.
Trying to explain myself and not anybody else listening that the Danes exploded over the world of Backgammon some decades ago, and they just keep producing more and more very, very strong players.
Partly due to Chris Turnell, who an Englishman who lived in Denmark and started in Danish leagues.
Who's
Sorry,
broadcasting right now?
Can we see the dice?
Yeah, I can't. 2-1. I need my Mars bar for the one. Fuel.
Hey, Joe, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Who's broadcasting right now?
Well, the WBGF has a stream going also, and Kent Goulding and I think Chris Bray are doing the
But-
commentary there.
But there's 3 people on the Zoom, so one of the 3 of us is broadcasting. Me, you, or Stuart. Stuart's on mute. I'm not saying anything. Is it coming from your end?
You mean you hear people in the background?
Yeah, like I could hear Kent Goulding.
Yeah, I was just checking out the WBGF stream. I can mute that 1 second.
Okay. This is a total cluster.
Well, I'll probably get it sorted out, but they should have done some practice stuff before this.
Where you have still, you use the quarter hit. You don't really want to use the third. Okay, let's create
It
it.
looks like the WBGF stream is working fine.
Or 6? Are we?
Well,
So it looks like we should be going 13-7.
yeah, there's
Okay, I muted that. Are you still waiting for round 2?
Yeah. I'm seeing a board.
Yeah, I
That
see the
nope.
board. Nothing going on.
Looks like the players are there. No idea who the players are. No idea if we're broadcasting. No idea on what to do. So I'm about a couple minutes away from pulling the plug and getting out of here.
I'm gonna put a link in the chat for you. You still there?
Yeah, but a
I'm
link
gonna
for
put a
what?
link in the chat for you. I'm just putting a link. There's Art.
Hey, Art.
Hey, friends.
This hasn't been working so well.
Hey, Art. So I just did round. Were you watching round one?
Was that Joe and Mario?
Yeah.
I saw the end of that match.
Yeah. Well, so who was doing the okay, was that
Martha and Frank, right?
Yeah, it was Martha and Frank.
okay. I don't know. Joe and I did a match the first hour. We don't even know what happened. I don't even know if anybody heard us or what was going on. We didn't
I was
even know.
trying to find you actually because I was saying, well, like I crept in while you were talking towards the end, and then Ben kicked me off, said, no, we don't need you yet. And so I went to look for you, and I couldn't find you. All I could find was Martha and
Frank.
Frank.
All right. So anyway, from my perspective, uh, we have no idea what to do. In other words, I'm looking at on your Zoom screen. Are you seeing a backgammon board?
Yeah, I'm seeing just a backgammon board with that says Steve Sachs on the bottom left.
Right. Okay, good. So uh my assumption is we're going to be we didn't even we didn't even know if we're supposed to be broadcasting this game that we're looking at, the Steve Sachs game, or something on YouTube. I don't know. I'm assuming for it to be synchronized, it would have to be on Zoom. Everything on Zoom.
Yeah.
Okay.
The
The only
WBGF.
thing that when I got an email about round 2, but somehow the link referred to round 1. So I wonder if they're out of sync a little bit.
If they were out of sync only, it would be 9 million times better than the situation they're really in. There's no instruction, there's no direction, there's no communication, there's no way to get a hold of anybody.
I got a text message from Ben Friesen. Ben was the one who sort
Okay.
of booted me off. He said, "I'll let you know
Okay.
when we're ready for you."
All right.
So I
You
texted.
already got more communication than I've gotten all day, and I'm already on round 2.
Wow. Yeah. So
I got some communication at one point that we were live.
Okay. Yeah, for example, Art, I don't even know if we're live right now. Are people listening to us? I don't know.
I don't know. I don't know. I'll try and
I'm getting ready to leave, guys, because you guys
Yeah.
are doing this round.
Yep. See you, Joe.
Okay.
All right, thanks, Joe.
Okay, it looks. I'll tell you what, Art. Why don't we broadcast as if we're live? Because maybe we are, and if we're not, it doesn't matter anyway. So
Right.
So this is Art Benjamin and Dana Nazarian coming to you. I'm coming to you live from London, England, Earl's Court section. And Art is in parts unknown. Where exactly is parts unknown?
I am
Art?
back home in California after spending a wonderful year in New York City.
Wonderful. Welcome back.
Thank you.
We're in round 2. U.S. is playing Germany, which is an extremely difficult first round opponent or first pairing. We see Steve Sachs in the lower position here. The match hasn't started yet. I don't know who his opponent is. These are 11-point matches. There's not much margin of error in these matches. With this caliber of play, you know, there's not much of a PR difference. So you're going to have to roll well and grind out every point you can get. That doesn't look like Steve Sachs's hands. So
You know, I think you're right.
Not that I'm a expert on anatomy, but I'm not sure the players. Okay, maybe they're setting up the stream. Not sure. We got a good view of the board, though. That's good.
That's funny.
So Ben texted you that he'll let you know when it's
Well,
when it's
yeah, and then
live.
I got a WhatsApp from Stu Steen and Connolly, and it said something like, "Thanks, Joe. Art will be joining Dana for the next round." So at least Stewart believes that what we're doing is meaningful. My Yeah, I got a WhatsApp from Stewart.
Okay, I see it now.
Yep, looks like someone, maybe you, are writing in that.
Yeah, it's me typing a bitch note.
Well, Stuart's supposedly in the Zoom room with us. Stuart, can you give us a sense of what's going on?
So Art, if I had a nickel for every time I tried what you just tried,
You'd have a lot of
I'd
nickels.
have at least a quarter right now.
Okay.
No, look, like there's been no communication. Zero. I have no idea the players, what whether we're live or not, what to do. Like I don't need much instruction, but anything greater than zero would be appreciated.
Okay, I get that. I'm on the Zoom and I see two screens, right? One that says Stu's screen and one says meeting.
Yeah. I don't
So
know.
it's obviously it's Stu's screen that we want to be looking at. Okay, they've removed. No, it still says. Oh, I see. It says Steve Sachs on the board next to this one.
Oh, yeah. Okay. That explains it.
All right.
So we don't know
Who or what? You know what? I'm going to pop off and I'm going to go back to, I'm going to go to the YouTube page and see if I'm just a viewer where I'd be going and what's going on. So I'll
Okay.
disappear for a minute. I'll be back.
I'll hold the fort.
Please do. All right, here I go. Well, Dana, I am back, and the good news is yes, we are streaming, you and I. We're about a
Oh,
two we're about a 2-minute lag because I was able to hear myself talk about, hey, I'm going to drop off and check things out on Zoom. So
okay.
specifically, if
So you assume that we're live now.
yeah, I think we are. I
Okay,
mean,
great.
I just sent to you the link, the YouTube link in the chat that shows where we are uh, viewable. They're
Okay.
about, it said there was something like 11 views versus 62 on what seemed like the end of Joe and Mario's match that with Frank and Martha talking.
Okay.
Anyway,
So
so we're
welcome
good.
everybody.
Yeah, assume that everything we're saying is something people can hear. So hello everyone. If you're, we don't have a match that's going on just yet, but we don't know who's going to be playing just yet.
So Art Benjamin and Dana Nazarian here.
Oh, we got two
Looks
people.
like the match is about to start. It looks like USA is on the bottom and we don't know the player yet, but we can commentate on the play at least until we find out.
That's right. They chose to go without the name tag, so they're playing incognito. We can guess. Um,
2-6 off the bar. Oh, a very nice double
double
four.
four.
But how do you play it?
I would go 8-4 and 6-2.
Okay, so this is Dimitri versus Kristen Kozos
Ah,
of Romania. A fan, so we may see a cube here. And we do. He doesn't hesitate.
yep.
I think it's a trivially easy take. Now he's hoping for a 7 or a 12.
Now, Dana, what made that a trivial take to you? Is it the fact that there were only 8 checkers in the zone? Would you have felt differently with 9, 10? What's the
Yeah,
how
9
do
is
you
better.
say it's a trivial take?
Exactly right. There was only 8 in the zone and a shot on the ace if he doesn't like this right here,
Mm-hmm.
right? Only a 7 covered, and even if he did, he doesn't have much of an attack. It doesn't mean it was a bad double.
No. 2 on the bar against 8.
Yeah.
A 3-point board has to be a double.
I
I
mean,
was
it's
just
just,
wondering how you said trivial take, because I think a lot of people would want to know. A lot of people
yeah.
are scared with 2 checkers on the bar early on.
You should, as you should be. Also, the Swiss cheese, the 2-4-6. It's hard to bring that one home.
It's not
So,
like the double 3 blitz where you've got the
yeah.
6, 5, and 3 points. You've got the 6, 4, 2. The 2 and the 8 point don't participate in the same prime, so it's not
Yeah, it's a
as
pure
strong.
blitzing position, and if you survive the blitz, which you do often, then you can become the favorite and you own the cube. But it was volatile enough to maybe spin it there.
Oh yeah. Yeah, as I say, you get another dance or another checker in the zone, and it's a different story.
Okay, now you have to hit in the outfield here. And you will attack. I mean, he could have hit on the 5, but I think this is wiser. And now he's owns the cube, and he's got an anchor, so this is a great position for Romania.
Is it Romania or Germany?
Well, I heard it was Romania.
Oh,
I heard a
that's what you
rumor
said.
it's
That's what he
Kristen
say.
Kozos of Romania.
Okay.
And I hope I'm pronouncing his name right. So now you can make 2 points or you can attack. And I'm making 2 points because you don't really like to attack behind the anchor. And this is a disciplined play. He's saying, no, I don't want to come off my anchor and get blitzed. The other play is to swing it around to the 10 point. It's probably counting the race.
So white's got 143 and black has 60, 86,
I think
148.
148.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's close. And holding the cube, and now we've got a sea, like a ship rocking in the ocean for a board here. I'm getting a little seasick.
Yep.
You just got to slot 2 points here. It's pretty much all you have. And that opens you up to being blitzed. But
Yep.
you're really not afraid of that here. There's 2 plays here. He can make the bold play and try to bolt now by making the 14 point.
But is there that much of a racing advantage to doing that?
Great point. You get away with it. And if you don't get away with it, you're sad. If you get away with it, you still might not
I
win
might have
anyway.
hit 8-3 with those 2 blots in the board. I'm inclined to make looser plays.
I just like this play because if you get hit, he's very vulnerable.
And he has to hit off of his anchor.
Right. That's what I mean. Yeah.
Yeah, that's true.
So 3-6. Dmitry would love to hit here, but he doesn't. So now he'll just switch to the 3. Or okay, slots the 3. This is almost an even game.
Is it considered a slot if it's behind the anchor?
Yeah,
that's right. That's still the right expression, right? You're slotting.
I think so.
Yep.
Just play safe. Oh, okay. I see. Interesting.
Oh yeah, with a triple with 3 blots, my philosophy is do whatever, right?
I don't think so because I don't agree because he's got to clean it up on the next shake.
Well,
see, it's not this shake that matters; it's the next one. I'm not sure. I understand his play. I'm just not for the same reason.
And it's still the case that the race is not all that different. I mean, it's not like you had this huge racing lead that you're trying to get away with. Yeah. So clearing the 9 and creating spares, right, may have been the better.
Yeah, because black was running out of time. What's black going to play on his next shake if you hold that anchor, right?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if I
trust your instinct.
I'm not saying it's wrong. I'm not sure it's right though.
Yeah. Yep.
Okay, he got very lucky. He cleaned it up nicely. And now you make the 11.
Yeah, I think so. Again, because the race is close. You do want to block those 6s.
Absolutely. Now he's taken the advantage in the game now. So it might have been right what he did.
Well, I just say as my style of play is when I see 2 blots in the board, little alarm bells go off to say you can play looser, you can play looser. And when I have 3 blots in the board, I say you could do whatever you want, whatever, almost pretend like your opponent isn't there. What achieves your goals? And
I think that's generally correct.
Yeah.
Yeah. So 4-3, you can't leave a shot here, I don't think. Oh, let's see. Whose 4-3 is it?
It's white's 4-3.
Okay, so you have to leave a shot. Yeah. Well, why not? Okay, I didn't count the race. He must be ahead in the race to play that. I think it's pretty close, though,
White's
isn't it?
got 114. Black has 111. It's very close.
Okay. So I would have been tempted to keep the 11 point and block the big numbers, and that makes the bar if he wants it.
I think that you do want it.
He does, yeah. Oh,
yep. And
that
now
could be
the race
that
swings
could be
the other way.
Katie bar the door. 40, 50, 60, 77. This is over, I think. No, 77 versus.
I think I have 97 for white.
Yeah, he has to throw something very big.
So down 20. Black is up 20.
And he needs to throw like 13
Double
or
threes or
higher.
better. Yeah.
Yeah, set up the next one.
Yeah. And there it is.
So he, on the back to the initial cube, first he has to cover the ace point, and he's not favored to do that. And then even if he does, he only has 8 in the zone. You should be able to survive it. And then once you survive it, you get a lot of leverage with that cube.
Right. So I think the pip count here is 77 to 91. So that is 5 pips beyond a take. So I think, I'm not sure what Dimitri is contemplating, but
Yeah, sometimes you just want to make sure that you're counting correctly, and
yep. I mean, the difference is like 14, which is like, you can see that checker sitting on the 14 point. That is
yeah.
almost the difference in the positions there.
Okay, 2-0, 2-0, 2-0.
Oh. Back roll to 5-3. I call the 5-3 the vanilla roll because it almost doesn't change any of your response plays to, whatever you would have done on the first roll, you do after they roll a 5-3. I mean, except for obvious things like a 5-2 or something you roll, but like anything else that you would normally make on the first play, you do it after the 5-3. And look at that. Nice, simple.
So now, interestingly, it's not always obvious to make the 20-point anchor if he rolls a 4 here, because he's
Right.
behind in the race. He's got huge stacks.
Yeah.
Oh, just make the 5, and you're probably going to get a shot here, and
Right.
this game might be over.
The third
There you
6-5
go.
was not as good as the first two.
Yeah, and then even if he misses this, he's going to get a shot on the next one as well.
Oh.
So he's in great shape here. Boxes. I would not be moving that checker at all. I'd be
You're right.
leaving
I
that right
agree.
there.
I agree,
Yeah.
unless it was determined that, I mean, right. I think the contact
That relieves
favors.
all the pressure.
It does. Look at, well, this
That
this is
huge stack on the midpoint needs to go to like the 10, 11, 9, right? And
mm-hmm.
he can't do that with you sitting there.
I think I
I
play 13-9, 2-1 hitting. And the other play is 6-2,
okay.
6-5. 56. Leaving, 14 shots.
You'd have a lot more if he stayed on that point.
Right?
Yeah.
So what is black counting here? We got 79, 122 for black, and 51, 129 for white. So black's got a 7-pip racing lead, has these 14
And all the
market
shots.
losers.
Mm-hmm.
And
It's reasonable. It's reasonable to consider.
Yeah.
Because look at it this way. He hits them on 11, 12, 13, 14 shakes, and he's almost 50-50 on all the misses.
Yeah. No, I think I would have cubed her.
Yeah, it would have been quite. By the way, he missed, but he might get another shot. This is no picnic either. There's a bunch of awkward shakes here, and that's one of them.
Mm-hmm.
So I guess you have to hit 5 to
13,
1.
7, 5, 1.
And now
15
11,
shots.
12, 13, 14, 15, and I'm throwing the cube here.
Yeah.
There's a lot of gammons.
Right, because 15 shots that are great, 4 dances that are unfortunate, and the other games you're even.
Yeah. Yeah. And even if you just come in on the 3 here, you're still almost a 50-50.
That was one of the 4 dances.
I don't know. I don't even think you can double this.
No.
No, it's not close to a double. It covers,
Yeah.
but it leaves some fly shots. But I think you
I think you got to cover. There's more shots otherwise, right? 13-1, 13-9.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 shots for this way. I think you got to minimize the shots, so that's it.
Yeah. Now a dance would become a cube. There it is. All right, so I have to
I think
imagine.
it's
I'm doubling here. Is it take?
it might be. I'd have to count the race. So
So we
down
got
2
100.
zip.
White's got 103 and 94, 119. So you're up 16 in the race.
16. So you're down 16 if you take. Wow.
Yeah, your best
sure.
scenario is you somehow, either just hit a shot or you.
So you can blitz, or you can just play the race and just not get hit. So it's a clear cube, I think. The question is the take with a 2-0 lead. And it's a very tough decision.
Yeah, and by the way, that 2-0 lead does play a part in things. It's especially
He
with
quickly dropped. I'm not I think he had a lot of wins there. It came down to how many gammons against does he have?
they were substantial.
Yeah, they were.
They were not. It wasn't nothing. It
No.
was.
I think I might have passed that too.
Yep.
It's a tough. He made the decision fairly quickly. I think I would have used some of my clock there. Okay, 2-2. 2 turnaround games.
Yep, that's true.
I guess you should just never cube because you're going to be looking at a 4 cube. Okay, so now White never, unless White rolls a double, he never splits his back checker here against the double 5. So you just build here. Don't split.
Right,
into
10 in the
blitz.
zone. No, Black has not split himself. Black doesn't have an advanced anchor. I agree. You just play down.
He would have got crushed.
Yep, I agree.
So now you're just not worried about being primed after the double 5. Even with this, you're not worried about being primed. You just play prime versus prime here.
Mm-hmm.
That's not what you're looking for. That's not a good prime versus prime roll.
But with Black having the stronger board, White should just play safe, 13-3.
Maybe. I mean, you could slot the 4 and try. It's pretty risky, though. You're probably right.
Or 11-6. I didn't see that checker there.
Yeah. It's 11-6 or slot.
I like the 11-6. I was opposed to slotting. 6-1. Got a hit. Oh,
without hesitation. It might have been a double before the shake. I don't think so, but I would have been tempted to double that. Now, is it too good or not? It's probably not too good.
Certainly a pass.
I don't know. It might be too good. No, it's a huge pass. 1s and 8s and a 3-1. Yeah, double 4.
The 5-point is open, so you're probably cashing at some point along the way.
The double 5 really hurt. I'm not saying it was wrong. Probably 11-6 was right, but the problem with it is it leaves such an awkward structure that maybe you're supposed to be just slot the 4 to try to win the game. I think I would have played the same thing he did, though. Now you could slot the 5. He chooses not to. I think here you just blitz.
I guess so. Oh. In on the 3. Makes the 5.
Make the 5, hope he doesn't leap.
Gotta try.
You have to, and you're in front of a stripped midpoint. So even if you get hit, it comes at a pretty big price. So
Oh,
I think
interesting. Now, I would have
think
run.
you should definitely run on that. Yep.
I mean, look at it from even from the hitting standpoint. White is eager to hit in this kind of position, and he's got 2 attackers this way, only 1 attacker, and it's a stripped one the other way.
Ironically, he's going to have to break his midpoint anyway, I think, here.
Yeah. Yep.
A pretty big shake in this game.
Yep.
The
Oh,
fans, so
dances.
it's not a double, I don't think.
You still have, Dimitri still has 2 checkers back.
He doubled. It might be a double, but I think it's a very comfortable take with the 5 point.
Yep. No other checkers in jeopardy.
I mean, he's got outfield control. He's got his 5 point made. It doesn't mean it's not a correct double. It might have been. I thought it might have been 1 roll early though. It was probably close.
All right, what do you do with the 5 here?
It's not clear at all to me.
Yeah.
Probably go 13 to 8.
Right. He's got with the stronger board and only 1 attacker, you stay on the 23 and go 13-8.
If you hit on the 3, then it's a lot of return shots, and even the 6s are good. And
Yep.
now you're committed.
You're committed to blitzing.
You're committed. Big shake here by Kristen.
He
Oh,
gets
he
it.
performs. He performs. There's 2 ways to hit here. You probably duplicate 6s by coming 13-9.
Yeah.
The other play is to come in on the 4 and hit loose on the 3, but I think this is
I think
right.
sending the 3rd checker.
Well, hold on. You could hit the ace as well.
That
That's
is the other play. That's what I thought you were referring when you said there's another way to hit.
Yeah. Okay. Okay.
So
This is
hit on the
tricky.
ace, you're only giving 11 shots. If you do the other, you're probably giving more than 11 returns of one sort.
Right. I'm not sure what was right there because
Good play.
now your 5s are duplicated here. You got a long way to go. You got to roll.
Oh,
What do
you can hit the 2nd checker, or you could cover the ace. I think cover the ace, you're so stripped. I'd hit the 2nd checker here. Though what is the 4 that follows?
This is a tough play.
Add to your stack.
This is why I liked going 13 to 9 on the other play. I didn't like the hit on the ace, but
Yeah, I guess the other play left it so stacky. All right, well, White's got to hit on the deuce, right? Go all out.
He can't hit you every time. This is the blitz is commitment, you know? It's bacon and eggs. The chicken was involved, but the pig was committed. And you have to be a pig here, I think.
All right.
Rewarded. Should be a piece of cake from here. I'm joking. I'm actually splitting. I think well, do you split your back men or do you just duplicate the double 4? I'd be tempted to go, it's risky, but I'd be tempted to go 22 to 21 for the diversification.
All right. If he gets into a blot, if he comes in and hits loose, you know, as Kent Goulding would say, you want to wrestle?
Yeah,
Let's.
it's counterintuitive.
I'm game.
I'm not sure what's right here.
Yeah,
To
I
play
think
with
you're
5
right.
blots or not, but I think you're going to have trouble getting those out of there. Let's see. Yeah, so you're a little bit cramped here. But I guess you're in no hurry. You really want the outfield control here.
Right.
So when he enters, you're in a position, you don't want all those.
Right. Right. There's no point in staying back on the 23 because the 6s, we know how he's going to play them. He's going to jump right out.
Yeah, and you better not miss this.
I think you jump out, give him 4s and 7s.
Without question. You don't want to get hit on the 4-point here.
We don't question it, but Mario seems to, or I'm sorry, Kristen seems to have not jumped out in previous situation.
Mm-hmm. Beautiful shake.
That's 4.
I don't think, yeah, I don't think that checker's doing anything, so you might as well safety it.
That's a good place for that checker.
Yeah, and he leaves connection between
Right.
the 22
And
and
4s
the
are an
16.
escaping number down the road. That's a small point, but.
Mm-hmm. Okay, just come all the way around. Hope he doesn't hit you. And the 4-5 is duplicated. No, I think this is the wrong. Yeah, well, okay, he did it.
Yep. Good outfield control.
Yeah, there's a few gammons in here too. If he can make that point.
Yep.
That's a pretty nice number, big number. I think you just go to the 5, right? If he comes in, you're going to hit loose. And if not, you just bring it home. It made the point.
Wow. Look at that.
Very nice, Dimitri.
Nice. All right.
There's 2 way. What was the?
6-5. Just taking it off.
Okay. Couldn't
Nice
read
and
it.
safe.
I guess so. I guess that's the right play. He really wants to roll small here. Not that small. I guess you go 4-3. These plays, they seem insignificant, but this is often the difference between a gammon and not. This next shake is very big.
Right.
And now Dimitri's, I think, a clear
Gammon
favorite to
favorite.
win the gammon. He takes none off there.
Right.
That might have been his worst shake.
Yeah. That's not so bad.
It's
like
pretty bad. But easy.
as bad goes.
Oh, that was his second worst shake. 4-1 would have been worse. He would have had a he would have had a shot off the bar. And of course he would have hit it. No, he would have missed. All right.
In this,
So, okay, Mr. Mathematician, what's his odds here to get off this thing?
well, let's see. White has 11 now, 9
Two, three,
crossovers,
four,
and
five
black.
shakes to get off. Yeah,
Yeah,
he's
I'd say pretty darn high. I'd say at least I would guess 90%.
three crossovers. Might as well take them.
Yeah.
Needs boxes.
Yep.
Ooh, gave him a scare. Okay, big win by Dimitri. 6-3. So now, if I'm Dimitri, I'm going six. Okay, I'm 5 away. I got 16 minutes on my clock. That's important. Clock should not be an issue for him.
Yeah. Now, that last match, I watched the end of it. I was impressed how calmly they were making their plays with under 40 seconds left on their clocks.
Yeah, earlier in the game, Mario slotted his 5 and 4 and basically went into backgammon mode. And he only had 40 seconds on his clock.
Right?
And I said, wow, this is going to be tough to play. But he did it without hesitation.
Yeah, yeah. They're not thinking about PR. They're just saying, well, I'm going to manage. I understand Mario is an outstanding speed gammon player, so maybe he was wanting to create a complicated game because Joe also had time trouble of his own.
Yeah, I think Joe had about 2.5 minutes and to 40 seconds, but in the end, they both had
20 seconds. Or something.
Yeah, not much at all. Okay, here the correct play is to make the deuce.
Right.
And try to blitz him on the next one. And a nice response. And when you have a 6-3 lead, this is the game you want to play.
You want to play a simple holding game. No frills.
Yep. You could slot the 5 point. I would slot the 5 here.
Would you?
Yeah, I would. With that blot, it's a very valuable point. He's going to do it.
That's what makes you and Dimitri such tough players. A lot of people would just say, I'll go 6-3.
Now this is very interesting. You have to count this as pretty even. So he could counter slot, he could leap. So he's doing the same thing.
Mm-hmm.
That bar point is valuable here. And now you can't. Now it's a tough play.
Mm-hmm.
Do you lift it and
How
have
pure
something?
are you?
Yeah. Okay, he duplicated the ace. That's probably the right play. Yeah. Otherwise, he had to double slot. It was ugly.
When you make the ugly plays, you're usually paying for it later. Like there's a temporary safety, but you're going to pay for it later when it's more. Oh, wow.
I'm not putting 2 behind the point. So I guess I'm
13-6, or you
it's either 13-6 or 8-5, 6-2. Could it possibly be right to make the ugly play? I don't.
No.
Maybe It's possible. Okay. If he just plays 13-6, black has some ugly shakes. I mean, essentially, any non-hitting number doesn't play well unless it's a double.
Mm-hmm.
I just feel like leaving my checkers in front of his point. I'm not burying anything.
On the
But
other hand, a 4-point board is forever, right?
you're right. So
And
you
there
go
can be exchange of hits, and
So you like 6-2, 8-5?
well, I definitely don't like putting checkers behind anchors, but I also don't like I prefer 4-point boards over 3-point boards. You know, we're good. It's a game of trade-offs here. I think you'll pay for that later.
Well, yeah. The problem with this play is that black's out of time, so he could just run off the back point. I like that play.
That was
I'm with,
my instinct.
I'm with you, Dimitri.
I guess can black
Yeah,
just run?
I don't see any alternative. What else is there? Well, I guess you could play them both off the 8-point.
Race is close.
That
Race is
duplicates
close. I think
3.
he's
39, 60, 70, 80, 90, 114. Yeah, I guess that's my play.
versus like 117.
Boy, he slotted that point like 4 shakes ago.
No one that blot cannot be covered or hit.
I want to say this is the worst shake he could roll, but that was a very bad shake. What else is there? You leave a double shot? I don't think you can do that. Yeah. So it's either that or 2 down. Oh, you could go 13-2 and duplicate the ace. But you're still giving up the midpoint if
You're giving, and you're giving like 16 shots if you do that. So
yeah, and 2 blots. Yeah, I don't think he had much of a choice. All right, 110 for white, 60, 70, 80, 90, 114 for black. So the race is even. So it's a trivially easy take. I don't think it's a double yet. You're behind in the match 6-3. So that argues for a little bit more aggressive cube play.
but it's not a particularly gammonish position with Dimitri owning the 5-point.
So the 5 is clear. I don't know about the 4. Seems reasonable what he did.
Pure play. Point finally gets covered.
Another shot. So this is one of those games where every roll is a bad roll. They have not been firing that well, and maybe Dimitri can fix that on the next shake.
Yep. Like it.
Okay. Still about a 4-pip lead. It's very close. I think the race is even now.
I think
with
White
Black
has
on top.
80 at this point, and yeah, what, 80 to 90? See, White
No.
has, oh, no, it's 90 to 90. I'm sorry.
Yeah, 90-90. So
So no cube. Yeah.
this
Mm.
is difficult.
Alrighty.
I don't think I'm breaking anchor here. I know this burns some pips, but I think this is the correct play. Would have picked and passed there. I guess you're running out of time. You're gonna have to leave now. Okay.
It's forced.
And I don't have the count, but I don't think it's a double.
Well,
Let's see.
awesome.
44,
80.
51,
Black
64,
has
70.
80,
Okay, 80, 20,
and
30,
I would give White the equivalent of
72.
yeah,
So Black's
72. But
down 8. I don't think I'm doubling here.
no, not with the pip deficit.
And you got a gapped 5. He's going to hit, but the race, thing is though, being behind in the race dictates you're just going to hit loose if you can. You're either going to pick and pass or hit loose. And so, since you know that, it's very volatile. This could be the last exchange in the game. Black is a favorite, right? Because he's down in the race a little, but he's going to hit loose. It's probably going to come down to a 13 shots to win the game or lose it. So it might just be a double. It might be so volatile that it's a low equity double.
But boy, a lot of your you don't have that many hitting numbers. I mean, obviously all 3s and 5s, but most of your combinations of 1, 2, 4, and 6 don't.
Yeah, double 4s and double 6s is pretty good. So is double 1s. It just might be a double. It's in the 6 points open on the other side. Even if you get hit, you could throw a 6 right away. So this is real close, and you're down 6-3. I think
Not
he's using.
not gammonish. So the score is not going to dictate too much. The fact that you're 8 away makes it a
I mean,
slightly elevated.
can we agree this is Black is the favorite here?
Sure.
Okay, can we agree that this is about as volatile as you can get? Okay, this is why you don't double. You do this and then double on the next one. Okay, now it got better.
Right.
Got a little better, not much better.
You stole some pips, 5 pips from White in the exchange. Now Black has some bad rolls of his own.
Yeah, I wouldn't have doubled on the last one, and I don't know if I would double on this one either. It's close.
Yeah,
It's a very
down
tough
5
call.
or 6 in the race there.
Okay,
Right.
easy scoop here.
Sees the volatility. I mean, it's certainly not. You're not going to be giving White very easy redoubles, given the score.
Oh,
Nope.
wow.
Perfect.
And they went to very good places.
Yep.
So this was a really interesting game. They both very nicely played by both sides. They both slotted, in a mutual holding game. And then the
Yeah, plays you
cube,
don't see. Holding games tend to be boring.
I think holding games are way underrated in terms of difficulty. There were a lot of difficult plays in this game.
Yeah, I meant to say boring from the standpoint of you don't make the slotting plays. You're not volunteering shots. You tend to just sort of hold on, as the name implies.
But I mean, if Dimitri could have made his 5-point, it would have been so much tougher for Kristen to bring this home. So I liked Dimitri's play a lot. It just didn't work out. He threw so many awkward shakes.
Mm-hmm.
So it's going to be 6-5.
Yep.
This gives him double twos to get off in case Christian decides to throw 2 big sets. So barring 2-2-1s, this one's over. Okay. Gotta love Dimitri fighting to the end. How do my double fours play the best?
He's
This is an ambitious play.
or is it a PR play?
I don't know. Good.
So his sixes are not forced to take a checker off. I'm curious to see if he rolls a 6. Does he take the checker off? Watch this. Oh, he took it off. Okay. I thought for a moment he might have like not taken it off so that he could get off the gammon on the next turn.
Okay, 6-5. Plenty of clock left. It's a great match we got going here.
Yep. By the way, we are watching U.S. versus Romania. This is Dmitry Obukov against Christian Kozos. In other teams, we have Steve Sachs playing Radu Kjordjan, Thomas Kiesler playing Ovidiu Papa, and Joe Urso playing Andre Avramia, and Jerry Tanzi playing Daniel Tudos. So that's the action that's going on.
And for the U.S. fans, I'm sad to report that the U.S. lost to Germany 3 matches to 2 in round 1. And then some of the matches were very tight. So it was a very tough opponent, and Germany squeaked it out. Okay, good shake there to make his 8-point. See, this is what Dimitri wanted last game. This was his idea to slot the 5. If he could have gotten this, it's a much more comfortable game. It's a difficult play. You either come down and hit on the 3 aggressively. Quite frankly, I don't see much else. I wouldn't have played this. But Dimitri really wanted to hit there. That would have been a decisive advantage, but now it's not so great.
I guess 6-2. Oh, you leave a shot? Wow. Dana, are you leaving a shot there? I guess I would have played the boring safe 6-2.
I don't know. That's pretty close call there.
All right.
I was counting the race while he was doing it. It was about even. So getting hit is a little costly, and wow. Okay.
Ooh. All right. How do you play
You're
this?
hitting 2. The question is, do you make, well, do you make the point or do you hit 2?
Right.
I think I'm hitting 2. Even if you get hit back, it's not that bad. But usually you get punished for not making the point.
It is the rack. the
Okay,
4-5
it's
rack.
hard. I understand this play. It's hard for black to safety that blot anyway. So you're going to get it on the next shake probably anyway. Well, unless he rolls that. I always find those hard to play. Do you hit the second checkered or you make the point? And I still haven't figured it out. Awkward. He really wanted to blitz on that shake and he threw a nothing burger. He'll get another crack at it.
So White's got 143 pips versus 3870, 109. 131.
So it's close. He's got to run.
And White's at White is at 132. Black is at, after this rolls, 123. So Black, I think, is up 9 pips.
Big shot.
Yep.
And you slot the 9, I believe.
Sure.
Gotta at least think about it. 59, 89, 90. No hesitation. 111, 39, 59, 64,
126.
34. Oh, he's way up. Okay. It was
Okay.
something like 20 something pips. 23 pips maybe.
What was it?
I didn't quite get the count. He obviously was keeping track though, because he didn't hesitate. Felt like a take. I don't know.
I thought I may have missed it. I thought it was like 8 pips
Okay.
in White's favor.
I didn't have enough time to count it. He had already decided. If it was 8 pips, I'm scooping that.
Maybe they're taking a little break.
Every civilization leaves something behind. Few leave something still in play. Across Persian courts, Roman taverns, and modern clubs, backgammon found a seat at every table. Centuries passed, opponents changed, the game survived and evolved. Every generation tried to master the board, but no one ever quite seemed to master the role. One match, 5,000 years in the making. Your move, roll the dice.
You have that the advantage of making it to, making it to your 11 points is overcomes the desire to be cautious with the cube because of your lead. So I treat this as a money score. I make my cube decisions like I would in a money game.
Okay, let me convert what you're saying to engineering talk. So if you're playing for money and you win 4 points, you get all 4 points. You don't get 3.5, you get 4. Right? So
Yeah.
that's perfect efficiency.
Perfect efficiency. And yet at the same time, you can be
Love backgammon? Looking for competition? Welcome to the United States Backgammon Federation. We're the premier organization promoting backgammon as a competitive mind sport in the U.S. We connect players, foster community, and share our love of the game. Join our vibrant online community and compete in tournaments and local club gatherings. From free rolls to major online championships, there's always a game to be found. Experience the thrill of live competition at WBGF sanctioned tournaments. Meet top players, travel to exciting venues, and experience the unique spirit of the backgammon community. Stay sharp with Primetime Backgammon, our magazine featuring expert analysis and game strategy. Read exclusive content from elite players. Attend a workshop, visit a local club, or explore our educational resources. Join today at usbgf.org and become part of a passionate, growing
trigger finger, where it almost feels like you're playing the part of the trailer. But
Now, if you're playing 4-away, 6-away like it's money as
yep,
as a leader, you're talking about with the Jacoby rule.
Jacoby doesn't often play too big a role, but I would say I don't even think about that. I just think I would play it as if it were like 0-0 in our 11-point match. Say it that way. I treat it as like a normal match score, where what you've gained in efficiency, you sacrifice in terms of they can send 4 cubes back to you, and you lose whatever gammon potential you had. They can kill your gammons by sending the cube back to you. So
Okay, 12 minutes each on the clock. So they started with 22. They've only used 10 and they're more than halfway. So pretty good clock management. They should have plenty of time. Earlier in the match, I was pronouncing the Romanian player Kristin because that's the way it was texted to me. But now I see it spelled Christian.
Christian.
Do you know Christian?
No.
I don't either. So I apologize to anybody from Romania watching the stream now if I'm mispronouncing his name. But he's playing a pretty solid game right now.
Yeah, I would say.
I think both players are doing very well.
And I don't know the Kozos or there's a insignia underneath the S. Does that make it a Kozosh or some other kind of S whose subtlety I can't pronounce?
We are on Zoom right now, bringing this to you, and so we don't see a stream. So if a lot of you in the YouTube stream are yelling at us, this is how you say it.
Right.
I apologize. I can't see it right now.
And I think we're about a 2-minute lag from what they're seeing.
Once again, coming to you live from Earl's Court District in London and
coming
Southern
from
California.
Semi-alive in Southern California.
What part of SoCal are you in right now?
I'm near Los Angeles, officially the town of Claremont, a beautiful college town down here.
Which colleges in Claremont?
I teach at Harvey Mudd College, but there's a collection of 7 colleges, 5 undergraduate and 2 graduate schools called the Claremont Colleges. Been around for over 100 years. Each college has its own special personality. Harvey Mudd College, where I teach, which was established in the late 1950s, is a liberal arts college of science and engineering. So what would happen if MIT and Amherst College had a baby? They would have produced Harvey Mudd.
Seems like an oxymoron. I went to the first engineering school in the country,
RPI,
Polytechnic Institute. Yeah.
Oh.
And we didn't take any humanity, almost no humanities and social science. It was
pure engineering.
You stuck in a lump of clay in the front of the the RPI factory and an engineer got spit out the other side. So that's why if I'm lacking in any people skills,
it didn't get
I'm just going to
improved
blame it on RPI.
on Troy, New York. I
But
did an
man,
undergrad at Carnegie Mellon, which was different in that you could take all the math or engineering that you wanted to. You could specialize, but there was a whole variety of the student body was very diverse. They had a outstanding, music and theater program, and architecture program, and psychology program, and business program. So you could socialize freely with, people from all different types of academic backgrounds, but you could specialize. I mean, if you were an architecture major, you were doing architecture all the time. As a math major, I could take all the math I wanted and not have to write too many papers. So,
okay, well, this is quite a break they're taking.
yeah, I see a shadow on Christian's side, so someone is near his board. Looks like he's sitting down.
Lurking. That double pass was too quick. I wish I could go back and see it and analyze that one a little. It happened a little bit too fast for my
Yeah, I should have taken
liking.
a picture.
We didn't even get the right count on it, let alone make the right decision. So
Right.
apologize to the crowd for that one. All right, we're back in play.
All right. Oh, okay. 6-1.
I like 13-11 because I'm not
That
that
is
worried about getting primed here.
that is the normal play, and the only question is, does this score change things around? Are you more eager to have an advanced anchor?
See, now I love being white here. I'm not that worried about the prime. He's awkwardly distributed. If he splits, I'm going to blitz.
Play 2 down from the mid.
I guess.
Yeah.
Now white's in really good shape. Let's see. Unless you roll that. 6-5. So maybe I'm slotting the 5. You slot the 5 or you slot the deuce. I don't know which is right.
Right.
The advantage of the slotting the 5 is obvious. If you get away with it, you've got the 5. The advantage of this play here is the aces are good they're duplicated.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what's right.
No, nor do I. 5-2 makes the 4. That's a 5-2.
It's ugly. Black's got to think about doubling. I don't think it is, but you start to think about it. You can go to the 4 point, or you can stack the 6 and the 9. Just break your 11. It's a very bad shake. I don't think you can split the backman.
Right, and you don't give up the midpoint. That's my play. It only leaves 13 shots.
This is tempting. If you make the 5 or hit, you're gonna wish you doubled.
Right.
This is close.
Oh, and by the way, I mentioned that from White's standpoint, White plays it at this score, plays it like money. Black, on the other hand, is a little more eager to send the cube than at a normal score. So it's only a money score from the standpoint of the leader.
This is also close to a double here. You could hit the shot or make the 5. And
Yeah.
you have the outfield. I'm running it all the way. I think I would have doubled one of the last 2 shakes, but they were close. Great shake. Do you double hit? Tough decision. I think you have to. Yeah, to get your back checkers out, you need the time to do it. Love the play. Very important shake in the match.
Gets it. Beautiful.
Beautiful. Wow. That was a gigantic roll.
And equally improbable, the dance.
Probably too good now. Sixes, sevens, eights, nines, tens, and little ones make the five.
Yeah, I'd
I'm
say too
rolling
good.
on.
Just keep on going.
Yeah.
Get with the 6, bring down the 3, give them the double 5s. Oh, that wasn't the play I was looking at, but all right.
Yeah, I mean the whole match, the whole game swung on that roll off the bar. I like Dimitri's play. You got to go for it. And you just pay off to the good shakes. Now you start thinking backgammon if you're Christian. I'm staying back and trying to hit that extra checker. I want as many on the bar as I can. His timing is going to be great anyway.
Right.
Yes, I'm hitting. The problem here is when you have a well-timed ace point game, you know, you could win like 20%, but Dimitri has his 2-point made already. So even if he hits a shot, it's going to be hard to prime that
To
last
contain.
checker.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, you wish now if he had the 5-point, he might have 20% here, but he's got less than that with this position. And I think the backgammons are definitely
real.
a possibility.
Are real.
They're real here. It could take him a long time to get them all in. So he's got one to go. I'm putting it in and peeling off as quickly as I can.
Right. Here are some statistics. I don't know how it applies here. Is that if you're closed out with 3 checkers on the roof, you get backgammoned about 5% of the time. And if it's 4 checkers, you get backgammoned about 20% of the time. And if it's 5 checkers on the roof closed out, you get backgammoned about 50% of the time. So
yeah, I don't know how to transpose that into this.
I know, and it's an ace point game. It's a whole different.
What? So now, what do you do here? Do you play 5 to 4, 6 to 3, or are you just peeling?
I still feel in these positions, you let the backgammon come to you. So that is, you play it safe. You know,
Yeah, I mean,
you don't think about the backgammon. You just clear from the rear like you would in an ace point game.
Yeah, I mean, you're going from 2 points to 3 points instead of 2 points to -2. It's much more important to win the game here than to win the backgammon. Well, two of them are forced.
Yeah.
I'm not sure. You take one off and go 5 to 2, and then you decide on the last 2.
Right.
I feel like you're supposed to peel. Is it really much safer to do that than to get 3 more checkers off? More,
I'd go for it.
I think this is right, but I'm
Because the
really
other
not
play
sure.
isn't that safe, as you say.
Yeah.
Wait, was that a? I must have misread it. I
It
thought
was a
I-
1-4.
Okay, 1-4. Okay, thank you.
Oh, very nice shake. Okay, the
Yeah.
backgammons are very real now, but so are the losses.
And now the aces leave shots.
Okay, slot it. I'm coming off the back, getting off the backgammon.
Right.
You don't want an ace here. I'm just peeling one.
Yeah.
It's a good shake.
Yep. Now, if you white rolls a 2, they're not making the 3-point. I want to keep
Not,
that
no.
ace open.
No, 2 out here. Get them into the outfield.
Yep. Well, do you slot the 5? No, I wouldn't do that. You don't want to kill the ace.
No, I'm getting off the backgammon.
Yep.
I'm taking 2 crossovers here. They don't grow on trees.
Mm-hmm. It's true.
If you want to not waste any pips, you go 24 to 18, but I don't think, or 24 to 19, but I don't think that's right.
Right. Just
Because when you hit,
respecting the backgammon here.
yeah, when you hit off the 24, you want to hold the ace point, I think. So you want to spare there. Wow, great shake. Wow. You want to roll big here. Okay, get 1 out.
Yep.
Drum roll.
A 1 or a 3. We'll leave a shot. No shot.
Wow. That is precision. To not leave any shots that whole time.
Well, they say the ace point game generates shots about 90% of the time, but some of that 90% comes in the next 2 rolls.
It's true. Except I don't know if you're supposed to stay.
Oh.
Hit or get backgammons. Big shake. Oh, he got off. Good roll.
Alternative
good roll.
3.
It was like I don't know, 13th best shake or something.
That's
11th,
right.
12th best.
Yeah, tied
Hitting
for
would have
12.
been better, but
Tied for 12.
tied for 12th. All right. 7-7.
4-away,
That
4-away.
was fun.
Again, both players have an itchy trigger finger when it comes to, you smell a gammon, you're more likely to send that cube than you would at, say, 0-0.
And pass is easy here because, being down 3-away, 4-away isn't that bad. So you don't want to take a tough cube. And look, he's playing for gammons with this opening. 3-2.
Yep.
He's okay. Nice point.
Six, 4, I assume is
Which
hitting.
one? You can hit or you can make the bar. It's not obvious to me.
I don't know. I would have hit.
not. Hitting is usually right, but I think he's behind in the race, isn't he? I'm not. Yeah, to pick up the pips would have
At
been nice there, but I'm not
150
really
for one.
sure.
And
And now you have to hit.
yeah.
This hit is clear.
I think you can't just sit and let him make the 5-point.
Now you want 20 pips with a hit. Got to do it. And 11% of the time, it's really, really good.
All right. In on the 3, hit with the ace.
I believe so. I think that's slightly better than hitting 8 to 5. Because this is worse distribution here.
That's my thinking.
Yeah, I don't like that big stack on this. Now, I understand he's staying away from danger by staying back on the 24, but let's say you roll a 3 here and make your 5. Oh, no, you don't have a good structure, though. Okay, that worked out well. Come on out.
By my count, after this roll, I think black is ahead maybe 19 pips.
You got to be slow on the ace. I know going to the 14 is correct, but I think you're supposed to go 6 to 5 here. I would have gone 18 to 14, I think.
Oh yeah? Why?
Just more outfield coverage.
Mm-hmm.
But I really like his play. I don't think it's right to go 18 to 13 there. I had a very similar position yesterday.
Yeah, no, I was making his play, but I was wondering why I can see you're leaving the shot.
You just get more outfield coverage.
Yeah.
You'll get double shots when he throws like a
double 6. I guess you have to
point.
hit
Yeah,
point on him.
sure. It's a good shake.
Yeah.
25 pip swing there. Okay, count it up when he fans, Art. Nope. No, I think you come in
Cover
low
the
and
deuce.
make the point.
Yeah. Yep.
What's he got now?
35, 59, 68, 122 for white, and 58, 97, 120 for black. So I think
Black desperate to leap here.
Yeah.
No such luck. So what'd you say? The race is pretty even?
I think white's up 6 pips, but let me count again. I have 111 for white and 38, 54, 93, 116 for black. So white is up 5 pips.
And on roll.
Can win a gammon here if things go well.
So this has got to be close. I mean, it's trivially easy take, but do you double here?
Got a 5 pip lead.
You're the favorite, I think. You got a 5 pip lead. You can attack. You can just race. There's some market losers, double 5, double 4, pointing on him with a fan. It's probably double pass. I think I'm turning it here.
Yeah. Yeah, I sometimes will just mentally speed through those numbers and just sort of see how they're playing, just to get a feel for what's coming next, right?
I mean, 3s, 4s, 5s, 6s, 6-3, 6-4, 4-3. Now I understand that he can come in, but
right. But if
so you got to discount some of the good numbers. But man, even if you throw nothing, 6, 5, 3, and just come around the corner. Okay, now you're still in really good shape.
right, you only regret sending the cube a little bit, but we can certainly imagine a lot of market losers, right? Anytime you point on him and he dances. The gammons are very real with 3 checkers on the midpoint that have to come home. If you get closed out, you're at 50% gammon.
Good cube, Dimitri. I'm with you. I would have done that as well.
All right, away we go.
One of his worst. But okay. Probably just hit loose. Play it big. What the other play is to make the 4. If you're gonna leave a shot, why not make the 4?
Make it count, you know.
Make it count. You're gonna lose anyway. Let's see. I guess okay, there's 18, 14, 5 to 3, duplicating 2s. In other words, he'd like to use the 2 to leap out with like
You're
a
gonna
2,
get,
5.
I think if you're going to give him 12 shots, you may as well just leave it at 11 and hit him.
So you like hitting loose or making the 4? Okay, hitting loose and then going 18, 16 this play?
Yeah.
It's either that or you make the 4 pure.
Yeah, I like it.
I think I would have made the 4 and hope he doesn't leap. 'Cause now he's still got a lot of work to do. Very difficult play Dimitri had there. And a very nothing shake here. Just make the point and then come in front of him and challenge him. I think that's all you've got.
16, 10, 5 to 2.
Yep. I don't see anything else. Even if you get hit, you can win. And if he can't leap, you attack. Good play. Whole match is on the line here.
Yep. We have 15 shots. That's one of them.
Unfortunately, he has to bury one, but such is life. Very good shake.
Right. Right.
He'll take it.
Yep, definitely. Better be in the top 11 than the bottom 25.
Yep. Now he's got to leave himself vulnerable, but it's the perfect time to do it.
And he
And then you just
uses that dilly builder.
you just inhale right here and exhale when he fans.
4-1, 4-6, 4-2.
Oof.
Unless that's cocked.
Oh, it was.
4-3.
Wow, teasing him. 6-3 here, probably. Yeah. I'm not leaving threes.
Yeah. Yep.
Okay, you gotta probably hit loose unless you roll 5.
Oh, nice roll.
Pick and pass. Well, I don't know. Do you pick and pass? Yeah, I guess. Or do you just safety it? It's not obvious.
You have 5 shots if you pick and pass.
58.
But if you play it straight,
There's
you
more
just don't.
gammons this way.
Yeah. And
He's got the 6-point open. I think I like this play.
yeah, right. The return shots aren't as fatal.
At DMP, I'm not sure. At this score. Okay, I think going 13 to 11 is mandatory here.
18 to 14 seemed mandatory too. And then 13-11, right? Just cut
Yeah.
down on shots.
Yeah. Turn the corner.
Giving him 4-4 and 4-2.
And if he comes in with a non-hitting 4, it's pretty easy to clean up. Wow.
Yep.
I don't know.
Yeah, I think if you don't, the 6-4 could be a bad number for you next turn.
Mhm.
Ooh,
Ooh.
late. It's good gammon insurance.
Well, I liked Dimitri's double, and then he rolled one of his worst and just had to play it aggressively. I'm not sure what was right on the 4-2. Do you make the 4-point and try to blitz and win a gammon, or do you make his play? I don't know.
All right.
Not many gammons here, but you never know. Does he want him to fan?
Enough to take the tiny risk of the parlay of, leaving that.
Well, yeah, that might have been the difference.
Yeah.
You're talking about the 4-1.
Yeah.
Yeah.
A DMP, you don't make that play.
Maybe you still make it. I'm not sure which wins more.
I think not giving him the chance to, you could have dance followed by doubles, followed by a hit.
How many immediate shots were there? 5?
Well, there were 6 shots if you don't pick and pass, but if you do pick and pass and they dance, then if you roll a double 6, 5, 4, 3 on top of those other shot leaving numbers, you were giving another shot.
All right, 2-way, 4-way.
All right.
So you can double on the second shake of the game if you're Christian, depending on the position. If it's a gammonist position, you should be doubling very, very early. If it's a non-gammonist position, you should be waiting for a long time because Dimitri can take down to 20% with no gammons. And I don't think this is the kind of game Dimitri wanted to play at this score.
Oh, yeah, you'd have played 24-18, 13.
Well, no, I would have made his play, but I wouldn't have been happy that I rolled it. He wanted to play a mutual holding game here. He's
right, playing a game that's a very non-gammonish position.
Yeah. I'm not saying he played it wrong. He just rolled it wrong. See, he's already thinking about doubling because
Black's down about 12 pips here now.
Well, yeah, now he's got a double after this. He's a favorite and he could gammon. He could close out that checker. So I think he's got a double here. I would say for sure he's got a double.
You see market losers here?
Yeah.
I don't know.
I didn't count the race, but I would have doubled that for sure.
I think the race was even.
Okay, if the race was even, I'm doubling. I'm doubling this one too at this score.
So White's got 121 to 131. No, it was even.
Yeah, I'm not sure what he's waiting for. The big double.
Again, I'm not sure I see the it's not gammonish yet. Oh, that's great.
Sure it's gammonish.
I mean gammonish in the sense that more gammonish than the opening position.
No, I'd be blitzing here. I'd make 2 points.
That
I want a gammon.
I see. So that's where that's how you see it as gammonish, where Christian and
Yeah,
I may not have.
yeah.
Yeah.
It, I'm not gonna blitz haphazardly, but if the dice let me, I'm gonna blitz. Here it's telling you.
Hmm.
Yeah, I think
I
that
may
was
have
too passive.
been guilty of the same play.
Uh-huh. I mean, I was even looking at switching on that. Not that I would have, but because I'd rather have the 2 points, but now it's tough. How much is he ahead? 24,
White's got 109,
104, I think. I think you have to make this play.
103 maybe.
Yeah. Awkward. Not what he wanted. I think no shots here. Just go to the 6 and 7. Why leave a match losing shot? Now you're a little reluctant to step up here and get pointed on. Plus, you'd have 2 blots in your inner board. Just make the ace, maybe? Make the ace and hope you hit a fly shot on the next shake. It's a little risky. It might be right.
See daylight.
He does. I guess he's not that afraid of getting gammon. Look at that. That was a nice bold play by Dimitri. I guess it wasn't that risky. Because even if he got closed out from here, he doesn't lose gammons too much.
Right.
And he's got tons of hit and covers here.
All right. Some game-winning shots.
He got one of them. What a shake. Good for him. Big bold play with the 5-4. Pays off.
Okay. Wow.
Huge.
Roll an odd number and you're.
He just doesn't want a 6 here. That's not okay. He made it.
Looking for a 5 or at least an ace.
Wow. Got to switch here and hope he doesn't throw a 5. You can't take the risk. You lose too many gammons if you let him hit that second checker.
Oh, interesting.
You just got to make the ace.
Hmm.
Okay, I loved Dimitri's 5-4 play, or his play was great, but this one I got to argue with. This is a little too dangerous, I think.
Oh, good roll. Critical roll.
Beautiful. Wow, he got away with it. Great
2s,
job,
3s,
Dimitri.
5s.
And he closes them out. And he can just play safe here. Bring home a point for the United States. And that's a perfect shake.
Yep.
So that was bold, not making the ace point, risking the gammon. And it paid off as it turned out. Christian rolled a 5-6, which would have leapt or entered and hit. So his play really was the difference. Don't know if it was right or not, but it was bold, that's for sure.
And there it is.
Winner. Well done.
Well played, both.
Yes. Really, it became really difficult at the end there. And again, I think the difference in this last game was that play where Dimitri stepped up to the 22 point
Mm-hmm.
and said, okay, I could get pointed on, but I'm probably not going to lose a gammon even if that happens. And if I just stay back, I'm going to lose. So I'm not going to just sit back and lose this game.
Right.
Great job. Okay, I hope everybody enjoyed that one.
That was fun. Dano, has been a great pleasure doing
Likewise,
commentary
Art.
with you. Yeah. I learned. I mean, that's
Me too.
the session to me, whether we had 10 people watching or 100, was I learned talking through this game with you. So
Yeah, me too.
thank you.
Yeah, we have complementary skill sets.
Yep.
So we'd be good doubles teams sometime.
Yeah, we'll do it sometime.
Okay,
my next tournament is probably Las Vegas.
Yeah, maybe me too. When is that one?
It's in October.
Yeah.
October.
They might switch us to a different feed, so I'm going to
8
stick
to
around
12.
for a few minutes.
Okay.
In case they do, but
yep, I think I'm slotted to do another session, maybe with Phil.
Good.
Borg. So I think they're giving you a little rest after having done 2 in a row.
Yeah, I did 2. The first one was, I don't know, we might have been on air for a few minutes, but I think they're working out their technical difficulties.
Yeah,
This was
I see
much
that. I mean,
smoother.
you could tell about a third of the way into our match, our format changed. You could see the screen had both players' names on it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's a heck of an event here. A lot of people, a lot of countries. The main event starts after this team championship. I think it starts on Wednesday,
Great.
and they have a huge draw. So
What was now you're in London? What was the attraction for you to come out and play?
okay, so good question. I heard about the first time I heard about this tournament was in New Orleans last year, I think, or no, it was before New Orleans. I heard there was going to be this other championship, and I know there was a lot of controversy about it initially. And I said that'd be great. I I like the Monaco tournament, but here I am, I don't know, grandmaster, and I've been to the Monaco tournament 3 times in my life. If that feels like an event I should go to every year. So you have to ask, okay, why aren't I going to the most quote unquote important tournament in the year? It's at a bad time of the year for me, and Monaco, it's okay, but I don't know. It's not my favorite. I wish they would move it around. So then I hear there's this other tournament that's going to be moved around, and I'm like, great, that sounds good. Now, I wasn't originally going to come here. Oh, I was thinking about it, and then I signed up for the Uzbekistan tournament, and I got my flights from Turkish Airlines to go out there, and then at the last minute I didn't go. So I had to use the ticket. Well, where does Turkish Airlines fly? Well, they fly to Europe. Okay, I'll go to the London tournament.
No, it's
And
great.
I'm glad to be out here, and went and had a few pints yesterday, which was fun. Although I want to find I want to go out into the countryside somewhere and get a real British pub away from where everybody knows each other, and I'm going to walk in there and they're not going to like me at all.
Who is this Outlander?
Who's this bloke?
That's right.
And I'm going to pal up with them. Yeah, that's my plan for tomorrow.
Nice.
Find a good pub. All right. I don't think we're going to switch streams. So I bid you adieu. Adios. Great chatting with you, Art. I hope the rest of the people enjoyed it, and we'll see you later this week.
All right. Well, likewise. Good, great seeing you, Dana.
See
Talk
ya.
to you again. Bye.
Bye.
If anyone's listening, I'm Art Benjamin, here from California. We just watched a great match between Dmitry Obukov and Christian Kozos. I'm going to take a minute to check where things stand, if I'm at the right stream. My understanding is that the next round will start at 9:30 Pacific. That is 12:30 Eastern. Maybe that's 5:30 London. So looks like we have 20 minutes before we have another match. So I'm going to go dark, and I'll see you in 20 minutes.
Boy, I hope I'm working with Art. I'll make him look smart. Otherwise, he might look dumb. But working with me, he'll look very smart. I am on the stream. I see my face and I see Art Benjamin and you. I am on the stream and I see my face and I see you and Art Benjamin. It was a big take. The great bastard. So far, a pretty boring game. I was just counting the pips. 7.5 and 8.5 is 16. I wonder if Art counts it that way. He probably takes the average of the two, which is on the 8 point, and looks for the square root and multiplies times the Fibonacci number and comes up with 16.
Greetings, Phil.
Oh, hi, Art. How are you?
Great to see you.
Nice to see you too. You still in New York?
No, we got back to California a few days ago, so I am back in Los Angeles area.
Well, congratulations on your big success in New York. I know
Thank you.
having an off-Broadway show for a guy who looks like you is just amazing.
I know, right?
Yeah. I've seen little snippets of your show in the past, The Math Magic, and it's incredible. I'm sure the show was even more expansive.
It was. It was a 75-minute, 80-minute show. It was all no Q&A like I normally do. It was all show and tell.
Uh-huh.
People watched amazing things and learned a lot. I hope people came away feeling smarter than they did coming into the show.
I'm sure they did. And tell me about the museum that you said helped set up, the Math Museum.
I was at the National Museum of Mathematics in New York. They call it MoMath, and I was their visiting professor for public outreach. So I would do presentations at the museum. I would do things online. I still have a couple of online things to do for them before The month is over. I'm doing an interview today at 6:30 New York time, and another interview of myself on my very last Monday of the month, which happens
Great.
to be my very first day of teaching in my very last semester of teaching at Harvey Mudd College.
Oh, terrific. So what you're doing for math and for backgammon, they go together so well. And
Thank
I
you.
know that we've been talking to you at backgammon.com about helping us lasso some math professors to help teach backgammon in the schools. And, I remember that presentation you made a few years ago to the Math Association. It was incredible.
Oh, yeah.
So I think that's the way to go. I'd really appreciate all your help to
Yep.
grow the game.
Yeah, well, we had it in Boston. They had their summer meeting. You went to a summer meeting many years ago in Kentucky. They had that same meeting in Boston a few weeks ago, and the MAA is a big backgammon supporter. Michael Pearson, who was the executive director of the MAA, is a proud member of the USBGF, and in the big exhibit hall in the pavilion for a couple hours a day, they have backgammon, where it would be me and another local expert. Marty Storer came down, and people played, whether they were new to the game or more
Huh?
experienced, and it was great fun.
Well, that is the number one way to attract people to the.
Yep, yep.
Well, nice
So
work.
that's
So
right. Yep.
I know you're one of the top pip counters in the world. How would you count the White's pips now?
Honestly, I can tell you. I mean, I count with clusters. So I look at rectangles. Um, I see the 1, 2, 3, 4. Those two rows of 1, 2, 3, 4. That's an instant 20 for me. So I start with that 20. Most people count pips vertically. I count them horizontally,
Uh-huh.
right? So I see that 20, and then an 8 and a 4 and a 1. And but of course, in real life, those extra checkers on the deuce and the ace point, we shouldn't be counting them as aces and deuces anyway, right? Count them as threes. So count everything above that second level as a 3. So who cares what the actual pip count is? I would say those 3 checkers that we'd call dead checkers, I would count them as 3 pips each. So I would say that's 20 plus a 9 is 29 plus an 8 is 37. If I got 2 outside checkers, that's 52. So that's what I do.
Okay, so when you count them as three, basically you're doing the same thing Trice did. He made a two pip penalty for every checker more than one on the ace.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Well, or every checker above the second ace. So I'm still counting the first 2 aces as aces and the first 2 deuces as deuces. But I count everything above that second row
Uh-huh.
as if it were a 3. And you'd say, well, what about threes? What about those second ones on the threes? I count those as 3.5.
Oh, I see.
Um,
And that gives you a formula for whether you should double them, whether
it's
you
just
should
if I
dip.
want to sort of adjust the pip count, and I'm not talking EPC here, I'm just saying
Uh-huh.
an adjusted pip count, I'd say, you pay a penalty for these dead checkers. Now, do you happen to know who we're about to watch play? I see.
I think
I see
uh,
some
that,
blonde-headed person in front of
that
us.
looks like Stu Connolly.
Uh, yeah, I think he's the only blondie
Yeah, that looks like
there.
Stu
Maybe.
Connolly setting up the board.
Okay.
Uh,
Yes, I
and
see his glasses. That does look like Stu.
yeah, he's doing a lot of work on this stuff. He's just a real workhorse for the USBGF. This is just a small part of what he does for the association, the streaming. I
Yeah.
think I'd like to know who we're playing.
Well, we'll find out soon enough. The
Yeah,
names of the players will be displayed on the screen. I just
yeah.
did commentary for a very well played match with Dmitry Obukov from the U.S., who defeated Christian Kojos from Romania. But I was doing commentary with Dana Nazarian, and our consensus was they were playing very, very well.
How
We
do
did
you
not
know?
have
Was it put into?
nope,
Uh,
nothing there.
nothing?
But
Okay, you just see that it was great, well played.
just yeah, if
Okay. Well, a little bit about the team game. I had the honor of being captain of the U.S. team a few years ago in Trier, Germany. And I want to tell you, it's very different than just playing for yourself. The
Mm,
pressure that
mm.
for me to make sure I try to play well and not screw up for my team is so much more than I've ever felt. Because I really don't want to let my team down. Uh,
Yeah.
but real, just a quick story. I was given a cube that I would have snapped up because I like to gamble. It was a great gambling cube, and I stopped and I thought and I said, "Wait a minute, I'm not gambling. I represent the team," and I dropped the cube. Of
Yeah,
course,
good, good,
yeah,
good.
no, it was a big take.
Oh, insult to injury. Um,
That's the
yeah, no,
punchline, but it's true.
I watched the pivotal, the final game in round one where it was Joe Urso playing against Mario Kuhl from Germany.
Uh-huh.
And the U.S. and Germany were tied 2-2. And the winner of this match would determine the winner of the round. And Mario won that match. But I imagine the pressure on Joe. And at the end, by the end of the game, both only had about 20 seconds left on their clock.
Yeah,
They
yeah.
played hard. They played well.
Well, Mario is a great player, and so is Joe. So I'm sure it was a fantastic match.
Yep,
Uh, and that's the whole thing here. There's not going to be any lightweights here. There's a couple of teams. I have a bunch of friends here, and they're really nice guys. That they won't mind my saying this from the Bahamas. They've never competed internationally, and they even call themselves the Bahamian bobsled team, just as a joke. But you got to give them guts for you got to give them kudos for their guts to come and compete. They all live on Great Exuma Island, except for I think one of them, and I go down there every now and then and do some lectures. And I'm teaching them how to use the cube. So they just learn how to use the cube, and here they are. So aside from that team and maybe one or two others, you're talking about world-class players across the board.
that's great. That's
Yeah.
great.
Now the
Now,
U.S. lost.
do we know who the U.S. is playing this round? So they played Germany in the first round. They presumably just played Romania in the second round.
How'd they do against Romania?
Uh, that's a good question. I might be able to give you that answer,
Yeah,
but
if after losing to Germany, I think Stu told me they pretty much better win the rest if they want to get to the finals.
well, I imagine that's true. Um, so let's see.
Romania is very tough. They won that tournament in Trier. Yeah, we had Germany and Japan. We had a lot of top big name people there from other countries, and they uh, they made a big name for themselves.
Yeah, we have.
Randy, Randy's their captain. He's a great player.
Well, I'll read through the names of all the teams that are playing. I don't know the standings, but as you say, there's some standard countries that you'd expect, and then others that you wouldn't expect. We have
Yeah.
alphabetically. We have Australia, um, Austria. I'm looking to see if there are players whose names I know. The Bahamas, 5 players there, including Ray and Philippa Lightburn. We've got Belgium. We have Bosnia and Herzegovina. They've got a full team of 8, 5 players and 3 alternates. Cyprus has a team. Denmark, of course, extremely strong, has a team. Um, you've got England, another powerhouse, has a team, 7 main players and 3 substitutes. You know, when your substitutes include the likes of Tim Cross and Sebastian Wilkinson, you know you're a tough team.
Well, look at the United States. We've got Steve Sachs as a substitute, and he's one of the best in the world.
Yeah,
So
well,
we got a pretty strong team too.
I know. Well, let's see. We got Finland, also extremely strong, and France and Germany are great. Um, Germany has Dirk Scheiman and Mario Kuhl, among others. Kimon Papakristos. There's Gibraltar. That's maybe in the category of the Bahamas as a
Yeah, yeah.
unexpected team. We've got Greece uh, with and Hungary. Iceland, not a team. I don't know any of these players from Iceland, but that's great that they're here. Ireland, including Brendan Burgess, Italy, Japan. I see our players are starting to line up. I still don't know who they are. We got Norway, Romania. Oh, I might know who they are because of what group they're in. Romania was in Group C, as was the US. So we got Scotland, South Africa, Sweden, Switzerland, Netherlands, Turkey, US, Wales, and let's see. So who are the other Group C teams? We have, besides the US, there is Scotland. Maybe we're playing Scotland. We've already played Romania. And we lost to Germany in the first round. So this is France is in Group C. Finland is in Group C.
Uh-huh. A lot of great teams. Before the tournament started, I picked
Bahamas. We might be seeing
Japan, Germany, England, and the U.S. and Denmark as my favorites. But we'll see. See if I was willing to take those teams against the field. So we'll see what happens.
Well, right now in Group C, our group, the Germany and France have 2 wins, and as do Gibraltar and the Bahamas.
Bahamas have 2 wins.
Well, it says 2.
The bobsled team is getting there. Hey,
maybe so. I'm seeing.
It's quite a story, Art. There's an island called Great Exuma Island. There's 7,000 people on the island, and Ray Lightburn started a club. He gets 70 people there. He brings the boards. He sets it up. He brings them there. He's flown me down there a couple times to give lectures and teach them how to use the cube. And he's got a huge active backgammon club on this little island. It's just amazing. That's all it takes is one person to really promote it and push it.
Well, it looks like our 2 players here, whoever they are about to start.
The names aren't right on the screen, huh?
No, it still says Dimitri and Christian from our last round.
Boy, we need to.
But give them as much time as we can.
I'm sure Stu is aware. Well, real quick, you notice the board says backgammon.com. It's there for a reason. Backgammon.com sponsors the U.S. team, sponsors the WBGF and the World Backgammon Federation. And they're starting a new program, Roll for Good, to start a lot of clubs and schools all over the world. John Accardi, the CEO, is here in London and is going to meet with the heads of several federations to get them online and on board. And we're meeting with some possible donors for the Roll for Good program because it's going to be expensive to start all these clubs and give them boards and coaching and some money. I'm their ambassador, so I'm working very closely with John and backgammon.com. And I think it's the biggest thing that's happened to backgammon since I've been involved as far as promoting the game. So you're familiar with chess.com? Backgammon.com is going to be everything for backgammon that chess.com was for chess.
That is the goal. That's the goal. That's what I think. And chess.com was, I think, the inspiration. I think it is.
Absolutely.
I think it's the people behind it. I think the chat is close to $1 billion operation.
2.5 billion is what supposedly the net value is.
Did you say million or billion?
2.5 billion.
Yeah. Wow.
Now, backgammon is not likely to get quite that big, but
even a quarter of that, we'd be thrilled. Yes.
Yeah. So they're going to have a store. They'll have a store. They'll have a playing site. They've already got a lot of education material that's free for anybody that goes to the site. And they'll have again.
But I want to say, still a work in progress. I wouldn't want you to send people to the site and say, "Ooh, this playing site is not what I'm accustomed to using," or "Ooh, this educational material looks a little AI generated." I mean, I think you got to give them time before it's all ready for prime time, as we say.
You're absolutely right.
So it's going to be good, I predict, but I think it still needs time to before
I
before you
appreciate
send
your
everybody
honesty.
there just yet.
I appreciate your honesty because people would go there and be disappointed.
Hmm.
It's not going to be. It's going to be much better than that eventually.
They've made a lot of progress even in the last month or two. I mean, I saw the site a few months ago, and it was like, oh, I would never play on this site. And the people, they don't understand clocks. They don't understand how checkers are supposed to be. They look like potato chips. It was like, oh, I wouldn't ever play here. So give them time, is what I'm saying.
I'm with you.
But
I'm
with a
with you.
name like Backgammon.com, which was owned, I think, by the Hasbro Corporation for decades, and which prevented any major group from, and they just sat on it, never used it.
Uh-huh.
And then John, through one of his connections, was able to get it. So I wish them all the best. I'm working with them a little bit myself, but
Well, you're firmly believe. You were very much involved when we set up uh, 27 universities years ago, competing with each other. You coached the Harvey Mudd team. I coached the Northwestern team. We
mm,
had Princeton, but it wasn't sustainable except wherever there was a teacher who was into the game.
you
So
needed it. Yeah,
that's the goal.
that's something you could have predicted, that in order to be, because students come and go. You could have UCLA had a wonderful team for 3 years,
Right.
but then
Right.
they graduate and poof, it's
That's
gone.
right. Right.
It's
You got to have
imagine
it.
having a great NBA team with no bench. You could have the greatest players, but nope,
Now,
nobody's
there's an
there to.
elementary school in the suburbs of Chicago that I've helped coach for years, where the teacher is addicted to backgammon, and he's the math teacher, and they get 40 to 50 kids after school twice a week, and this has been going on for 15 years. So that's what it takes.
That is, I agree. Um,
Going to get this thing set up so we know who we're playing. So we don't have a live feed from XG or Sage. So we have to rely on my intelligence, and you're correcting me.
okay. Um,
I spent the last week in Brighton at a nice tournament there. What an amazing city that is. We walk out the back door of the hotel and there's restaurants and shops. It was really fun. And this guy, Tim, runs a beautiful tournament, really friendly, fun event. So we piggybacked that and then came here.
by the way, it's possible, Phil, that we might not be watching a U.S. match. As I'm looking at it looks to me, if I'm reading this draw sheet correctly, that the U.S. may have gotten a bye in.
Teams. I like that.
Yeah. So. Now, that may be bad news from the standpoint of they don't normally give buys to the teams that are that are winning. I know we watched Dimitri win his match against Romania, but I don't know what the other four matches did.
There should be an easy place to go online and get a complete update. It just doesn't make sense. We don't have that.
No question.
But this is the first time they've done it this big, this kind of a thing. So you got to cut them some slack. It's it's a huge undertaking.
Yeah, no, I think right now, if I'm if I'm reading this correctly, after and currently, I think the U.S. is 0-2.
That's very disappointing.
I'm
And they're a great team. Well, first of all, drawing
well,
Germany is
you could be a great team, and you're still playing other great teams.
Yeah,
So.
they drawing Germany in the first round was no great shakes. I mean that team is an amazing team. Uh, Dirk has I think the number one rating in the world right now, even ahead of Mochi on the PR. And Mario wins everything he plays in. Kimon is an incredible competitor. He comes to New York every year and he wins the Masters and the Open. He wins them both. he says he'll never miss New York. And he comes to Chicago. I mean, they just got a super team in Germany.
Yeah, well, it seems like right now Germany is ahead, is on the. In fact, Germany has clinched, has won Group C. So in terms of Group C, which had 7 teams, Germany is the official winner.
So they must be 3-0, I would think.
Well, at least 2-0.
Yeah, it seems like it'd be hard to clinch it 2-0, wouldn't it?
Well, then France and somehow Germany has 4 round points, and I don't know how the scoring is done in this event. That is, did you get is it based entirely on could it be how many points your team won? But anyway, they have 4 round points. France has 3. Finland has 2. France and Finland are playing off for the second spot. And then I think after that, it's I'm guessing Romania, Gibraltar, Bahamas, and the U.S. are out of contention for winning Group C, but maybe there are wild cards. Maybe the top 2 advance, and then maybe there's a wild card. I hope so, but I don't know.
Well, I promise
I'm not there.
I promise you next year, I'm going to make sure we have ahead of time the format, the rules. We really need to have all that.
Well, I'm sure people do. I'm just not. Okay, so here we have Dimitri playing on top.
Sounds French. He could be Belgium. He could be,
or Belgium,
or Switzerland.
Well, but they're not in Group C. So
I see.
We are if we're playing someone in Group C, then I would guess we are playing
France.
But
yeah,
I can.
Dimitri is not necessarily that well known around the world. He does run the BMAB in the States, and he lives in Detroit. And he's got a full-time job, unlike a lot of backgammon people. So he doesn't travel that much. I've never seen him overseas before. So I think he's a little bit unknown, but they're about to find out just how good he is.
Well, yeah, and he's been the driving force with the BMAB, so I think people would know him through there.
Well, Bernard Mayer and David Presser, but he's been and Roberto. They've done a great job with that. BMAB, by the way, is the Backgammon Masters awarding body, and basically they have competitions where you combine whether you win or not and your PR. So you have to have both. So it really puts a lot of emphasis on making the right play, which is something I normally don't worry about. But
we are playing. Yes, Stefan is one of the substitute players from France.
Okay.
So we have Dimitri.
I recognize him. I've seen him in Monte Carlo.
Okay. We have Dimitri now on the bottom as white checkers, and Stefan as from France playing the blue checkers.
So if Germany has already won, why are we still playing? Is there a wild? Like you said, there must be a wild card, or maybe the second place also goes through to the playoffs.
Maybe so.
There's a reason. You got to be playing for something.
I would think so. Yet I also saw something that suggested that we were getting a bye. I'm looking at this app, and I just don't understand all that's there. But it says that in round 3, we are seeing United States against France.
Well, great. That's a start.
Yep.
And they're playing what, 11-point match?
11-point match.
And standard clock settings, is it 2 minutes and 12 seconds?
Yes. We see 22 minutes on both clocks. Something that if anyone can hear us, let's get the
texted Stu.
Okay.
What a hardworking guy he is. All right. Getting ready to start. Oh, they're using a baffle box? I love it. I love it. I'm on my 13th baffle box design over, over the last.
And eventually you'll get it right.
Yeah, it's getting better every time.
All right, so here we are. Dimitri's off to a great start with a double six. And a 6-4.
Not comfortable. So making the 2-point is what a beginner would do there. And you really don't want to throw a lot of checkers behind, do you?
Yep, and yet at the same time, as soon as you start a point, you should make it. So, I mean, that deuce is going to get covered soon.
Anyway, yeah. So maybe you do make it. Well, up in the race, if you, that's, you roll double sixes, just in my mind, I'm saying, okay, I'm winning the race. Don't leave shots. Try and
an advanced anchor like the 5-point or the 7-point, the midpoint goes down in value. So he's willing to sacrifice his midpoint so that he doesn't vary checkers. He's got the big racing lead, so he says now's the time to pay.
If he doesn't get hit here, he has a huge advantage.
Yep, but maybe not a cubing one. I think he has to either safety the blot or make another point in front of the anchor.
Doesn't look to me like he's up that many pips after the double six.
What do we do?
This is difficult.
Well, you can play it safely, 14, 11, 7-1, which is what he does. And Dimitri has 105 pips, and after the roll, Stefan's going to have 118 pips, so White will be up 13 pips.
Even after rolling double fives? Huh?
Even after the double fives.
Wow.
Such was the power of the early double six. All right, 5 and 1. Do we just play it very safe because we're approaching a cube? He plays it 2-1 so he can have 3 spares to try and make the 4 or the 5-point next turn.
All right. 2 down.
2. Do we? I think we give him the 6-2.
Sure.
Fly shot.
Sure.
Now we have 4 spares aiming at the 5-point. 4-1.
Now I think it's a double.
I'm not sure, because if even if White makes the 5-point, is it an obvious pass? With that, he can't make both the 5-point and the 4-point unless he rolls something silly like double anything. And maybe he can't. He just can't make both points this turn. So I don't know what he has in the way of market losers. I could say as far as the pip count goes, I see 11 checkers centered on the 7-point. So there's 77 right there, 79, 81, 92 for White, and 42, 50, 63, 107 for Blue. So we're up 15 pips, which means from a pure
Does he have a bad roll here, like 6-2?
Yeah. Right. I could get on with the double because this would be a pass if all contact were broken. He's got a racing pass, but it's got to be a take for all the contact that Blue has.
Plus, at this score, losing 2 points instead of 1 isn't that terrible, and this is not a gammonish position.
Yeah, XG might disagree with you. They say, it would penalize you for if you're making a blunder here as much as you would at other scores, but
really?
Yeah, I think so.
So I got that wrong. I usually think at 0-0, I take more cubes. No wonder I don't win.
Something's happening with the Oh, I think they
Camera.
got your chart, but now we can't see the board. Ah, 6-5.
Well, what's more
Okay.
important, the scoreboard or the board? I'll go for the board.
All right. Yeah, well, that's right. Okay,
Right, now we see
that's
it.
great. Thank you. Thanks, guys. All right.
So what's the bad roll here? I always try and think about the bad rolls.
But then you manifest them.
I don't believe in that stuff.
Yeah.
I
And
walk
I'm
under,
a Pisces.
under ladders.
I don't believe in astrology either as a Pisces.
Yeah.
We
I
never
walk
do.
under ladders just to prove to myself that I'm not superstitious. I have a saying, superstition brings bad luck.
There we go. Um, all right. No. That's a 6-2, right?
Uh-oh, crash-a-roo.
Mm-hmm.
There's a crash. That means if he leaves a shot, it's not the end of the world. This plays itself, I think.
No, I don't know. I clear the 7.
That's what I'm saying. I would, the point cleared is a point not to be feared. And he's
All right.
running out of time. He's going to have to run or crush his board more.
Well, maybe he wants to keep the 4s blocked so that black would have to crush more. But I just think you don't. It's rarely right to kill checkers. So
It's just a nice feeling to clear a point. Oh, another double 5. Oh, that's 5-4.
it's 4-5.
Okay.
All right. Well rolled by Dimitri.
Yep. Only a 5-3, but I won't say it out loud because that makes it happen, right?
That's right. You see, you're learning. But I said it, and that's
Oh
what
my God. Dimitri's going to kill me, and we're friends.
That's right. See, we both said it, and the 5-3 showed up twice.
The hard thing here is when do you recube? This is not easy for me.
I tend to be when I'm about 10 pips behind or so in the adjusted pip count. So I'd look at blue has 34. See those 2 spare checkers on the ace? I'm counting them as 3s.
Okay.
So I give 40 for that board, 53 and 70 for blue. And doing a similar thing for white,
Ooh.
44, 50. It's like
This
75.
This looks early to me.
No, I think it's a pass.
It's a pass. Okay.
Because I think if you're behind and if you're losing in the pip count, I think you just have to let it go.
You're not likely to get a shot and hit it, so
yeah, I think you're if you're down in the pip count,
I would have missed that cube. Probably
at the very least you need to have a pip count advantage when you're on the bar against the 5-point board with the 6-point open.
But it matters also which point is open. The 6-point open is the best.
I meant the 6-point open. Yeah,
with the 6-point
open. The deeper the point, the bigger the pass.
Right.
Right.
Okay.
But yeah, quick rule of thumb: if you find yourself in that kind of situation and you're down in the pip count, then it's a pass.
So the 5-3 clearly classifies as a joker. It was the only roll that turns the game, and that's a big part of the excitement of backgammon, that these jokers happen.
That's right.
This is something you don't have in chess.
That's right. Take that, chess.
Yeah. The only jokers in chess are the players.
Exactly. I think backgammon probably has more jokers.
Yeah, no question about it.
You see more laughing at a backgammon tournament than you do at a chess tournament. Just so serious. I'd want to mix it up a bit here. I think I would play 24-18.
More return shots than this play.
Got the stronger board. You're behind in the race.
So how much do you change your game when you're winning 2-0 to 11?
Checker play, probably not too much. Cube play a little bit.
And recube play a lot.
Oh, and Riku play a ton. I mean, it's in some ways it's the recube play is easier than the cube play.
Yeah. If
Um,
you're losing, you have a much bigger recube at the score than
yeah, you
zero
can if
zero.
you're losing, you could recube if there are gammons in the tank, you could recube when you're a favorite, you know. And if you're leading and you can win gammons, you just don't. You know, I mean, the cube play just becomes very easy.
Uh-huh.
I'm sorry, recube play becomes very easy, but
Right.
initial cube, that's more subtle.
Hmm.
Um, Even a 2-0 lead in an 11-point match, the lead, the score matters. Not so much in races and holding games and ungammonish type positions, but
Uh-huh.
in positions like this where either player could still win a gammon, it matters.
Well, Dimitri looks pretty strong here,
Yep.
and he's given the cube.
Yep. Dimitri has 139. Well, it looks like, and he scoops it up. Yep. Nothing. No reason to pass this.
This is a hard one for me. Do you bring the 2 down or go to the 4?
Yeah, I don't know.
I'm glad to hear you say that
Yep.
because I didn't know either.
That's some of my favorite words to hear too. I when I watch commentary and I hear Mochi say, "I don't know," like good. I'm glad we can be the best player in the world and still not know. All right, I think you got to hit twice, right?
Well, you're leaving shots anyway, and this is the
You don't have to leave a shot. You can go 13-6,
Yeah.
but if you don't, you still give them a lot of players don't realize you're still giving them a lot of good numbers anyway if you don't hit. You know, all those numbers that make the bar or the 5-point.
Uh-huh.
All right, so we cover, or do we? Oh, he says let's make a prime. Let's do this.
Wow.
Even if we get hit on the ace, we still have a good game, and if we don't get hit on the ace, we have a great game. 6-2 hits the second checker.
What a nice aggressive double by Dimitri.
Well,
He may end up losing, but I still like the cube.
and again, if you think about why these aggressive doubles are right, is Stefan doesn't have, won't be able to send a cube for a long time. As long as the game remains gammonish, and he's up 2-0, he is not sending that cube.
Uh-huh.
So, he says, let's take advantage of white being on the bar to try and make something happen. 4-2.
He's going to get hit.
Gotta hit. You got the stronger board.
Get hit. Yeah.
Gotta go for it.
That's what beginners don't do.
Critical roll. Dancing.
Wants a 6. No. How about a builder?
Yes, what are we trying to do here?
Trying to cover the 2 myself.
Yeah. That looks like a good play. Certainly, if you knew that white was dancing, which happens 16 times out of 36, then that's the play that...
Yeah, and it duped the 1s. And he got duly punished for it.
Got clobbered for it, but...
Yeah.
Such is the game. All right. Dimitri comes in with one of his top 9 rolls. Stefan responds with a joker.
Whoa. Big turnaround. What a turnaround. One of the things that the bots do is they tell you the luck factor. And in this game, with that 5-3 and what we've just seen in this game, Stefan's luck factor has been very high.
Double 5. See, again, what would have been if was Stefan right not to double? I would say yes. I think with Dimitri having a deuce point game at his disposal and a perfectly solid board, though it might have been tempting for some to double, it would have been a mistake.
This is a bad roll.
That is
He's
probably the
better off
worst of the
dancing.
entering numbers,
Yeah, he would have been better off dancing.
right?
Ones, sevens, and eights, and 11s. 11 hits also. On the
Oh,
outside.
yeah, look at it. Hitting there, you get to
Yeah.
hit and escape.
So that's a good lesson. Say to yourself what numbers hit. That way, if you roll it, you won't miss it.
Mm-hmm.
I don't believe it's going to help you roll it, but I believe it's going to help you not miss it.
Exactly. There's a 1, 3. That's all you got. All right, so Dimitri is back in control.
Going to make the 8-point.
Yep, I would agree.
Because I can't think of anything else.
But Dimitri takes his time just to make sure that he's not missing something.
I got to run.
5-3. Yeah, you can't hit on the. Wait. There is a possibility that Blue will try to take the initiative by hitting 6-1, 8-5, but that does put a lot of pressure on rolling a 5 or better next turn.
It's awfully gammonish if it doesn't work, though.
Yep. Now you're giving Dimitri 2-1. All right, so you hit with the 2. Keep those checkers split, or do you make the security of the...
I split them. I keep them split.
Yeah.
I hate to have 5s to get out. That's my only number.
Mm. And yet at the same time, if you make the point, then when he comes in and he rolls something like with a 5 or something, he can't do any nonsense like we're about to see.
He's going to hit 2 and come up.
Yeah.
He should have made that point.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
He had a lot of I mean, you don't want to be dependent on a single number like 5s, but he had a lot of time with the midpoint to, he had good ways of playing his 6s, is what
He's sorry he didn't do it now. I tell you that. I would have made his play. Why isn't he hitting 2?
Well, he's thinking. Every ace.
Hit 2 and split the back checkers.
That's my play. I just think you get all those things are.
Yeah.
I mean, there's that extra blot to be targeting. All right, so he came to our play methodically.
Yeah.
All right.
Well, I'm not making any excuses. I'm clearly rooting for Dimitri. I'm sorry to see what's going on here. He's my team. He's my buddy.
Well, I'm rooting for a good match from both players. I just want them to play well.
Oh, that's boring. I want to see a horrible match where I look like a real expert. They
Be
look
like
stupid.
a blowout.
Yeah.
For your team. I got you.
My favorite is when I do commentary on beginners, and I look really smart. Sometimes I don't. Sometimes they're better than me. Well,
so
what a swing.
Once again, I'm saying that because even with the 2-0 lead, the recube decisions are easy, which is simply don't recube. You can win if you can win a gammon.
There's a lot of gammons in play here, especially if you can get a 5 or a 2. He's thinking about it. It's a huge drop, right?
I would.
Oh, you're not sure?
I'm not sure. I mean,
wow.
You do need. Okay, well, I'm excited to see. This is the cube of the match. I'm excited to see. It's generally not right. It's generally not right for the leader to send the 4 cube when they can win a gammon. and because they're generally either too good or not good enough. And it's pretty rare that you're right there in the window.
So if you're too good or not good enough, I always double. Bad logic, I know.
Yeah, but there, Dimitri is saying, okay, you've got, you can have this. I don't want to be down 10
Yeah.
nothing.
Yeah, a lot of jokers for Stephanie. The big one was that double one that really turned the game around.
All right, it's 4-0.
Very right to hit there. You have them
Hands.
outboarded and you don't want your opponent to live happily on your 4-point or 5-point.
All right. Now, by the way, so this was a situation where the score mattered. I think had the score been reversed, we would have seen a cube.
Mm-hmm.
Double 3. Do we? Maybe worth counting just to see where we stand. If we're tied in the race, then you want the more advanced anchor. You don't want to be all stripped outside. White has 146. And blue, after this roll, has 127. So all cluster counting.
So this is one of those situations where Stefan should give up his midpoint if he can to keep from dumping checkers. He doesn't need it because he's got the 18, depending on the roll, of course.
Right.
But it's no longer a priority. I learned that from you a couple of games ago.
There you go. All
See,
right.
somebody's listening to you. Maybe your wife listens too. I don't know.
Oh, yes.
It's getting hairy. 6-5 is a little tricky. I bring 2 down. Yep, that's my play. I don't like to dump. I don't want to lose the 8-point.
Yeah, I think you're right. And so does Stefan.
He must be a great player. He agreed with me.
Yep.
He got punished for it.
Yep. Something happened. The backgammon board became one giant QR code.
Wow, that's very pretty. That would make a nice board. They use QR codes in Brighton. You could see exactly who you played next and where. It was great. Very high tech.
There we go. All right, a 4-3.
Dimitri is just not getting the rolls.
Mm-hmm.
This is an ugly, ugly roll. Do you go to the ace point?
Guess that's all you got. Now, again, let's take a quick look at the race there. Because if obviously with 4 checkers, blots in the board, blue can escape with impunity, right? Could even leave, can even go consider 18 to 16.
Yeah, it's hard to hit somebody when you got 3 blots, 4 blots in your
4
board.
blots in the board.
Yeah.
Now, I believe in promotional advertising, but I think this is getting a little extreme.
Unless they're advertising me, that's okay.
Um, and the problem with baffle boxes is you don't always know who is on roll. Like if
Yeah,
you
you
get
got to pay
interrupted
attention.
like we did, you can't,
Right.
we say.
Usually I look at the clock and it can tell me.
And which it's sort of, here we have a flickering clock because
Yeah.
of the video.
But that's usually my method of who's on roll. It's getting dicey.
No time to leave a shot though, because
No,
when blue might be leaving a shot themselves.
right.
Oh, that's good.
Does he come closer? If he's winning the race, he should, right?
That would be my, that would be what I would do. I'd go 18 to 16. Unless he thinks that he's, you know, nope.
Well, Ben Friesen just apologized for the
Yep.
QR code.
Yeah, I got the same
Yeah, so
apology
it's
text.
all Ben's fault.
Right.
President of the USBGF, he doesn't work hard enough, and now
I
he's
thought Ben was infallible. Now I have to
Oh.
reconsider that. All right.
I agree. He works very, very hard for the organization, but
Right.
they pay him so much.
Worth every penny at twice the price.
Right. All right, they hit the camera. That's what that is.
That's
I think we're going to see the technology 10 years from now, look back at this and laugh.
maybe.
All right, Stu, straighten out the board. There he goes. There we go. He's straightening out the camera. We still don't see the scoreboard, but we know it's 4-0. All right, thank you. See the scoreboard, the board. We're all set.
Perfect.
Okay, this is a very, he rolls any 6 here. There's going to be some shots. I just got a note from Mochi. Japan is playing Turkey. So we're only seeing the US here. All these other matches are going on with all these other teams. It's very, very exciting. If you're actually here, you can pick who you want to watch and see where they're at. It'd be really amazing. I'm not at the hotel. I'm staying at a student's apartment in a gorgeous penthouse.
Double 2.
All right, he's bound to get a shot now.
Stefan says, take that.
Yeah, that's a very good roll for him. Although he is losing the race.
All right, so again, adjusting for that dead checker on the ace, which I'm going to count as 3 pips, I see white as having 40 plus 28, 68 pips, maybe 68 and a half. And again, counting all those 3 dead checkers as if they were 3s, I see that as 32 plus 9 is 41 plus 28 is 69. You know, minus these 4 more pips. So it's a close race.
So do you think being on roll is worth 8 pips?
No, normally it's worth 4 pips.
4 pips, okay.
The average roll in backgammon is 8. Being on roll is worth 4 because if you're ahead by 4, And then if you're down by 4 and you roll 8, then you're up by 4, and then your opponent rolls an 8 and you're down by 4, and it flips back and forth, back and forth.
Gotcha.
So, so if you're down 4 pips on the pip count and you're on roll, it's a 50-50 game.
But if the pip count is even and you're on roll,
Then
isn't
it's about 60%.
I see.
Maybe more if it's a shorter race.
I got you.
In a long race, being on even pip count is worth about 60%.
Well, one thing we know is Dimitri is more likely to be doubling quicker because of the score.
Well, I'm going to push back on that. It's not a gammonish position. So all points are of equal value. It's 7 away, 11 away. I would say that the doubling here would be normal. I would treat it as if it were 0-0. Now, if we're talking about a recube, that's a whole different matter.
And I've been thinking I got to be more aggressive. I'm losing 4-0, and you're saying
No,
that
but it turns out
it's a
to
great
be
lesson.
no. You barely do it.
Uh-huh.
So Dimitri says I have 46 pips, but I'm going to call that 48. And he's got what 26, like 50, 26 plus 1. He's got 50 pips, so he's like 48 to 50. Again, I'm counting those 2 dead checkers for blue as.
Are you penalizing 1 pip for the open 5 point?
And I should penalize a pip for the open 5 point. Maybe even 2 pips because all 15 checkers are still there. Well, we didn't have all 15 checkers there. So, but maybe 1.5 pips I would penalize.
Go, Dimitri.
And Dimitri's just going to play fast, hoping that, he can get his opponent to play fast. Because that opponent's the one with the cube. All right, but Dimitri's rolling well. He's off in 3 or 4 rolls. His opponent needs 4 rolls.
5 off and go to the 2. Oh, you rolled a 4-2. Okay.
Yeah, 4 off, and I think it's 5-3. It doesn't affect how your double 2s play, so just play 5-3. Wouldn't use much clock time on this.
No, I'm with you. Maybe he thinks because he's ahead that you should.
With an odd number of checkers, it barely matters, is all I'm saying. I just wouldn't be using clock time. Okay, so it's a 3-roll versus 3-roll position. Still would still be a pass. Got his worst roll.
Ooh, that's
now
terrible.
He's vulnerable to deuces.
Yeah. If he goes to the ace, he has to roll a 5 or a 6 to not miss.
And and just in case the viewers don't know it, there's something called McGrill's theorem, which says you should always use an ace to bear off an ace. Oh, look at Stefan. Now he needs a double 3s or better, and he gets it. So Dimitri pulls it out.
Finally, a break for Dimitri.
That's right. Let's bring that luck factor down.
His first big break. That was huge. Being down 6-0 compared to 4-2 is a monster difference.
Total difference.
That's great. I always tell people if you're in a race, you should try to roll double 6s.
5-2 makes the point. 6-4. I guess you make the 4-point. Ooh, interesting. I think I make the 18-point. Just grab that asset. 6-2 for Stefan.
Kind of a funky roll.
Yep. Double 5. Great roll.
Great for the race.
Gotta make it. You you're winning the race. You gotta make it a race. So just a quick pip count. We got 7,600, 118 for Dimitri after the roll versus 38, 54, 64, 116, 139. I don't know. That goes, Dimitri, I love you. You're a great player. That goes against my principles. If I'm up 20 pips in this race, I'm making it a race.
So what would you have done?
I would have gone 18-8 twice.
18-8. Okay.
And be prepared to send a cube. Oh, did I miss a checker out there? Was there a I didn't see the checker on the 24 point. So I retract my statement. I didn't see that. He wasn't ahead in the race. He had a checker still to escape. So I was being blind.
Okay. Well, over the board, you certainly would have seen it.
Oh yeah. I looked away. Coming back to the position, I wasn't watching the full game.
Yeah. You're probably watching me.
Well, who wouldn't? All right, double 6. Well, it's forced.
Not a bad roll. Not easy to bring it home, though.
Dimitri's
So
down.
after the team event is done on Thursday, starts the individual, so everybody can compete on their own in a regular tournament to become the world champion for the World Backgammon Federation.
All right. Well, this is a lot of shots. I think it's volatile enough that I think this is a cube. Yeah.
Well,
I mean, you hit with 1s, 3s, and 6s. Practically everything gets hit.
and if you miss, you're still in pretty good shape.
If you miss, but what misses? 2-5, double 5, 4-5. I think that's 5 numbers that miss. And double 5 ain't exactly a bad roll either. So,
Yep. So you would pass?
well, I'm just saying I wouldn't. That's why the cube was clear. Let's see. So if we look at the race, we've got 110 for Stefan, and I'm seeing 42, 54, 62, 80, 103. What am I missing here? 42, 54, 62, 103 for Dimitri, 32, 48.
That's
50,
an excuse to take, maybe.
You're up 7. Dimitri's up 7 pips in this race. That's probably enough to take.
Does it
Scott.
matter that he's losing 4-2? Does that give him more incentive to take? Or does that not
A little,
matter?
yeah, a little bit. If I mean, it's as you well know, it's not he's losing 4-2, he's losing 7 away, 9 away. You know, so a 2-point difference is relative, but you can use that to scoot up your take point just a little bit. In the same way that you would scoot it down if the rolls were reversed.
But if you get hit, there are some gammons. There's Maybe
Definitely
30,
some gammons.
maybe 30% gammons if you get hit, something like that.
Yeah. Um,
It's fun to estimate gammons and wins and put it in the computer and see how close you come. The more you do it, the better you get at it.
that's true. Um,
I can't wait for you to do the pip counting contest on Backgammon Sage. Jordan Grandstead is the leader right now, 6 seconds. He
and
counts
Jorgen
down.
is, in my opinion, the fastest pip counter in the world. So you heard
He-
that from me.
He proved it. He proved it.
He and I met at the last backgammon tournament in San Antonio last February. And I said, Jorgen, I understand you are a great pip counter, and I'm pretty good myself. What I want, let's go around the room, and we went board by board, and we would, you know, who got the pip count first, and he usually beat me. I was tickled. I'd never seen somebody,
That fast.
you know,
Did you,
that fast.
did
And
you know Jack Kassane?
I did. And Jack and I played one match in Michigan some time in the early 90s. And he and we were about the same.
Okay.
Jack had more clusters. I was faster at the raw mental arithmetic. So we agreed to call it a tie in terms of
So you would say that Jorgen's probably better than Kassane was.
oh yes. No,
Oh.
Jorgen truly impresses me
The
in
best
his
of all
pip count.
time. Wow.
I would give it to Jorgen, best of
Well,
all time.
that's great.
You know, and there's some great fast pip counters out there. Steve Sachs, um, uh,
Karen Davis is
Karen
fast.
Davis, not bad
Jason
at all.
Briggs is very fast.
Um, but I'm gonna tip my hat to Jorgen, and a super nice guy.
Oh, the nicest. Not only that,
And,
three-time
and
world champion.
three-time world champion. His wife also wonderful player and
Uh-huh.
person.
And maybe there's a
Liz.
correlation between being good at counting pips and winning world championships.
Well,
That's how important knowing the pip count is.
I think it is. It is important, and with those of us who play online a lot, get spoiled by seeing the pip count in front of us, and we're always using that information. It is a very relevant, you know, like right here, for example. Should he continue on with the 2 extra 4s? It's all about the pip count, right? I see blue as having 30 plus 30 plus 7, 67 in his home area, plus another 39, that's 106. You add that 28, that's 134 for Stefan, whereas 42, 58, 98, 111, 133. So 134 to 133, right? It's when the pip count is that close, even whether you're ahead or behind by a pip, I tend to break the contact because if it's too close and you're stuck on the 18 point, you can find yourself being forced off it before
Let
the
me
race.
ask you another question though. When you're winning 5-2, don't you want to do more racing and less volatile games?
I agree with that too. Another reason I think he should be playing he might be miscounting, or maybe I'm miscounting, but I'm going 18 to 14 here.
Uh-huh.
Make it a race. Maybe I just love races, but so again, blue has 134, white has 133.
And there's another factor. White has a checker back that could be hit or primed.
Yeah, I'm actually guessing Stefan has miscounted and thinks he's behind in the pip count to the point where thinks he has to preserve contact. Whereas,
Yeah, if you're ahead, you definitely don't do this.
well, it's even. The race is even.
Yeah.
That could be the hitting might be right. I'm not but I would hit before playing something like 6-2. because, maybe you're saying, hey, if it's even, then maybe I just want to. But I don't know. I think if the race really is that close and you're down 1 pip in this race, but you're the one holding your opponent, I just say 18 to 14.
And it really puts pressure on the checker on the 14 point also.
Right. There he goes.
You can't fault anybody for taking their time.
True. He's taken over a minute of clock time on this.
Oh yeah.
Okay. But he reaches the right conclusion, at least by my opinion. All right, so he was like what, down 1, and now he's down 9 in the pip count.
That's important. Keep a running count so you don't have to count anew every time.
Exactly. So now he's down 2. Do you step up here? Do you say, I'm ahead in the race, I have the stronger board? Maybe you want to step up.
I certainly would have thought about it.
Yep. I would have. Stronger board, ahead in the pip count. You want to make it a race. All right. Well, I think for containment purposes, you want to bring both of those down, right? 14, 11, and 13 to 10.
Yeah,
Make it
you don't
really
want to make
hard
the
to
5
escape.
point and let them out with a 6.
That's my play.
Yeah. This looks natural. A lot of nice builders for your 5 and 4 points.
Right. And again, for those people who want to learn how to count pips quickly, when I look at White's inner board, I see that little rectangle on the 3, 4, 5, and 6. That's an instant 36 pips, and you just need to know that cluster. If we move that 1 checker back from the 6 point to the 7 point, the 2 7s and the 2 8s, that's an instant 30 pips. So I can see that as 65 pips just from that alone. 65, add 26 for the midpoint, that's 91. Add 23 for the back checker is 114. Let's hold that 14 on the fingers, right? So you don't forget it. Hundreds in your head, but the 14 is there. Then we count black. We've got 36 plus another 30 is 66, 86, 108. So black is up by 6 and now is up by 2. So if I'm Dimitri, I am down 2.
And by the way, if you email me, phil@simb.org, simb.org, I have 2 videos on pip counting. One is colorless counting, which is a kind of a clever new strategy that Art really helped me hone. And the other one is all these ideas with cluster counting and shortcuts to count. And it's fun.
Yep.
I used to hate pip counting, and after I found these shortcuts, I found it to be fun.
There we go. Yeah, absolutely. Okay, so I think Dimitri is down like 7 pips. If that's the case, then he's going to have to he's going to have to let this go. Even if the race were closer, he probably has to let this go just because of the contact. But what do we see here? Is 38 plus 30 is 68, 78, 100 for Stefan. 36, 42, 72, 84, 107, as I said, 7 pips down. At this score, by the way, you should just treat it normally. He can't use the fact that he's, or has he already? No, he hasn't passed already.
Is there a bad roll? I don't see one.
Right, he's looking. Is there something he can hope for?
Yeah,
But
I
he
mean,
did,
you always look for that.
but he's not seeing any daylight here, so
Yeah.
it's going to be very hard for him to escape.
Yeah.
Um,
6, 1,
you know,
5, 1, double ones are jokers that make
down
the 5 point.
Down 7 pips in the race, and who is contact favoring here? No question, it's favoring Stefan. Stefan's the one who can build the
Yeah.
prime. You know,
If he was up
Dimitri's the
7
one who
pips in the race, if he was up 7 pips in the race, it might be a different story. Yeah.
Right. Yeah, that's right. If Dimitri were the one ahead by 7 pips, maybe. And the score just doesn't matter. If anything, the fact that Stefan needed an even number of points to win was 6 away. At 6 away, 9 away, it might even be slightly more towards passing.
I see.
Yeah. People don't understand with initial doubles in non-gammonish positions like races. It doesn't matter that much on initial cubes.
Uh-huh.
If you only made your normal money decisions on races, holding games, you would not be making any blunders. Double 5. Not much else.
I don't know. I would. What about making 2? Oh, he's got the 2 on the ace. Okay.
Yep.
I saw only one checker on the
Double
ace
6.
covered up by
Yeah.
the picture.
Very different from Dimitri's point of view.
Yeah.
All right. Dimitri just got his best roll. And how does he play the best roll? You know, I'd go 13-7. Right. And I'd be itching to send the cube now.
Itch away. You would send the cube now?
You know, with the score difference and the gammonish potential.
There he goes. I love it. I love it.
Right? It's an early cube.
I think it's a take.
If you wouldn't have doubled at a normal at 0-0, then that would mean you have to take at this score.
Yeah,
So
I
if
wouldn't
it's a
double
no
this
double
too.
for money, then it's a take at this score. Normally, it's not a double when you've got only a 1. Well, normally, it's not a double when you only have the 1 point board. Now, Stefan has a little bit of a liability in that his board is not one to write home about. The 2 checkers on the 3 and the 1 checker on the deuce.
And he's stripped on the 13 and 8.
So, you know, contact, even if he gets the shot, hitting the shot doesn't necessarily turn the game around. 5 away, 9 away. Yeah, I think at this score, I could see letting this go.
Great double.
It is a great double.
I'm a big believer. We haven't talked about it yet of Woolsey's law. Ask yourself if you're sure you would take or pass, and if you're not sure, give the cube.
Well, the score does matter here. So White has a gammonish position, right? Could easily, certainly more gammonish than the opening position. So I call that gammonish. And at this score, this is at that score difference, it's almost a full adjustment in that if it would be a double for money, then it would be not that, you know, then it's close to a pass at this score. And since I think he had the money double.
Is it in Dirk's book that gammonish is 18% or more gammons? I think that was the number.
No, I learned that through my lessons with David Presser.
Okay.
That, you know, if you're the opening roll in the opening position, both sides win gammons about 14% of the time. 14%, you know, just right at the very beginning. If you say, what's the chance that somebody wins a gammon? You'd say it's about 28%, 14 for either player. If you're more gammonish than the opening position, then I call that gammonish.
Okay.
you're in double digits.
Uh-huh.
What's not gammonish? Things like races, holding games, containment games. All right, 3-2. Back to our originally scheduled program. Nothing too exciting happening over the board.
Well, Dimitri's got a nice position here. He's made
Yep.
his fire point, and
Stefan responded in kind. 3-1. Oh, you know what? Because of the position of Stefan's face on the screen, I don't always see that checker on the 24 point.
yeah,
Partially
I
obscured.
missed it earlier too.
Yeah, now I understand how I missed that earlier. It was blocked by that.
Well, I have to tell you, I won a bet with Jack Hussein on pip counting because I pocketed a checker after he counted it. It's one of my favorite stories.
Wow. That you'd
Of course, I
admit
gave him
to
the money
that,
back.
Phil, is kind of impressive too.
I gave him the money. I gave him the money. I didn't keep the money, but it
Oh,
was fun.
good. I appreciate hearing
Yeah.
that.
There were a whole bunch of people watching. They were all laughing. They all saw me pocket the checker.
You bet him that he'd get the pip count wrong?
Yeah. And he came up with a pip count. I said, "No, you're wrong, Jack." And he looked again. He couldn't believe it. And he didn't realize there were 14 checkers on the board.
I heard a story where Kent Goulding was telling me he was playing a match against Joe Dweck, and he said, "Joe, there are only 14 checkers on the board here. What's going on?" And he said, "Oh, you mean this 15th checker in my hand? Yeah, yes. Okay, let's put that back."
Well, Joe Sylvester tells a story about everybody who was asking how to play a given roll. Nobody could get it right. Joe walked over and said, "Yeah, it's a very tough position. There's 16 checkers on the board." That's why nobody can figure out the right play.
There we go. All right, where are we at? Who's I'm guessing that it's Stefan on roll because
because his clock is moving. That's how I tell.
And his clock is moving. Always a good sign. 4-2. All right. So I'm counting Stefan's position. I got 56, 72, 90, 116 minus these 6 pips is 110 versus 58, 80.
Ooh, double 6. It's going to change your pip count.
Now it's 102. I think that puts Dimitri up 8 pips, if my initial assessment was right. And if he's up 8 pips, then he wants to be breaking contact. If he makes this play, his pip count is 36, 58, 76, 102. That's what I thought. Versus 28, 58, 66, 84, 110. He is up 8 pips. You got to do that, Dimitri.
And the alternative is wasting lots of pips by going deep in your board.
Yeah, or breaking the midpoint, keeping contact, but only, not much contact.
Yeah.
So you just have to do that.
Yeah.
I know another shortcut, Phil, I know you've talked about is when if you see the checkers 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, that's 5 in a row, then that adds up to 10 times the middle checker.
Right.
It's the average checkers are on the 5 point times 10 is an instant 50. So you could see a 50. Anyway, so he's up 8. Let's watch this race. All right, so now the pip count is even. You got to bring those checkers and make sure you don't have any gaps or semi-gaps. Whoa, on
Even
the
better.
5 or 4 point. This is all going to be moot very soon because Dimitri is now up 20 pips. So unless we see a big number, I don't think that's big enough. Dimitri at least is going to cube. He's up 11 pips. What do we got here? I think it's 82 to 93. 80, and I think 82 to 92 is the point of last take, 10% plus 2. So, and at this score with Dimitri needing 8, that inches the take point up means it's a little harder to take when you need an even number of checkers. If the score were reversed and it was 5 away versus 8 away, that inches that you can take about 1 pip more. I call it take 5. if you're 5 away. If your opponent is 5 away and doubles you, you get another pip.
Wow, I never knew that one.
Oh yeah, well if you look at the take point tables, at 5 away versus 6 away, 7 away, 8 away, 9 away, 5 away, your take point is, so yeah, I think Stefan is down by 1 pip in being able to take this without having to do anything fancy. So good accurate play on both sides. This is I predict we are seeing an extremely well played match. We know Dimitri, one of the top PR players in the US, and Stefan is showing us why he is on the French team as well.
Well, we haven't seen a single cube action or play that either of us thought was a blunder.
Right. The only cube I don't really know, and it was the cube of the match, was that 4 cube that Stefan sent at 2-0. And I wasn't calling anything a blunder. I just wasn't sure. That was, to me, a tough position.
Uh-huh.
All right, 6-3.
A blunder is defined as anything that's 0.08 worse, 8% worse than the right play.
In terms of equity, yeah.
Yeah.
Could be a 4% win probability difference.
Mhm. I've always disagreed with one thing about how they do that. If you make the same mistake on the last game of the match that you made on the first game of the match, it seems like on that last game it should be 10 times as bad.
You would think, and you're right. I don't think it penalizes you any more or less.
It doesn't.
I've made your point before, and I got pushback, believe it or not, from Bob Coca, who I respect
Oh,
as a
yeah.
very also mathematically savvy player, and he said that it shouldn't matter. He agreed with XG's assessment, even though we would all say, "Oh my God, making that
Yeah.
blunder at DMP
Yeah, that's when
was
it cost you
worse
the
than
match.
that blunder in the
Yeah.
first game of the match." But at least Bob, who I respect as a mathematician and backgammon player, said, "No, I think it's right to
Uh-huh.
penalize those."
I respect Bob so much. I'm making him one of our Backgammon Learning Center teachers. He's
Mm.
retired now, and he's wants to teach, and he's going to join our group.
Good for you. Good for you. Good for him.
Yeah, I'm very proud to have him on the team.
Okay. Now it's Stefan who's saying 5 away, 7 away. I'm not going to let that stop me from sending a correct cube if it's correct.
Do you split?
He's on the bar, so yeah.
Oh, nice roll for
Now
Dimitri.
I gotta say, with 4 cubes, it's all different. And by the way, if anyone from the tech team is listening, whether Ben or Stu, I really want to advise you to move the photos of the players so that they're off the board.
Yeah, I
Because
can't see the
right
cube.
now you cannot see that Dimitri is holding a 2 cube.
Yeah,
That is
can't see the cube.
obscured by the picture.
And it blocks the
also,
checkers too.
right. And I've missed some checkers by, seeing a third of it covered. It looks like an eclipse, that we're seeing.
Well,
So
we're new at this. This is the first time.
wow, I'm not criticizing. I'm just asking for.
You're suggesting. I know.
No, they're doing a
If
great
they
job.
had me doing it, it would be worse. So that's why I don't criticize too much.
Even do. All right, where are we now? All right, so Dimitri owning a 2 cube, trailing in the match, 5 away, 7 away. If this game becomes gammonish, if he can start winning gammons, and it's getting close, then he should double as soon as he becomes a favorite. It's as simple as that. All right.
This is one of those situations where he could double from the bar if he's got some shots.
It could even be that you could be doubling when you're 40%.
Right.
But
right.
All right, great roll, makes the 5 point.
Go Dimitri. We need 2s.
Ooh,
this is not a good roll.
Okay.
Crusher.
I think Dimitri, with this roll, has become a favorite. And I think he should be doubling here.
Is he going to clear the 6 or leave a shot?
I guess he's got a choice. He can clear the 8 or clear the 6.
I think he's going to clear the 6.
Yeah.
I would too. Do you take? Let him worry about it.
Yeah, well, let's let it. I think I am cubing here.
Yeah. Well,
Because
Dimitri's
who's the
not
favorite? I
shy.
mean, if I just ask you who after this roll, who's the favorite?
Uh-huh.
You're going to say Dimitri, right? He's
Right.
got the prime potential. He's got, Stefan has 3 checkers back.
Right.
You got to just put it back in his face.
I wish we could see the players' faces. Dimitri should be smiling now. He did it. Yes, he cubed quickly.
Yep. Well, I think because it's a lot of people get all hung up in match equities and what do I upside and downside. No, when it comes to the recube, if you can win a gammon and you're trailing,
Pound
then
him. Yeah.
send the cube.
Wow, great. Is it a take?
That's the bigger question.
That is a big, that's why I know it's a double. I'm not sure it's a take. I think I would take. It's
You know,
not fun not having a 6 point.
let's put it this way. I would say I can only take if it was a clear no double for money or at 0-0. Okay.
Well,
So I would say if you were in Dimitri's position and the score were 0-0 instead of trailing 5 away, 7 away, would you double at 0-0?
yeah.
And then if that's the case, then it's a pass at this score.
But he's taking.
But he's taking. All right.
Oh,
We've
this
got
is going to be exciting for the match.
Yep, it is.
Well, I know you don't split the back checkers.
That would play right into his game plan. I would go, well,
I play 13-8.
just do a 13-8. You don't do anything fancy with leaving 9s and 10s. A lot of those 9s and 10s are blocked. The 4-5 doesn't hit. The 5-5 doesn't hit. You're a little strippy. I don't know. Yeah, the 3 is there, and the question is, continue to the 8, or do you play 13-11? I might go 13-11, given Stefan's weak board, and the payoff is so huge when you're not hit, and you don't get hit with a 5-4. You don't get hit with a 5-5.
Uh-huh.
You know,
risk reward. We're always weighing those two things.
Yep, and I think that he's making the right choice,
And it
and
paid off.
And now Stefan's probably got to play 8-5 and 24-22.
Yeah, you don't want 3 checkers on the 24. Big roll here for Dimitri. Pound him.
It was already big roll that Stefan missed because he made the big play.
Ooh.
Oh,
Wow. This is gutsy.
that can get you gammoned.
Yeah. All right, Dimitri, do it. All right. Normally when I do commentary, I'm more neutral, but I'm rooting for the U.S. team. That's why I'm here.
I'm going to stay neutral. I think everyone deserves neutral commentary, but yeah, I agree with the hitting play. And Stefan hits back.
Yeah.
Dimitri needs center, which he does.
In and out.
Yeah, that's right. If you stay in, you could get attacked. You may as well jump out and have the better outfield coverage. As long as you're not hit, you're happy.
What's the alternative?
He's looking for one.
He's not going to find it. Get out of there. Listen to me. Listen to Phil. Once in a while, I get it right. Even a blind hog or a blind squirrel gets a nut sometime. Isn't that the saying?
Or a broken clock gets it right twice a day.
Right. Twice a day. Right. He didn't come out. He's going more offensive. He's going to get pointed.
You got to make the 4-point.
He's going to get pointed on because he didn't come out. There is making the 6-point and hitting loose.
That's true.
That's what he's looking at. But then, yeah. I would have made the 4-point in a flash.
He's looking at, I guess, 5-4 and 22-21.
Yeah. he doesn't get hit, it's a strong play. Yeah, that's the
I was
play.
going back to your play, which that's my play too.
Yeah,
I mean,
much
you're
safer.
giving him 16 fanning numbers, and he still has that. Now you've got White's blot out there as another target. If he dances twice, you can get that blot. Okay, he dances.
Ooh, that hurts.
By the way, it goes without saying that Stefan will not be thinking about the cube unless we get to like a massively non-gammonish race.
Yeah, gin position.
Basically, Dimitri's cube decision is if he passes, it's 10-4, 1 away, 7 away, which is like a 10%.
Ooh, look at this roll. Good going, Dimitri. That was a joker.
Right?
Hitting and making a point is better than just hitting the outside checker. Oh, great roll.
Good.
Great roll for Stefan.
Good for Stefan. Good for Dimitri.
Yeah. Every roll is very big here.
And I guess I would go 11-8. Yeah, bring that spare where it wants to be.
And it dupes the ones. One to come in and one to hit. Duplication is a
that's
huge part
minor,
of the
but
game.
yeah. There's one. And what is the 2? We hate burying checkers, right? But
coming up.
sometimes that's all.
I'm coming up.
You're coming to the 22?
Yep.
All right. You could be right.
I just hate my game when I go to the ace.
Right. You're just going to hate yourself more later. That ace is a permanent liability. Whereas this, you can still survive. 5-3. I think you hit and you go 18 to 15.
Big roll here.
Yep.
Big roll. He needs to be missed. Be a big thing for Dimitri here. 1-6 plays itself.
Okay. Better than dancing.
Yep.
5-4. Whoa. And Dimitri
hitting.
says, I want a gammon. I want a gammon.
Sure, hit him. Okay, this is a huge swing for Dimitri if he can cover that. I come in with the 5 to get the cover. No?
Well,
not enough covers?
I guess the gain in covers isn't as much. Like he still has 6 covering numbers from here. If he goes to the 3-point, now he's thinking, okay, now if I go 8 to 5, I have 15 covers, and then that extra 12 gives me double 3. That's 16 covers.
No, double 3 doesn't work.
No. Oh, you're right. All right. So.
See, I'm paying attention.
You are. All right. I'm going to go. Yeah, I'm going to play the 5 there and the 3 down. Because now we're getting 9s. We're getting the 6-3 on top of that.
All right. We need a 4.
17 numbers covered.
All right.
You got it.
All right.
18 to 16.
Do you have a formula to calculate gammons here?
Yeah, I do. With 1 checker back, here are the critical numbers. If you've got 14 checkers, say 2 checkers on the midpoint, you'll get gammon 20% of the time. So those first 14 pips are worth about 1.5%. The next 10 pips are worth about 3% in terms of adding to your gammon. So if you're at 24 pips, you're 50% to get gammoned. After that, it grows by about 2 pips. So as you go to 40 pips, as you go from 24 to 40 pips, now you're at 80% to get gammoned. So looking here, how much wood does Stefan need to get across? He's got 36. He's got 40 pips to go. 40 pips to get in his checkers in. That puts him at an 80% chance. I'll take that to the bank.
Now,
So would
that's
David Rockwell.
that's
though.
assuming that he doesn't leave a shot and hit it, but
Well,
that's
it just means that
that's factored in.
it means that the XG would say his cubeless chance of winning of getting gammoned is 80%.
Ah, okay.
All right. So he still has a 2 or 3% winning chance. Yes. I'll give it about 2% chance that Stefan actually wins. And when he wins, he doesn't get gammoned. Or he might hit a shot, still lose. He doesn't get gammoned.
Uh-huh.
Or he just gets that first 6 out quickly. Now, my feeling is right 80% is right on the cusp of do you take small chances to win a gammon?
Oh, you would take.
What's that?
Wow, with 80%, I would never take a chance at all.
Oh, no. I think in the 20 to 80% range, 14 to 40 outside pips, take little chances.
Really?
Little chances.
Wow.
Beyond that, though, now I wouldn't take anything. I wouldn't do anything. Oh boy. You just got to jump it out. Take the crossover. Hope you get those double sixes, Stefan.
What a big game for Dimitri.
Take it. He can bring it home. He'll get 8 points.
Wow.
Just, you got to run them. You don't need it's not the crossovers here. It's just the pips.
And it's a 4 cube. He's going to win 8 points.
And the match.
And it's going to be the match for Dimitri. And we're not sure that Stefan had a take there.
No, I wasn't sure at all. I think I would have.
It'll be worth looking at. Yeah.
I would have let it go, and I'm trying not to let the results sway me here. You got to get the crossover, I think. You got to go 13-9. Yeah. Dimitri says, I'm not giving you any chance.
Game.
I am closing the door.
Must roll doubles now or it's gin.
Let's see. Maybe
twos,
1,
maybe.
2, 9 to 5. And now you can get off with boxes.
Yeah. It's the only roll.
The only roll.
It's better to have one than none.
He's got one.
It happens.
All right.
Boxes or the match is over.
2.8%. Oh,
great match. Thank you, Dimitri. Art, I can't tell you how much I learned. I want to replay this again. You gave us so much good information along the way here.
Oh, my pleasure. My pleasure.
It's really, really fun to work with you.
Well, a well-played match, I'm sure, from both players. Dimitri, again, one of the top PR players in the United States, and Stefan, who, we're not sure about I think those 2 big cubes we'll be talking about, but
yeah, I want to see if that was a take, that last cube.
Yeah, I should have taken a picture.
We can go back and look at the video.
True.
All right. Well, I look forward to working with you again sometime. Thank you so much.
Always a pleasure. And where are you now? You're in London, right? Yourself?
I'm in London, and I have a student that has a beautiful apartment on the canal by Camden Yards, and I've got the whole place to myself. It's just a beautiful thing. I got to go back and forth to the hotel, but it's well worth it. I've got a maid here taking care of me, and it's just an amazing place. The same student has a place in Avignon, France, and I visited him there. And he's just a super nice guy. He's become a good friend, and he lets me use his apartment. And it's just so nice to have that.
Phil, you're living the good life. You're traveling the world, teaching backgammon, and I admire that. So,
by the way, I have to tell you, I won the super jackpot in Brighton.
Nice, so, well done,
yeah. So my PR was 4.09. So I'm playing better just because of the teaching, and I'm having the time of my life.
That's great. Well, keep power to you. I will see you, I assume, at the Las Vegas tournament in October.
No, I'll be overseas.
Oh, okay. Well, that's my next tournament. Then Los Angeles in December. So,
well, Los Angeles for sure. I always make that one.
All right. Take care.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Every civilization leaves something behind. 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 Few leave something still in play. Across Persian courts, Roman taverns, and modern clubs, backgammon found a seat at every table. Centuries passed, opponents changed, the game survived and evolved. Every generation tried to master the board, but no one ever quite seemed to master the role. One match, 5,000 years in the making. Your move, roll the dice. Every Every civilization leaves something behind. Few leave something still in play. Across Persian courts, Roman taverns, and modern clubs, backgammon found a seat at every table. Centuries passed, opponents changed, the game survived and evolved. Every generation tried to master the board, but no one ever quite seemed to master the role. One match, 5,000 years in the making. Your move, roll the dice.
looks like Gilbert started with the double fives and didn't double after a fan. Okay. This is like close to, this looks like it's too good. Yeah, I don't see a Cuban play. Okay, he's doubling now. He waited several rolls too late and has lost his market by a lot. Had actually lost his market like 2 or 3 rolls ago. But strong blitz and Gilbert scores the first point. Okay, all right, I am locked in now. So it's gonna be 1-0 for Gilbert. Echo splits with the 4-1. Okay, fair enough. Two hits in the outfield. Picking up racing pips, sending a checker back. And Echo can hit here. Better than anchoring when opponent is totally undeveloped. Might as well try to keep yourself in the race. Not really too worried yet. And Gilbert should also, following the same philosophy, hit there. He's not in so much danger that he needs to make an anchor. You know, may as well just try to race home and hope it works. This one is not such a good roll. I think the best you can do is hope that you get missed and improve your position, which means the best position if you get missed is to just play 13-7 and 6-4. You kind of have license to do something like that because Petco only has a 1-point board with a blot in it, although Petco's board has disappeared. And basically any other move is just as bad anyway, so you may as well unstack your 2 points and hope that you can improve your position. This one leaves basically just as many shots, but it breaks a valuable point. And it doesn't start 2 good points and it doesn't unstack. So it's not ideally what you want to do. I go thinking about it, Cube, but I can't see this actually. I mean, this looks kind of bad. You're losing the race. You only have a 1-point board. Even if you hit, first of all, there's some rolls that miss, like 4-3 and 5-4, and then even if you hit 5-2, will hit something, but it's not the most effective hit in the world, right? You can hit outside, but then he has to do something with 5. I mean, you pretty much have to hit because you don't want Gilbert to just run his checkers away. So even though you only have a busted up board, hitting makes sense. Uh, 18-16 seems good. Gives Petco some bad 6s from the bar. This one is getting worse and worse to hit. Now, if you hit in the outfield, you're breaking your midpoint, so Petco decides to hit inside and keep the outfield point instead. That makes sense to me. And 2-6, not the greatest roll from the bar. It's blocked by the 8-point, so the only thing you can really do is go 16-10, although I guess you could go 13-7 also. You know, Petco really wants a 2 to play 6-4. Here you can unstack the 6-point. No, I don't like that idea. You want to play 6-3, 4-3. This one, making the 5 is a better point than the 3-point, but you're breaking your 8 at the same time. Gilbert does have a weak board. At least, yeah, I do think making the 5 is better than making the 4 for sure. because you really want to get that stack off the 6 point. I think he still has. Is that 6 checkers there? No. It might be down to 5 now. Yeah. Okay, so 4 checkers. All right. Pecco is improving his board. Gilbert doesn't really have much of a position, so even though he hits with a 2 now, because he's so stacked and awkward everywhere, he doesn't really have a good ace. His only legal ace is 8 to 7. Pecco has lots of shots, but Gilbert still has plenty of chances, even if he gets hit, to just come in an anchor or hit back or something. So, Gilbert has lots of life left. Although after a fan, it's getting way better for Pecco because now Gilbert already has a checker on the bar and there's another one under attack. So this seems like a good time to double to me. Good cube. There's lots of threat if you just hit the second blot. I mean, Gilbert has no development. He does take. Okay, there are only 8 checkers in the zone, and Pecco has 4 men back, so I guess that makes sense. Any 4 would give Gilbert a very solid game for a very long time. And if I were Pecco, I think making the 8 makes sense. Yeah, you want the outfield point. The only thing I don't like is that you're giving up the midpoint, which gives Gilbert some aces that would not play, like 2-1 and 4-1. But you can't have everything at once, and in order to make the 8, you have to do this. I think you want to come out from the front if you're Gilbert. Just minimize damage while you can. You still have a 1-point board to Pecco's 3-point board, so don't get into anything too crazy. And this one, you could make the ace point as Pecco and play for a blitz, but you can actually just make 4-point and hit loose, which looks very strong. Making the ace seems hard to follow up and to complete a closeout. You don't necessarily have to complete a closeout because 1, 2, 4, yeah. I like the idea of making the 4, hitting loose, and then trying to go for the last checker in the outfield, or just close the ace with a 5. So I like this move. It's going to be very, very strong on a fan. 6-2, not the greatest of rolls, but maybe just come out and play to the 11 point. You could also play like 13 to 5 just to not play with too many blots. Maybe cover and then, hit the blot later once you actually made the board. But this makes a certain amount of sense. You're in much better shape when you don't get double hit, and you're only leaving 1-1, 1-2, 1-4 to actually double hit. So now Pecco with aces in the outfield, 4s in his inner board. That one can hit and cover the ace. He also had some switching rolls like 3-2 and stuff like that would have actually hit and made the ace point. So he had quite a number of shots. This one, you could play both off of the 20 point to get like double shots at Gilbert's blot. This is okay too, but the problem is it's possible to get stuck on the 18 sometimes. Anyway, I don't think it's wrong by any means. And Gilbert just wants to, again, minimize damage. So I think you play the blot, only play with 1 blot and minimize the amount of shots. This one hits, okay. It's creating an extra blot, leaving 5s and 1s. Gilbert really needs a 2 very quickly. Probably 18 to 8 as Petco. Seems like a good move. You don't actually need a prime because you're not building a prime and you want as many hits as possible. The checker 6 away gives you the most ways to hit, and you don't even really want the 18 point. So this one could actually be bad if you're Petco. If you roll like double 6, you have totally overrun your position. And when he comes in with a number like 2-5, you're actually kind of worse off this way than if you had all the blots because you're getting stuck on the point that you don't want. But everything's fine if you roll a 3 and hit. So still in good shape for Petco. Petco does look a lot like Joe Urso. They have a very uncanny resemblance. I assume I'm watching Petco, but maybe I'm watching Joe Urso. No, I think it's probably Petco. I don't think, judging by the arms and the hands. Some confusion here. This is the original position. I'm pretty sure this is the starting position. Didn't really matter what was played, but I guess there was some dispute over a legal move. Okay. Petco just trying to get his checkers around the board before Gilbert can build a position. That will hit and cover and move 38 pips. So that is a pretty good roll. I mean, you can hit, cover, slot your 7 point. You know, you got pretty good stuff going on. You do have this giant stack on your 6 point, but it's way better than where you were. So, you know, take what you can get. Of course, you want to make a stronger board, and you want to give them more fanning numbers, and you want to play with fewer blots. So it's a very clear play to hit and make the 5. I'm not sure what he's doing here. I guess he's just trying to concede and hope to not get gammoned. But you might even get gammoned anyway. I'm not sure why he did this. It's very, very hard for me to wrap my mind around that one. I guess he didn't want to leave a shot. The time to take a risk is when you're losing the game, right? And when you're completely lost, you don't want to just be like, oh, well, I came in second, but I did it very gracefully. So, you know, Petco rolls a fairly poor number here. Looks like he's, I mean, you don't want to stack everybody on the 7 point because the 7 point is the next point you want to clear. That is safe for this roll, but it gives you a much more awkward Baron in the future because, you know, you need to bring the guys in from the 7 point, and if you put a bunch of guys on it, then it becomes harder and harder. So I think I would play to the 3 point and leave just a 6-2 17 to 1 shot. Gilbert does have a 3 point board now with no blots, so I'm quite sure that Gilbert will hit if he rolls a 6-3, but it just gives you way more flexibility in the future. If you stack all your guys on the 7 point and then you roll any 5, you're busting up your 6 point, and then you can have problems down the line. pretty bad roll. Would have been bad no matter what, but now it's pretty bad. So yeah, Pecco has to do that and play 7-3. He keeps the 5-point board. So if he gets hit, he'll have return shots with a 5-point board, can potentially win a gammon. Does not get hit. And Gilbert makes his 5-point board, but Pecco is close to bearing off safely. So I think here he should rip the checker off and try to win a gammon. Pecco agrees. Good play in my mind. Gilbert needs a 6 or a 5 very soon, or he's going to start breaking and potentially not running off the gammon. So he needs to roll a 6 or a 5 on this roll. Three, 2, not good. Gammon is pretty close now. And Pecco clears the 6. That'll give him a faster bear off in the future. And pretty safe. Okay, gets the checker out. That was a very opportune time to do so. 4-3 takes 2 off, so Pecco down to 5 rolls if he doesn't miss, but he'll probably miss one, so he's probably on 6 rolls. You know, Gilbert needs, let's say 6 rolls. So it's very close. Pecco seems like a small dog to win a gammon, but pretty close. That will hit to pick up in the race and to not leave shots in the future. If he doesn't hit this one, he's probably not going to get another one. And Pecco also gains 2 pips in the race, plus sometimes he gains on a fan. Now Pecco just down to 4 rolls. Double 3s is a huge number for Gilbert. That should save most of the gammons. Unless, Gilbert rolls small. Three, 1 might be just big enough. Didn't want to roll 2-1, but 3-1 is okay. He at least gets 4-2. Okay, it's gonna be close. Needs a 5 or a 6 or a double. Don't want to see small dice if you're Gilbert. Ace up was scary, but 5 makes it okay. So Pecco wins just 2 points there to go up 2-1. 9 away, 10 away. So still a close match. And some interesting games. Let's see what happens here. Pecco splits with a 5-1. Okay. It's kind of a stylistic question whether to split or to slot. I like to personally slot, but I don't begrudge anyone for splitting. It's probably technically right to split. And Gilbert starts with the double 5, but Pecco is able to hit back, which makes Pecco a favorite now. Even though Gilbert has double 5s, he's kind of overextended, and now with this checker sent back doesn't have enough ammunition to continue. He rolls double 4, which is a pretty good roll, but can't hit anything and doesn't have a good follow-up on the other side of the board. So you can make the anchor. You don't have a good last 4. If you do this, you're really burying a bunch of checkers, right? All the checkers on the 3, 2, and 1. No good guys in the outfield, but I don't know. Maybe he didn't even have a good alternative. Pecco would kind of like to make the 17 point, but then there's no ace. you could hit on the 4 point and play to the 16 point. That would at least duplicate some fours. And, I know it's not completely thematic, but it does seem like you want to build your position somehow. And I don't feel like Gilbert's position is so strong that I'm so worried about it. With the plot on the 2 point and a bunch of deep points made, only 7 checkers going forward. I would personally try to take some risks to improve my position if I'm Petco by duplicating the fours. I'm also not sure that Petco is actually winning the race. I guess he's counting that now. Looks like he's. Yeah, it looks like he's basically even in the race. So race is roughly even. This isn't a terrible play, plays with 1 blot, you're outported 3-1, kind of makes a certain amount of sense. The other play, if you do this, you have to play this ace. This is also only playing with 1 blot, but at least you make an outfield point, which also makes quite a bit of sense, right? You like making points, so you don't like stacking up your midpoint. I have 2 can just slot the deuce point, I believe. Okay, he goes for this one. It's probably not the same. You leave a deuce shot, but like I say, Gilbert's board is far from perfect. So I don't know that you want 6 checkers on your midpoint, but this is safe for this roll. But it's very hard to follow up. 5-1 is a pretty poor follow-up. Coming off the 20 point now, this is the problem with stacking everybody on your midpoint, is that you just can't move your checkers. So now if you do this, you're breaking your last anchor, and now numbers will point on you. Plus Petco also has outfield shots. So to me, this probably looks like a double, because there's potential for Petco to just be too good in one roll with quite a lot of numbers. Actually, you can roll 6-1, 6-2, 6-3, double 6 are double hitting, 3-1, 3-2, 3-3. All those little combinations are making the 5. Double 4 makes the 5. Even if you just hit once and he fans, you roll like a 2-5 and a fan, that's also a market loss. And there's, even if you miss, look at how far Gilbert has to travel to somehow turn this into a reasonable position. So Gilbert's position looks horrible once you give up the anchor and all your checkers are stacked on the midpoint. I would think that the take is probably harder than the double. I mean, even leading 2-1, but Petco thought for a long time, and we'll see what Gilbert does. Gilbert immediately drops. Okay. If you were gonna drop, I don't know why you would break the anchor instead of breaking up your board, which I think, you have a reasonable position if you break up the board and just have the anchor. But this is the problem with being safe on one roll, right? Is that then you roll a poor number and then your game immediately implodes. So, if you try to be safe on every single roll of the dice, maybe you end up taking more risk than, in fact, you needed to, right? So Gilbert starts with a pretty good opening, and Petco answers with a 5-4, equalizing immediately. Gilbert should split with both of his back checkers. When he just plays the 8 point, he's just allowing Petco to develop his position if he rolls well, and if he rolls poorly, then Gilbert hasn't made any progress. So at least by splitting your back checkers, you allow that if Petco rolls poorly, now you actually have made progress, right? If he rolls well, you can't do anything about it. There's nothing you can do. But there's a good play to come out and play 8 to 7. Petco reasonably thinking about a cube, but when you're leading 3-1 to 11, I would not be doubling this one. Basically, Petco only has made a couple 5 points, and Gilbert's game is solid other than that. So, if you were trailing 1-3, maybe it's a different story, but when you're leading 3-1, you want to be a little bit more conservative. This one seems reasonable to double because now you have 10 checkers in the zone, you have a blitz, and you have the anchor as insurance if the blitz doesn't work. You can also just make a prime. You have the 5 point, like you make the 3 point, you get 10 on the ace, you make the 7 point. Okay, so the blitz failed, but you still have a prime, and it's a pretty good prime. So I would double if I were Petco, even leading 3-1. You have also numbers like 5 that immediately smash the checkers, and he'll have 2 on the roof against a 4-point board. 3 is also good. 5-2, 3-2, 4-2, stuff like that. Picks and passes. 5-3, 4-3, 5-4. Gilbert, that's a take. Okay. Was a little bit confusing because he pressed the clock before he took the cube, but that did turn into a take. 6-1, I believe. You can play this, but you're leaving a lot of shots. Okay, worked out for him. 4, great roll, makes the 4-point board. How do you make a 4-point board? Do you make the 4 point or the ace point? Probably the ace point here. Makes sense. There's 2 on the bar now. You don't need to take any real chances. And 2 is a tremendous joker from Gilbert. I think. I'm not sure. You could advance. You could also just make your own 4 point. I mean, advancing the anchor, I think I would make my own 4 point actually, but that was a difficult play. The problem with advancing the anchor is you're losing the race, and you don't really want to break contact when you're losing the race. Plus, the checkers on the 6 point really want to go to the 4 point. Petco is trying to break contact as fast as possible, and given that, I think he should bring both checkers out. He does a good play. If Gilbert had stayed back, he would have had a stronger board plus a larger minefield for Petco to traverse. But this one actually can hit and make. What do you make? Just make the 5. That looks like the natural instinct. If you make the 4, you don't have a good last one anyway. So you have to find something better than that. This is a tremendous turnaround from Gilbert, and should probably be thinking about recubing before the 5-2. He's trailing 1-3 in the match, and he had a very good position after 4 and fan. So when you can start jacking the cube up to higher and higher levels, that seems like a good time to do so. 4-3 from Petco. Again, this looks like a pretty strong recube to me. Gilbert has some very good rolls like 3, 4, 2, stuff like that. 3-1, 3-2. 6-3 is not the greatest. This is a pretty poor roll. What's the best you can do with it? Maybe if you do this, you don't have a 6. You could go the ace and then hit on the 3 point. This one leaves 4s, 1s, 2s, and 3s. A lot of shots. 6 to come out. Also, 6 plays well as well. 5 does not play. So Has to play 6-1. This is definitely a pass if Gilbert redoubles in my mind. I cannot see Petco ever taking this cube. By 4 can hit and make the 4 for lack of alternatives. And no dice on checkers here. Okay. There's a fan. It's now too good, I believe. 5-1, not the greatest. It'll do this just to minimize shots. That's reasonable. Leaves only 6 numbers to hit on the 7, plus another, maybe 6 numbers to hit it on the other side of the board. 6-5, relatively poor roll, makes the outfield points, and just safeties the blot on the 7 point. You don't like killing checkers, but you like it more than leaving double and triple shots. And Petco just gonna try to not get gammoned, I believe, which means making the 7 point. I mean, you could come out. Coming out would be the play to win the game, and Gilbert only has 2 builders, but this seems like the play to save Gammon, and given that Gilbert is holding the cube and can basically redouble anytime he decides that it's a good time to redouble, I believe that you just want to not get gammoned. Six one. Again, Petco gonna just wait, and if he does roll a number like 6, he'll have a good game anyway, so reasonable to wait and see if he can roll something good, and if not, he's probably gonna lose just 2 points. This is a shot, but at least you slot the 3 point, which is the point you need to make. Petco's board is not perfect. Deuce has to hit. This could be how you lose a gammon as Petco. You have to come out. Yeah, good play. You have 6s, 4s, and 2s to cover if missed. And he is missed, so Petco can actually win this game now. I mean, that would be amazing. What do you do here? Do you make the deuce point or the 4 point? You can make the 4 point, which would probably be the play at double match point, but it might just be too risky if you're potentially getting gammon whenever you get hit. Too many blots around the board. And Gilbert's still holding the cube. So you could play 6-5 to get off the deuce, like 4-2. You want to escape the back checker. It's a little bit duplicated. But this is not terrible. 6-1 is a great roll. Does this and does not leave the fly shot 4-6. That seems fine. Petco, big favorite as long as he just doesn't get hit now. So, I mean, this game really turned around. Yeah, and instead of potentially losing 2 points, Petco is now winning 2 points. So, gonna be 5-1 for Petco if nothing crazy happens in this bear off. Hello all. I'm not keeping up with the chat every time, but I'll look back at it once in a while. So if you want to shout out in the chat, I'll be here. Echo really cannot win a gammon, so he just wants to play as safely as possible. Oh, he actually really can't win a gammon. Gilbert has a checker off, so it's going to be very hard to win a gammon given that Gilbert has a checker off. It's hard to see, but I believe there's only 14 checkers on the board. So Petco clears the 5, and that will do it. So 5-1 for Petco, 6 away, 10 away. Reasonably good lead, but still, 6 points to go means you got to take some risks at some point if you want to actually try to win the match. So we'll probably see Petco be more conservative with the cube, but not so much more that he's not trying to win the match. You're a good dog, yeah. Yeah. All right, so 5-1 for Petco. Starts with 4-3, brings 2 down. I kind of like this play. It's my style, but there's plenty of plays that are reasonable. Gives you every roll is going to build something next roll. There's no roll that won't. I mean, you can choose to run with a 6-5. You can also choose to make your 4-point. I think you should run because you'll have good numbers next turn to build points, and also you're actually losing the priming game, so going into a priming game doesn't seem like what you want. It seems like you want to go into a race, which you're winning. Ace-5, you have to split. You can come out or come down. I think coming down is a safer option. So double 3, that will fix the entire structure, fill in both gaps and unstack both points. Echo had a kind of not such a good position after the start, but double 3 fixes everything. And you could consider cubing at a different score, but I think when you're leading 5-1, this is a spot where I would be a little bit more conservative. Gilbert's position, again, still totally fine, right? He has his 5-point. This makes a 6 prime, and if Gilbert doesn't roll a pretty good response, like a double ace or a 6-1 or something, it's going to be lights out. Double 2, is that going to be good enough? I mean, I think you should make your 4-point, but you're also going to be facing a cube. Petco does have some 4 rolls. Double 4 would be an immediate redouble without even rolling. 4-3, not the greatest. Double 3 can make the deuce, but then you're running out of timing. A roll like 3-2, not the greatest. If you roll a number like, let's say, double 6, unclear. I think you can take if you're Gilbert. I think it's a double and a take, but it is scary to take behind a 6 prime. But but just the double 4 immediate redouble is a pretty good reason to take. So 5-1 comes up, and now brings the other checker up. Makes sense because Gilbert will be hitting with a number of rolls. 6-3 can hit there, and then the question is, do you want to double hit on the deuce point, or just play 13-10, or even 7-4? I kind of think you need a prime, but it's very hard to make a prime because you won't have very many checkers left to make the prime. Double 2, rather poor roll. Has to come in on the anchor, which is blocked. And then does this. I think that's okay. You know, you have 5s to get out, so your 5s are actually fine if you do this, and you're killing your 6s. So I like the idea of killing 6s, and your 4s, which would not play well, can now slot your 2 points. So nothing is actually breaking your bar point, which is the point that you need to contain the back 2 checkers, right? So I like this play from Petco, killing the 6s. You want to be careful that you don't give yourself anti-jokers, which would like destroy your position. Double 4 would have been an anti-joker. That would have gotten the cube back. 5-1, there's the 5 we talked about, which does not break the bar, but just comes out from the deuce point. And 5-3 is a terrible roll. Can't hit anything unless you play 5-2, which seems impossible given the circumstances. So I guess you just had to play 9-1 and hope for a better roll next turn. Like you hope to close them out and then split with an ace and then run. It's going to be hard from here. 4-3, that makes the deuce point. That makes it even harder. Now it's pretty much all Pecco's game from here. I don't even know what to do if I'm Gilbert. I mean, I guess you can do this and then hope that Pecco rolls like a 2-3 or something, or a 2-4. You can make your deuce point and then just say you're gonna concede 2 points. Your other play is to just play for the 2-3, 2-4 again by stacking up your 4 point. I mean, it's tough from here. I guess I would stack up the 4 point, right? Like, if you make the deuce point, you're just as likely to get gammoned, and you don't even have the 2-3 and 2-4 upside. I mean, 2-1, double 2 could also win for Gilbert. It's just those take a little bit longer. But this, I believe, is a good play. You know, you need Pecco to break. You cannot win this game if you just sit behind a 6 prime. So you need him to come in and break. And coming in is the first part of that. With the 5, okay, so there are 9 numbers that don't move for Pecco, but that's not one of them. That will hit. And, you know, I think you can even just, yeah, keep a checker back in case Gilbert does come in with a number like 1-4 or 1-3 to pick up even more blots. If you're lucky. But you can't stay there forever. You're more likely to crash your own position by getting trapped behind a prime than you are to pick up more blots. So Echo decides to leave. That all seems good to me. Echo a favorite to win a gammon with Gilbert having 3 men back plus 1 of them being on the bar. But if Gilbert, I believe he's a favorite to win a gammon. If Gilbert can enter with an ace, then Gilbert's a favorite to save. But being on the bar, I think maybe it's 50-50. So Pecco would be happy to win the game, but would be even happier to win a gammon. Gammon would get him to 2 away. So, you know, at 9-1, you have a pretty good chance to win. I would think about playing 7-6 at some point, but, you know, maybe it's just not worth leading a 6-1. Still, you'd have 3 blots. At this point, I think I would play 7-6 because I don't want to get into this position where I have two guys on my 7 point plus another checker on my 8 point. Gonna leave me some awkward barons and then bigger problems down the line. Although 3-1 smooths everything out. Now ace deuce. Okay, so Gilbert should be a favorite to save gammon from here, I believe. Although it is close. Echo comes in and it's an interesting question. 6-4 is a lot safer. And gives you a cleaner bear off. And maybe just do that, but taking a checker off was also totally reasonable. Now we got a double shot, and Gilbert has a 5 point board. I don't know how he got a 5 point board, but he did, and the double shot is hit. So Pecco only has 2 checkers off. So if Gilbert can pick up the second checker, then this game is all Gilbert's. I would for sure stay back to try to get a shot at it because, I mean, that would just win you the game if you can hit it with a 4. Whereas if you only pick up the 1 checker, it's not so clear that you're going to be winning, and there wasn't really much danger in staying back there. You know, would have had a double shot now instead of just a single shot. And that one is missed. So this is a pretty poor roll, and Gilbert is almost certainly saving gammon, but is in very unhappy shape. Could have possibly come out to try to create contact with the blot in the outfield, but difficult either way. Pecco probably wants to pick up his blot, both for, you know, contact where he hits and also contact where he hits later. I would have considered moving forward with the ace because it's the same number of shots either way, 6 7s and 6 8s, but you might get closer to home if you move forward. Not clear. There's a tremendous roll. Hits, makes the ace. Potentially gets Echo some gammon possibilities. And 5-1 should just make the point, I believe. Yes. Good play. 3-1 will leave just a 2 shots, so now it's come to this. Gilbert needs to hit and does not. So Pecco, there's no real point to staying back because Pecco gets by with any roll 3 pips or greater, and the smallest roll you can roll is 3 pips, which is 2-1. So there's actually no benefit to keeping the checker there. Right, it doesn't actually gain you anything because the Pecco's going to be behind you no matter what, and he rolls 3 pips and he moves past you. So it only gave him like some options to pick and pass if he did roll a 2, like a 2-5 or a 2-4 or something. So gammon is no more, but I don't think Gilbert can win this game even with 2 sets of double sixes. I guess he could potentially roll 3. He starts with the wait. Why don't you take another 5 off? You have double 5s. You should just take a third 5 off. Okay, he's still gonna need 3 sets now. I think he would have only needed 2 if he had taken another checker off. But yeah, don't get too excited when you're playing, you know. But regardless, it's almost impossible for Gilbert to win, and now it actually is impossible. So no matter what, Pecco can play 2-1, and Gilbert can roll double 6 and cannot win. So it will be 7-1 Pecco. So 4 away, 10 away. No, Petco going to be slightly more conservative than before, but 4 away is an even number, so points work for you somewhat efficiently. Starts with an opening 6-3 and splits. Gilbert makes his bar point. We've seen this variation before. And Petco rolls 6-1. I believe you want to slot the 7 point rather than the 4 point. It gives you more building power. This one is safer, but if you get missed, you have a much harder position to improve. And on this one, I would hit 6-4 personally. I mean, there is a score. The score kind of inclines you to make the anchor. So maybe anchor at the score. Not sure. The 3 point is not like the greatest anchor in the world. It's not. It's obviously an improvement, and you want to make. Wait. Hold on. Slow down, Petco. Wait a second, Petco. Slow down. Slow down. What about just making the 5 point on his side of the board? Is that a bad move? I mean, you are losing the race, but you will save a bunch of gammons. So Petco, let's see, he's down 20 pips after this roll. He's down 20 pips after this roll. Okay, I can see making the 4 point. You don't want to. If Gilbert, let's say, clears his 18 point with a roll like 4 or 5 or something, then being down 20 pips, you really want the contact. So having broken contact would be bad, and it doesn't really give you a whole lot of racing chances because you're down 20 pips. So even if you roll 6-6, you're not actually winning the race. But it's good that he at least looked at it. Hits a checker here, so Gilbert rolled an awkward 6-4 where he couldn't actually really do much, and Petco managed to hit. So now it's back to basically an even race, I think. Gilbert maybe still slightly ahead, but Petco has now gotten into a position where he can actually win this race. So I would strongly consider coming off the 3 point here, because you don't want 3 checkers back, and you're also creating a blot in your board and kind of scrunching up your position. So if you don't roll a kind of perfecta to move the back checker, it's like you can come up and make your board, but now you're leaving 4 builders attacking you. You can also come out, which is kind of what you want to do, but then you're playing with a blot on your deuce point, and you don't really want the blot on your deuce point sticking around. So I think you should probably make the board and come up. But it kind of illustrates that just playing 13-2 in the first place puts you in a position that you don't necessarily want the checkers on those points, because now there are liabilities that you have to deal with on future rolls. I'd probably make the 2 point, but this is also totally reasonable. You want to come out. It's just a question of you want to come out, you want to cover. It's a question of which one is better. It's not necessarily obvious to compare things like that. It's easier to compare things like you want to do this and you don't want to do that, right? This does like a kind of little bit of distraction. If Gilbert cannot do everything at once, right? He can't both hit and make his 5 point, whereas he can if you stop on the 5 point. And Petco does have a stronger board, although playing with a blot on your deuce point is not ideal. Would much rather have a 3 point board than a 2 point board with a blot in it. I kind of feel like the plays are close. I mean, I don't think there's a big equity difference here, but I'm gonna check this one since we got time. See how good my count was. Yeah, Petco is actually up 2 pips after the roll, so it is in fact about even. And indeed, I was correct. You should come up and make the 2 point, but it is close. And coming out is also not a terrible play. It's just that this one is slightly better because now you're improving your board. But if you could do both, obviously, that would be great. So Gilbert does make the 5 point, and I guess you can come off the 18 point here. You could make your 4 point, but then you're leaving shots anyway. And since you're winning the race now, you might as well just break contact and not leave shots from the bar. You're also trading the 7 point for the 4 point. The 4 point is better than the 7 point, but it is a concession to leave a 7 shot. And now when you get hit, things have really slowed down Gilbert's momentum. Gilbert's still a favorite, but with a checker back and the race not being as good as it was, he still has a lot of work to do. He has to escape the checker now on top of the other stuff. You can escape here. I mean, if you make the 7, okay, you're making a prime, but you forgot about junior. So, yeah, I would think maybe 18 to 13 over 7 to 2, but this one's okay too. I like the 6 out, so he made a good play there. Double 5s brings all 3 out. Is that the play? Maybe it is the play. I think the race is like super close, right? Petco up by 3. Petco up by 7 and 4. Up by 11 after the roll. So now it's going to be Petco up by 3 pips. So yeah, you basically treat it similar to a race, although there is contact as well, so you have to be cognizant of the contact, but you don't want to just volunteer shots unless you have a good reason to. So playing the 5 from the back makes sense, and then you can slot inside your board. Petco cannot hit since his checkers are passed there, and you're slotting good points that you would like to make. So I think that's a fine, good play. And Petco gonna run his spare around the board while Gilbert has 2 blots in his board. So if Gilbert hits, Petco will have lots of return shots, although Petco doesn't have the strongest board himself. But he had to leave something, so he may as well leave as few blots as possible. Petco up just 2 pips now. And 6-2, not a particularly good roll. You can do this, putting a blot on the ace point and creating a gap on the 3 point. You don't really like blots on the ace point because they're not only bad for contact, but also bad for the race. Level 4 is great for the race, and Gilbert should just run to the 10 point. I'm pretty confident in that. I mean, Gilbert has got to be ahead in the race, right? At least, maybe not by a ton, but at least by enough to break contact. You like to break contact when you're winning the race. So good play. Gilbert not going to be ahead by enough to offer a cube, but still better than sticking around and trapping yourself on a deep point. You don't want to eventually have to come off that point when Petco has actually made a strong board. Here Petco can, I don't know, he can make the 3 point, he can slot his 5 and 3, he can just bring 2 off the midpoint. Bringing 2 off the midpoint, you don't get a shot on 6-1 because you've already given up the 18 point. This one seems kind of awkward. You have a gap on your 5 points, but I don't know. It's not. This is probably all the plays are reasonable there. Echo making the 5 point board okay. Wastes a few pips in the race, but good for contact. And Gilbert's going to break contact and just go for the race. And it looks like Gilbert is going to be in a cubing position if I counted this correctly. Maybe not after double 4 though. Double 4 looks like it's pretty good. Yeah, that's not going to be good enough for Gilbert. I think he's just doing this to count. The last one should slot the 5 point so that you have a checker on your 5 point. Yeah, you wanna put this back and then make sure you make the best checker play. It's okay to set this up in order to count the pips, which is fine. I mean, Pecco is going to be down by 6 and 4, down by 10, 12, 12, 4. Pecco down by 2 after the roll. I think Pecco is down 2 after the roll, so it's okay to set this up, count the pips, but like you definitely want to play 9 to 5 with one of them. So, okay, good stuff. I think you do run if you're down 2 pips, right? You have to. Your chances in the race are better than your chances of getting a shot, and they're also better than your odds of blocking him. I don't like that he set this up again and didn't put a checker on his 5 point. You should come from the back and then play 13 to 5. Because you don't want to have a gap there. But I think the plays are reasonably close as long as you get the right idea strategically, which is to abandon your back anchor and just play for the race. Gilbert doesn't have any rolls that leave a shot next turn because his checkers on the 7, 6, and 5 can absorb bad rolls. And if you do this, I think you're more likely to get stuck yourself than you are to. So Gilbert doubles. If I count it right, it's 2 pips, and Pecco has a very easy take. Although after double 5, Gilbert has probably lost his market. So. Yeah, now it would be like 19 pips. So just like that, race is almost gone for Pecco. I mean, he needs Gilbert to roll small and then to roll a big set himself just to have a chance. Okay. Gilbert rolled average and Pecco rolled a big set. So now he has a chance, although it's not a very good chance. Is that a double 2? Yeah, that's a double 2. Okay. So Pecco is down by 6 checkers or so. So he still needs quite a bit more to catch up. Double 4 is a pretty good start. Pip counts should be close to even now, but the problem is that, the pip count isn't everything. Pecco has checkers on his 3 deuce and ace point, whereas Gilbert has him borne off, but after double 6, Pecco looks like he's a big favorite actually, right? He's down to 4 rolls. Oh, 6-5 is a big roll. Okay, so maybe not. Double 6 again. Wow. Pecco just rolling set after set after set. Double 5, double 4, double 6, double 6. It's like galaxy dice. This is going to be a recube out. Maybe? No, okay, not after double 4. After double 4, Pecco still needs another set. No, okay, he couldn't roll the 5th set. But that was, yeah. He rolled enough pips, but he wasted some pips in the bear off. the problem with wasting pips, right? Is that when you roll enough pips, you lose the game. So if you ever want to think about why wastage is bad, that could be exhibit A. Okay, Gilbert brings 2 down at the score. I believe that's the correct move, and it stays off of the double 5. So Petco rolls a pretty good number. Double 5 is still a good roll, but answered by Gilbert's double 6s, making both bars, leaving just an ace shot. I believe that's a good play. I mean, there's also a 6-4, but the idea is that you make both bars, and then if you get missed, you have a very good game, and even if you get hit, the game goes on. You make the 2-point, you don't leave a shot, but you just don't have nearly as many ways to improve this position. So kind of regardless of what Pekka rolls, played that double 2 very quickly. I wasn't totally sure about that one. I mean, coming up was for sure, but he could have also played 6-4 twice, or didn't necessarily have to come up all the way. If you are Gilbert, you know, you have, I think you do this and play, yeah, that looks like a good play. Gives him the most ways to improve his position if missed. You can roll a number like 6-5 and clear the midpoint. You can also just roll a number like an ace deuce and make the bar point. You can roll 3-2 and make his 4-point. So good play there. 5-2, not exactly best. Gonna have to slot the 4-point. You know, you don't want to strip your 8 and stack up your 6-point. It's just going to leave you very awkward in the future. You know, keep in mind that Gilbert still has 6 checkers in the outfield that have to come around the board somehow. And you know, if you don't roll perfectos roll after roll, those 6 checkers are going to start turning into blots, right? So double 3 is a pretty good roll. If you move with doubles, then you're very happy. I'm pretty sure you need to come off the back point so that you don't get trapped off of it. And I would also come off the midpoint here. I mean, Gilbert's improving his board and unstacking his 6, but he's still leaving those quote unquote islands in the outfield, as Falafel used to call them. Echo just waiting for Gilbert to come to him. And he does with double 6. Wow. So that's gonna be Jin, basically. It's gonna, I don't think Gilbert is too good because I don't see any real gammons here, but I also don't see any way that Pekko can take the cube. So maybe technically he could take a roll, but maybe 2-1 double 6 Pekko could take. So good double, good pass. Now it's just 7-4. Gilbert crawling back 1 point at a time. You gotta just hang in there and hope to find a good opportunity. Gilbert splits with 5-2 this time. Interesting. Last time he played 5-2 down. This time he splits, so he's kind of mixing it up. You know, both plays are fine. There's nothing really wrong with either play. Just interesting that he chooses to, you know, play one or the other. 5-1. So Petco does not want to enter on the ace because then he'll have 3 checkers on the ace. So he wants to enter on the 5, but he doesn't have a great ace. You don't really want to split the bag checkers into Gilbert's stacks. You could play 6 to 5. You don't necessarily want to have blots on both sides of the board where Gilbert can hit with 4s, 2s, 3s, and 1s. But on the other hand, there's a lot to be said for 6 to 5 if you get missed. I mean, even if you get hit on the other side of the board, like say he rolls like I don't know, 5-3 or something, that's probably not going to hit. 6-3, that's probably not going to hit. 6-1, it's probably not going to hit. 5-1, maybe you hit, maybe not. So it's really only like 4s and 2s at the blot on the 5 point. This is okay too, but Petco is losing the race, and you don't necessarily want to give Gilbert good doubles to do good stuff to you. Whereas, and you also need to improve your position, which is hard to do without slotting, right? It's hard for Petco to develop his checkers on the 6 point without. He doesn't have other builders in play yet, so. This one you can again slot, I believe. I mean, if you just play 13 to 8, then it's still going to be hard to develop your position, and you are losing the race. So when you're losing the race, normally you want to try to take small risks to develop. So I like the slot. And Gilbert should try to run away before Petco can actually complete his development. Good play there. Petco would like a 3 or a 10, but okay, 6-6, not too bad either. I was gonna say some of those 3s and 10s don't actually cover and clean up all your blots. 6-6 is pretty good. I mean, it's 24 pips and this is the blot, but at least you gain 24 pips. But it's kind of awkward how to play it. You can make the deuce come down and play 9 to 3. That seems reasonable. That way you keep the anchor, keeps the back checker somewhat insured, starts improving your board. Right, you've got your 5 and 3 points slotted, so now all you have to do is just make. If you make them, you'll have a 4-point board. I can't make both of them, but you can at least maybe make your 5 point, like the 7-5 and 24-18 or 13 to 7. Coming out to the 18 makes us. I don't like this one. I don't think you want to stack a guy on your deuce point and start killing checkers. But maybe he's just counting. Let's see what's going on. Petco is down by. I don't like this move. Yeah, I don't think you want to kill a checker. Gilbert's position is not so strong that you have to be so afraid of his board that you just have to play safe no matter what. So I would have liked to see a more flexible play there. But after 5-1, he develops it into something, and this should be a pretty easy take, I believe. I think Petco is doing fine in the race, and he also has contact. So, as you can see here, the 6-4 can play safely, but you're going to kill all of your remaining spares. And the other way, if you do this, now you're putting another checker on your 3 point. So, the fact that there is contact means that Gilbert is going to have to bear in awkwardly, which can potentially lead to more shots in the future, or it can lead to losing races that would otherwise have been won. Double deuces has to come off the midpoint, leaving no shots. And then I don't think it really matters what you do. Making the 4 point is probably fine to play with fewer blots, and maybe it's even better for the race. you lose a little bit of blocking flexibility by making the 4, but I mean, I don't think it makes too much difference. I think making the 4 is a fine play. You could just go to the 7, but yeah, I wouldn't spend too much time here. Three one is going to be a shot already, so Gilbert has no way to play that doesn't leave a direct shot. You can clear the 7. You can play 13 to 9. You can play 13 10 3 2. I think 13 9 minimizes shots. This one leaves 4 1 and 3 6. The other one would leave only 3 5, so it's 2 fewer numbers, which could be important given that Pecco has a 5-point board, and I don't think 3 to 2 buys you that much flexibility. I mean, it buys you a little bit of flexibility, but not a whole lot. Yeah, you don't have anything else basically. This is 11 shots instead of 13, but now you're breaking up your 7-point, and you also have lots of rolls that will repeat next turn if missed. So even though you're leaving 2 fewer shots on this roll, you can potentially leave shots again on the next roll if you roll a number like, 6-1, let's say, or 4-3, or like all kinds of stuff is going to leave shots. 4-1 will not, but it will play very awkwardly if you want to play safe. And I think you do want to play safe because Pecco has a 5-point board. So, you don't want to just start volunteering shots. I don't think you want to volunteer shots. I think you want to play safe. I mean, I know it's awkward and it's ugly, but it's better to be ugly than to be on the bar against a 5-point board or a closeout. So, good play to play safe, even though it looks ugly. What should Pecco do here? He can step up with a 3 and play 11 to 7. There's something to be said for that. You're getting your checkers past his wall on the deuce and 3 points, and you're trying to target these checkers in the outfield to get more shots at them. If Gilbert should roll poorly, a number like 3-1 we just saw would be a shot immediately. Other numbers that could be shots are rolls like 5-3. I guess 5-3 could be safe, but it would be pretty gross. And then also rolls like 6-3 would be a shot, and even a roll like 6-2 would not be a shot, but it would break up Gilbert's connection in the outfield, and it would leave you with plenty of ways to hit him in the future. Double 2 is a great roll. That can just make 4-point. You could make the 4 and the ace. You could do all kinds of stuff. I don't think you want to make the 11-point because that's going to be a very hard point to clear, and you're probably going to leave a shot there. Pecco running with the 5, and now the deuce plays 7 to 5 for the race, and also to potentially cover the 6-point in the future. With Pecco holding the 6 away point, the 11-point is going to be very difficult to clear. Six is forced, and then you basically only have 1-3, which is to play safe. 6-5, not quite the 10 that Pecco was looking for, but it'll come into the 5-point. It's slightly worse for contact to have a blot on your 6-point, but it's much better for the race to not start killing checkers. So 4-3 can play safely, but man, if you play safely, you are going to leave a lot of shots next roll. So maybe you could have just cleared the 11-point there, because this is going to be lots of shots. I could even just come off the anchor if I'm Petco. Maybe not. Maybe he's right about this. I'm not sure. I mean, there's going to be almost every roll is going to do stuff like this. So now you can't even clear the back point without leaving a double blot. And you can clear the 8 point and leave a single shot, but now you have a blot plus the point on the back. So you're going to have to leave this shot, hope it gets missed, and then not have a way to clear safely next roll. You're going to have to hope you get missed again, and then hope you don't leave a third shot, which, yeah, it's going to be very problematic. I don't think you can volunteer the double shot, so I'm pretty sure you got to do something like this. But like, man, is it dangerous. You know, not only does Petco have the 2, but he probably has at least one more future shot coming up if he misses. And he also has the race, by the way, so. Five, 4, there's shot number 2. We'll have to come off the 11. This one is going to be much safer if missed, although there's still a possibility of leaving a third shot. Probably not going to be more than a third shot. I think Petco should stay, even though he's wasting a few pips in the race, because it looks like there's a lot of numbers that leave shots. Pretty much anything that doesn't contain an ace is going to either leave a shot or be forced to waste a bunch of pips. So 6-4 is shot number 3. And this is going to be the last shot. So Petco either got to hit this one, or if he doesn't hit this one, it's pretty much over unless he rolls a big double. There's an ace. Okay. So if Gilbert, what would 2 away 7 away be? If Gilbert doesn't hit this roll, Petco's going to redouble. Yeah. And I think it's just a stone cold drop. So, yeah. You kind of saw the problem with making the 11 point there, right? Is we left shot number 1, then we left shot number 2, then we left shot number 3, and Petco managed to hit the third one. So, you know, if you can just leave one shot and then it's over if you get missed, that's way better than having to leave 3 shots as you're coming home, right? That just gives your opponent too many chances to turn it around. Petco still bringing 2 down. Okay, interesting. So he's going to have, again, all the rolls to make points in his board. Every roll on the dice will make either the 5, 4, 3, or 7 if he wants. He could also make the 9 or 10 points. This one can make the 2 point. Petco can hit. You can make the 9. You kind of want to hit when you have the stronger board, but making the 9 has a lot to be said for it also. And then you're just cleaning up blots. You're not doing anything too crazy when you're winning the match. You're up 9-4, so you don't necessarily want to get into a game with lots of guys back against lots of guys back. It is thematic to hit, but then you don't have a good 6 anyway, so I think this kind of makes sense. And now what to do is Gilbert. You can make the anchor on the opponent's bar point, but you are losing 4-9 and you kind of like contact. This one at least hits, but it gives your opponent lots of returns. Like this isn't a particularly good return in that it doesn't hit on Gilbert's side of the board, but it still hits, and Gilbert can't quite clean up the blots all on this roll. Petco happy to get into a hitting contest when he has a 2-point board against a 1-point board. Pretty good roll from Gilbert, cleans up the blot, makes a new point. But Petco has reasonable diversification, although a 5 is not the best. It can at least hit in the outfield. Ace deuce is a hitter. And remakes the anchor, plays with only one blot now for Gilbert. So Gilbert has made pretty good progress. He's made his bar and reduced his block count down to 1. And Petco can't even make any sort of points. I guess you come in on the 3 and play to your 4 point just to like duplicate some threes. I mean, what else? I don't think coming out to the 16, you'd be leaving 2s, 4s, and 3s. This one isn't the worst idea, but it does leave you a lot more exposed to double hits and point on numbers. Whereas the other one would have just left a 3 shot and fewer double hits and pointing on numbers. This one makes the 5 point. Good play. On a poor roll from Petco, I don't know if it's going to be too good or just double pass. This one is a good roll from Petco, makes the anchor. And I don't think you want to break up your 8 point to leave a bunch of blots, so I would play to the 14 as Petco does. Petco's starting to get low on time, but he should be able to handle it as long as he kind of picks up the pace a little bit. He's in fine shape here. He only has 1 blot. You know, if he gets hit, it's not the end of the world. The problem is if you hit on the 7 and then you get hit, you have 3 blots, and now it can really actually be the end of the world. And here, when you just have the anchor, you know, nothing too terrible can happen to you. Although when Gilbert hits and makes the bar, he's got a reasonably strong position. Petco's still not really getting gammoned. You know, still has fine contacts, races within reach. So comes in on the 4. Probably play 6 to 4, I think. This is just as many shots, but you're stripping the midpoint instead of unstacking your 6 point. So I would think you would want to come off the point that has 5 checkers on it rather than the point that has 3 checkers on it. Gilbert hits and sends a 4th man back, and now that goes in a little bit of trouble here. I mean, it is 7 away, 2 away. I would pretty strongly consider cubing if I was Gilbert. You know, you don't need much of an excuse to double when you're losing by this much. And given that Petco has, you know, 4 men back with no development on his side of the board other than having made a deuce point, big stack on a 6 point, strip points in the outfield. Those are kind of cues that I look at to say, hey, maybe I should, maybe I have a good position here. Double 2 is a great roll. That'll fix some of Petco's problems, right? Unstacks a point and fills in a gap, and advances the back checkers and safeties all the blots. So yeah, really good roll. Now Gilbert really has nothing, and double 5s can't even move the back checkers. He has to make his board, but he would rather have run some of his back checkers somewhere. 3-1. Is this better than making the 5? I don't know if he looked at making the 5. This is certainly safer, but safer on this roll. But now you have the problem of you have all these blots on your, or you have all these dead checkers on your 2 point. 5-3 cannot move the back checkers again for Gilbert. You can make the 2 point here, which I believe is better than doing this because you want to have a strong board, and Petco would not even really be able to hit you with a 3, so the blot would basically be immune. Because if you look at Petco's side of the board, hitting against a 5 point board would be very dangerous. So you know, now it's just harder for Gilbert to reach a position where he has a strong board, which would protect him when he wants to run. This one, you could probably make the 2 point again, although here bringing a checker in 7-6 is also an improvement. This one can actually just make the 9 point. If you see it, it's a good play. Yeah, there you go. makes a blocking point 6 away and prevents Gilbert from running with a roll like this. Pecco would have a good position, except that he's got 3 checkers on low points and no spares to play with, so he decides to create some spares. And Gilbert very much wants to come out, so he's going to have to start moving those back checkers. Moves both of them. Yep, very good. Would be nicer if he had a 5-point board in case of contact, but it's all good. So Pecco now can come out with both, leaving 8s and 10s and double 6. I mean, your other play is to just dump checkers and like hope this works out. This is not a great. I would have liked to come out with both, because here, like, I don't see how Pecco is gonna win this game, right? He's just gonna hope that he rolls something that works. He's got 2 blots in his board, nothing to back it up with. Even if he hits a shot, it's not like winning. So, and this could have been a double out from Gilbert, but I guess he's going for a gammon. Now it makes sense to go for a gammon, because nothing bad can happen to him, and if he rolls double 6, at least he'll have a chance at it. Pecco runs to the 11 point. I don't think making the 5 point really helps you. It just wastes a pip in the gammon race. So good play there. Gammon race is Pecco should save, but there's no reason Gilbert shouldn't try for it. That is not a good roll for Gilbert. Bears off only 1 checker. Gilbert down to 4 rolls. Pecco should be off in 2, so it's unlikely that he'll get it, but you know, he could roll a big double. It's been known to happen. Now, even if he rolls a big double, it's not there, so this just saves for Pecco. Team USA has secured the round. How good is... What's the format? I don't even know. We have various groups. Group A, Group B. US in Group A. I hear Germany has clinched Group A. And then I'm not sure what happens after the group stage. There's a... Oh, now I'm saying different things. I see USA 3-0 in Group A, so maybe I was misinformed. I'm not going to make any comments there, but all right. So with 5-1, Gilbert would like to make his 5 point. If you if you see a good play, look for a better one. So even though you can make a point with an ace, if you look at the whole roll, you can make the 5 point. And the 5 point is basically the best point you have on the board. So always be cognizant of if you can make it. Here, Gilbert is able to make both 5 points with the double 4. And Pecco advances his anchor. Very good roll for Pecco to get off the ace point. And double 5, I think, is pretty much gin for Gilbert if he decides to cube. I don't think Pecco can take this one. Although I guess I can at least look at the race. 24, 34. 32 and 30, 24 pips for Gilbert. So 24 pips for Gilbert. That's a lot of pips. I think you should just let this one go. Okay, Pecco does take. Not terrible to take. I mean, Gilbert does have gaps, so there could be shots. Pecco has a reasonable board. 3-1 decides not to make the bar point, but just improve his distribution and not leave a shot. That's also a reasonable play. And double 2 can make the 4 and clear the midpoint. You don't really want to do this because now you're creating the 6 away blocking point that we saw last time can lead to very dangerous situations. And you also have the gap on your 4 point that may come back to hurt you. If you can't fill in the gap, then bad things could happen. Pecco trying to improve his board, and now we have this 6 away point that's getting very uncomfortable because you're running out of spares and time. You have to leave a 7 shot. Play this and then play 10 to 5. This one kills your last spare. And the 7 would only have been hit with 4-3 and 6-1. 5-2 would not have worked, and it would have left a shot on Pecco's side of the board. Here, yeah, this is now you have to leave the 7 shot, but Pecco no longer has a blot. So, but that's the safest you can do. There's basically nothing safer than leaving a 7 shot at this point. But there may also be more shots to follow, right? Because now Gilbert has completely stripped his position, and there are four points to clear in front of the anchor, and the gap has not been filled. So this is dangerous, not just for the immediate indirect shot, but it's going to be dangerous in the future and on all future rolls, basically. So goes to the A's. Okay, Pecco's still waiting for a good opportunity. 4-3 covers and brings a checker in, and now comes a very critical roll. 6-1 will leave a shot, but at least you can clear the back point. If you clear the back point by playing 9-2, then you're likely going to reduce future shots, right? You get off that point that we saw last time with the 11 point, created 3 shots. Now you're hopefully only leaving 1 shot, because if you get missed, you can just pick up the plot from the back. Whereas if you come off, let's say, the 8 point and play here, and now you do something like this, now you leave this shot, but then you may also leave a shot on your 9 point again when you, if you get missed. So you want to limit your opponent's number of shots that they're going to get, you know, not just immediate shots on this roll out of 36, but a sheer number of shots, right? The number of blots they're going to have an opportunity to hit. Pecco decides to keep the anchor at the expense of the board. That seems reasonable. 6-1 is gonna play safe, but pretty dangerous. Pecco keeping the point, very good. Should not split. Correctly decides not to. And 5-2 is shot number 2. This one, if he plays 9-2 and only leaves the 1 blot, then okay, this one is fewer shots on this roll, but again, we'll leave more shots the next roll and possibly another shot even after that one. So now he is leaving 1 more shot. He has to hit with the 6, and then he can pick up a blot with a 3. This is probably going to be the last shot if Pecco misses this one. But you can see how dangerous it is every time to not just clear your back point, right? Now you've left 3 blots again in this game. And Pecco does miss, but he fans, so there could even be another shot, although it's pretty likely that Gilbert will clear it safely, and he does. So Pecco unlikely to get gammon, but very likely to lose the game. Race is pretty much gone at this point. Only chances if he fans and Gilbert leaves a shot here, but yeah, first he has to fan, which is pretty unlikely in itself. So now it's going to be 9-7, a 2-away, 4-away score. It's going to be an exciting action score. Normally the trailer in the match doubles very aggressively and likes to win gammons that exactly put him out of the match. But every score is interesting in its own way. And Pecco only has 1 minute and 52 left. So should be enough time, but he does have to kind of play a little bit faster of a pace than he has been. But he's not really in danger of timing out, just maybe a little bit less comfortable for him. 2-1 Gilbert starts with and decides to split his back checkers. And Pecco also rolls 2-1, should come up to the 21. Good play from Pecco. Gonna try to make an as advanced anchor as possible. And now when Gilbert rolls 3-1, if Pecco can just roll a 3 or even a 7 to hit the outside blot, he'll have basically equalized. He does not. So he's going to do something like this. And now Gilbert rolls a 7 to hit. Pecco really wants a 4 to anchor. I don't think he would hit with a 4. He can't hit with that 4, but even if he could, he would rather have the anchor than to potentially expose himself to getting gammoned. An anchor will save lots and lots of gammons. So, Gilbert is able to run, but I'm not even necessarily sure if he wants to at this score. Pecco very happy to be in a position where he's likely to save a gammon. So I'm not sure about this. I mean, okay, he creates some contact in the outfield, but he's losing the race, and I think you're a lot more likely to save gammon if you have an inside anchor than if you have an outside one. Like this, for example, could leave you in a very dangerous spot where you can potentially get gammoned again. So I would have thought maybe just not giving up my inner board anchor. I mean, at a score like this anyway, maybe at like a double match point score, you could give it up, but I would think here you would want to keep it. Pecco very happy to get that last man safe. He's still losing the race, but like at least he's not getting gammoned if he doesn't, hit back right away or something like this. Four three, is that a 4-3? Okay. Pecco just gonna try to build his board and not leave any blots until the board is complete. 6-2 can run from the back for Gilbert. you're gonna have to run sooner or later. You don't want to leave blot after blot after blot. And Pecco has a weak board, only 2-point board with a blot in it. So even if he rolls a 4, it may not be a hitting number. Pecco decides to make the 2-point in preparation for if Gilbert rolls any 6, he's going to be leaving shots. And this one will start the 4-point. Four two, not great. You can make the ace point if you're Gilbert, maybe. You could also just come off the 6-point with 2 checkers. Pecco decides to make the 3-point. That's pretty reasonable to just have fewer blots, again, in case Gilbert rolls a number like a 6. 5-2 will have to come off the 6-point, I guess. I don't think you want to create 2 blots in the outfield. You want to wait for a roll like a double or a 5-3 or a 6-3 or something. Or wait until Pecco has a blot on his board to make a break for it. Is that a 3-2? Interesting. Okay. So Gilbert's still very likely to be the first one to leave a shot. Even if he rolls a double, he has a hard time getting away. And 4-2 is like you can't really play with 2 bots in the outfield, but like you're gonna almost be forced to play with 2 bots in the outfield pretty quickly if things don't change. You need a double, and even then, it's not so obvious that you can continue. 2-1, you could play 16 to 13, but like, man, now Pecco has a 5-point board. That seems too dangerous to leave a shot when Pecco has a 5-point board. You have to just wait for him to break something. Either break his board or break a point in the outfield. And 3-1, okay, he's safe again. Now Gilbert has no blots in his board, so if Pecco does break a point in the outfield, it's actually not such a good roll for Pecco. I mean, that gives up total control of the outfield, although it does close the board. So now the closed board is going to be pretty strong. 6-3 can at least play with 1 blot. Just break the 16-point and yeah, just leave 1 blot. Reasonably good roll for Gilbert, actually, because like, you know, didn't want to roll something like 4-1 or 5-1 or 4-2 or, you know, lots of rolls would have been pretty bad there. Man, if you're Pecco, you really want to just run a checker from the back, but you can't because you're stuck. So I guess he's doing this. It's not obvious to me how to play the 5-1, but I guess it's okay. 5-2 is a great number, makes the point and gets down to even on the midpoint. Now Pecco is able to run a checker. Double 6 is a tremendous joker. Picks up 31 pips and moves 4 checkers in the outfield. Pretty much leaves this game over. If Gilbert doubles, Pecco should just drop. So it's going to be 9-8. So again, both players within 1 game of winning the match, and a doubled cube. Now Pecco with a single win could win it. Gilbert could win it with the double gammon. Gilbert could also win it with the double and then a redouble if Petco decides to double first. 6-4 for Petco. He's going to come out and play the 9. Okay. I personally like this move, although they're all totally reasonable. Or 3 should come down and split with the 3. That way you duplicate some deuces and you stay off of the point that your opponent wants to make the most. So this one just allows Petco to keep moving and you haven't actually added anything to your position. You want to at least start to develop your position so that you can get checkers into play. But this is a great roll. Double 4, yeah, hitting and making the 9, and this is also a pretty good response from Petco. I think you would like to hit that checker, and Petco agrees. Gilbert's board not strong enough, and Gilbert not enough checkers back to just make your 4 point. And if you're Gilbert, I think you want to just start running away. Hitting is okay, but you don't really have a lot of follow-up. You only have a 1-point board, but it's a reasonable play to hit. I mean, it gives Petco this very awkward 3-6 from the bar. 4 can turn Gilbert's board into at least some sort of a board by playing 6-2. You want to unstack your 6-point and you want to make a point in your board. And then your 5, I believe you probably want to come out rather than break up your 8-point to hit. So good play there. And Petco likewise wants to turn his blot into a point. Then decides to do this to like duplicate some 2s, I guess. You know, Gilbert wants to not really hit from his strip points. He wants to hit from his stack on the 6-point, and he also wants to hit in the outfield. So there's some duplication of 2s. I would think making the 4-point makes a certain amount of sense, but or something or 6. Okay. Not ideal to play 8-2, but there weren't a lot of good options. You could have played 13-7 maybe. Gilbert can hit with the 3, and then his 6 can safety. 3-5 for Petco can hit back, but Petco's forward position is not so strong, having broken up the 8-point and put a blot on his 2-point. And 5-1 for Gilbert. I guess you're going to hit in the outfield for lack of a better. You know, it's not obvious that you want to hit in the outfield, but it's also not obvious what else you're going to do if you don't. Hit behind the anchor and leave a direct 3 shot. I don't know about this one. I mean, you are leaving. This looks like a strong position for Gilbert at the score, and I don't blame him for doubling. And if I were Petco, I would also drop this one. Yeah, I think that was a good time to double. Plenty of people would have taken, given that they have 2 anchors, but Petco also had 3 blots. So even though Gilbert only has a 2-point board, if you start getting 3 blots picked up, you can just get gammoned, and you know you need to be a little bit more careful. So it's 9-9 is probably going to be the last game of the match, but maybe not. If there is a double and a take, it will definitely be the last game of the match. Five one, Gilbert decides to come out. Seems reasonable to do so. And I don't think Pecco has very many market losers, but if he does roll double six, that would certainly do it. So he doubles and Gilbert takes. So this will be our final game. Decides to hit and cover, which makes a lot of sense. And E6 will hit back. He didn't hit it. Okay, so he's just slotting and letting Petco develop his position. Petco can make the 7 and split, but I think this is better to just hit. And that stops Gilbert from making his board. And if Gilbert should roll a 5, like an ace 5 or something like that. Okay, Gilbert did roll double aces, good roll, but Petco still has numbers to enter and make the bar from the bar point. He has 4s, 6s, 1s, and some other numbers. So double 2s, I think, is even better than making the bar. You can make the 4 point, right? I think you should make your 4 point. I don't like this move. I think Petco should have made his 4 point there. The bar is, I mean, okay, you have a 3 prime, but how are you ever going to extend it? You need the checkers to come off the 6 point and make the 4 point, right? And you could have just done that with double 2s. So, yeah, I didn't really like that one. Anchors up, okay, comes down. Good play there. Yeah. Gilbert wants to advance. He can advance his back checkers with this one. Yeah, that's probably better than making the 3 point, I believe, even though the 3 point would give you a 5 prime. The anchor is just stronger here. And now Pekka's really regretting not having his 4 point because his position is just really brittle. That will give an even better 5 prime where Gilbert can come out and make the back of the prime, so Pecco is not at the edge. And Pecco needs like a deuce to slot or something. Otherwise, he's going to be in serious danger of losing this game. Aces, I guess, is what Pecco wants. He needs aces. 3-2 makes the... I think you want to make your 6 prime. I don't know if he looked at making a 6 prime, but I kind of like 6 primes. I'm partial to 6 primes. So if Gilbert rolls bigger than a 4, he'll escape into the outfield, and he does so. So now Petco is in very poor shape. Yeah, nothing sees daylight, so he doesn't have any fly shots. Nothing can run away with both checkers. He needs like aces followed by 6s. So and he doesn't have any counterplay. Gilbert has full freedom with his back checkers. So there's no way to block or to force Gilbert to get into an awkward position. So Petco in very poor shape and just has to hope that his timing holds up for a late shot in a deuce point game, basically. He's not really looking to win immediately. He's looking more for like, I build my board, 2 or 3 rolls down the line, I get a shot on the 8 or 7 point. But otherwise, the checkers that are on the 15 are just going to keep moving around the board and absorb roll, at least a couple rolls before Gilbert has to leave a shot. And unfortunately, Pecco is forced to kill checkers, so that's going to make it even harder. Plays a 4 and should play the 2 from the back, giving just a 17 to 1 shot, but creating 5 builders for your 3 point. The 3 point is the point you want, and a 17 to 1 shot is not the end of the world, especially when you would still be way, way ahead if it got hit. This would have made the 3 point instead. Now you're going to have a gap there, which could potentially turn into a shot. Well, Pecco has rolled poorly enough that his board is a disaster now. So even if he gets a shot, it's probably not going to be enough. Pekka would need to not only get a shot, but also to hit the shot, and then to somehow win the game from there. He would still be a pretty big dog. This is actually even better than that. Running into a race, Pekka is actually winning the race. I mean, double five right away was a tremendous joker. Man, it looks really close. Like, I think Pego is a small favorite, and double five makes him a huge favorite. Wow. What a swing. Double five twice. As soon as Gilbert opened up the bar, you know, if you take one or two more rolls to do it, it doesn't necessarily work because you've wasted too much time. But if you do it right away, you roll it back to back, then it's actually winning, which you know is tremendously good. I mean, it was almost hard to find a way for Petco to win this game, but you know he sees deeper than I do, so it looks like Petco is winning the game. I mean, Gilbert does have more checkers off, so if Gilbert just doesn't miss at all, and Petco doesn't roll a double, then I guess Gilbert will win. But you know, Gilbert would have to not miss, which is hard to do when all your checkers are on the 6, 5, and 4. And Pico also has to never roll a double. Gilbert could roll a big set. That would win for Gilbert. So double 6 is like an immediate winner. Double 5 is also good. 3-2 not gonna be good enough. And Pecco is down to 2 rolls. Okay. Hard to tell how many checkers are there, but now I see there's only 4 left. So Gilbert needs double 6. That's the only roll. The only roll he has is double 6. And this could do it. This could win the match. Oh, okay. So the match goes to Petco. It was an exciting match. Good stuff. Lots of interesting games, and